Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our hackathon, 1 year on Black Lives Matter. Good morning for those which is morning for. Here in England, where we are based, it's 8 in the morning, and as we promised, we're going to be alive here. We're going to be live on streaming the whole day today to commemorate, to celebrate, to review, and mostly to look what went well since 1 year we were marching about Black Lives Matter. My name is Jabo Butera. I'm the Managing Director and co-founder of Diversity Business Incubator. And today, DBI, which are known as DBI, we are the one hosting this event in partnership with our key partners in the city. We call on our partners Plymouth Hope, P-Town Radio, DJ Dixon Music. So thank you for joining us. We're going to be here. You'll hear from different topics, different individuals who took part in this commemorative event we had a year ago. This morning, let me just bring a little bit of recap. Let me just give a little recap on why we're here. I'm sure the whole world will remember and still vividly remember that time where the Black Lives Matter movement started from the death of George Floyd in the hands of a policeman, a white policeman in USA. A year has gone. So the event started in USA, yet it had repercussion all around the world, everywhere in the world. People are appalled. People were shocked. People were every human being affected by it. Some different ways of being affected, yet the majority, when you feel the humanity in there, everyone was really appalled by that act of someone sitting on or kneeling on someone's neck until they lose their life. And that's where it started, that saying Black Lives Matter. We saw millions coming on the street, marching. We saw young people coming on the street, marching, shouting loud, Black Lives Matter. Now a year has gone. Where are we? What have we done as a society? What has changed? Let's take time to reflect on it. Let's give ourselves the moment of reviewing this. That's the purpose of this conversation today. You'll hear from different people, as I said. At DBI, with the whole team, the background, we want to say thank you to you who are watching, and thank you to the whole team for bringing this together and those who are going to be participating today. Today is more about, let us review what went well. We chose the theme, what went well, for a purpose. History tells us what has passed. History tells us the past. History tells us the yesterday. Me and you are living the today. And me and you here, we are actors of a change of tomorrow. So we've seen the past. We know where we come from, up to the point where the whole world came out chanting Black Lives Matter. A year has gone on. Now we're reviewing what went well. Can we focus on that? Seeing what went well, and how can we do better if? So that's going to be the conversation of today. We'll have many actors coming. Our partners will be joining. Our partners will be coming on. We have Plymouth Hope will be joining us. P-Town Radio will be joining us. Dixon and the youth and the millennials will be joining us as we go to the day. The program is all there. We have fantastic moderators all day long. Join in. find out what's going on, comment, talk to us, contact us if you need anything. Our social media are open. Our team is ready to answer your question, and I'll be here most of the day to run around with you as well. Any question will be around. So without any further ado, let us open this session. And thank you very much for watching and everyone for being along. Hopefully we're going to have a wonderful day together. Thank you very much. And let me introduce our moderator to carry on with the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jabba, for the introduction. I'm Ahmed Rubete. I'm going to be your moderator today. We're just going to have a discussion about what went well before, during, and after the Black Lives Matter movement. We have some panelists here, so if they could introduce themselves, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Lilian Uwimana, and I work within DBI as a human relation manager, but I project manage as well. This a CIC called Jabulani, and I'm happy to be here and speaking to you.
It's good to have you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Hadu. Actually, my name is Hadil Zain, but since it's a very long name, I go by Hadu. I am here today, and I would like to thank you for such a privilege and opportunity. I'm here today as a Sudanese Black African passionate researcher and advocate for human and labor rights.
Thank
Who
you very
resides in
much.
Plymouth.
Thank you. Thank you. It's good to have you. So, should we start by getting to the discussion of what we think, what went well before? Maybe we could start with what went well before the Black Lives Matter movement happened, and then we could go on with during and after. Does that sound good to you guys?
Yeah.
We're all ready.
Well, let's kick it off then. So, what do you guys think went well before the whole Black Lives Matter movement began?
Maybe if you tell us who you're asking the question to.
Oh no, whoever wants to take the stage, but we can start with you then. What do you think went well before the whole Black Lives movement started?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ahmed, and thank you for moderating this session. And my greetings to my esteemed panelists I'm with here today. It's a great honor to be sitting on this panel with you. We've known each other for a while, and as I say, it's a great honor to be here and having this conversation. That can be already the first thing what went well. A year before this, we won't have a chance to come and say, let's review. What does it mean, Black Lives Matter? It's having this space to have this conversation going on. First of all, and most of all, that's what I say, my biggest achievement to see we're getting a chance to have a conversation. And even better, having a young moderator, a person from young demographic, young people who are, you guys are, you were the one at the forefront of the Black Lives Matter.
Yeah.
Because I remember very well when it happened here in Plymouth, where we live, it was a lot of young people from all walk of life, all races confused. Everyone was there, but mainly were young people. So I'm glad it's a lot of young people, and you're the one leading us today, moderating this conversation. So
Yeah.
that's for me is already a big plus, because I'm seeing the young demographic embracing or stepping forward, taking things in their hands and deciding which way to go. That will be my first one. Maybe I can introduce myself on another element as well as the introducer, as the managing director of Diversity Business Incubator. Also, I'm an entrepreneur myself. I'm more involved in the business sector, the economical sector of the society. I'm really passionate about that element, seeing the economical change within our Black communities. And I'm on the, as a team, we are at the front of this conversation. To the point with our banner, even we always ask individuals, why are you not working for yourself? The purpose of it is to create that financial resilience, economical resilience. So the Black Lives Matter, what has it created as an impact within the economical field? I can say what went well if the conversation has started. I'll start from there, and then I'll leave my co-panelist to comment. Otherwise, my passion will get on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a brilliant answer, Jabo. Can we move on to Lillian? Maybe give us an idea of what you thought went well before the whole Black Lives Matter movement.
I don't know if I can say before the Black Lives Matter movement or maybe after, but I think the whole movement just shifted something very, very important, which is the acknowledgement of individuals feeling like they're worth whatever they do in every walk of life. Their lives matters. Something happened in that moment that made everybody feel like, especially from the Black community, because that it was for us. So it made us feel like we matter, and if I matter, then my life have to have an impact, which means I need to do something better than what I was doing before. So for me, what went well, if I can begin before I look into other people's life, I'm beginning to look into my own life. What did the Black Lives Matter impact me? It impacted me in feeling like this is the moment where I have to use all the skills that I have, all the knowledge and understanding and knowing that I have to make a difference, to start looking from within outwardly. And that changed everything in my life. I think the year has gone really fast, but really well with the pandemic, with everything that went on. We keep moving, we keep advancing, and as Jabo say, the most important thing is having you as a moderator, moderating us, asking us what went well, and it's our responsibility to really know that if something has to go well, it has to start by us, and the movement start by you going forward. So I think it has just stirred the passion. It has stirred the way forward. It has given us a voice. It has given us that feeling of knowing the time is now. And if we are not doing something about it, no one will do it for us.
Thank you. That's another brilliant answer. You kind of shifted into what went well during as well as before, so I guess you've answered both of them in one, but thank you very much for that. Hadu, would you like to give us a quick rundown
Well,
of what went well before?
I'd love to, but now I don't even know what to add to what Lillian and Jabo said. But if I got your question right, we are supposed to tell what was going well
Beforehand, yeah.
before the movement.
Yeah.
So okay, I'll be the pessimistic one to say that nothing is well actually. I reckon that Black Lives Matter was and I'm quoting George Floyd's "I Can't Breathe." It was a trigger. It was the trigger, and all in all, I see the movement in two folds, actually two extremes, as an eye opener at one end and a slap on the face on the other. Let's take the positive side first and talk about how it was a trigger and eye opener. The non-breathing feeling, metaphorically, was taking place long time ago. Structural or institutional racism is an day-to-day fact of life. But having said that, I reckon that the movement has really helped us take aside and look at things properly. all the world has considered and reconsidered how racism and discrimination on a day-to-day basis is taking place. If I am to talk business and economy, as I said, I reckon that the movement has had a positive side to it, because people started to think about what's happening with minority and, for example, Black businesses all over the world. Why is it almost non-existent? What are the barriers? What are the as I said, what is it about institutional racism, opportunities allocation type of thing? And if we could take just a look around the world, we could see that, for example, in the US now, there are talks and actions towards financial autonomy, towards granting opportunities to minority groups, entrepreneurs, startups, and who knows? Maybe soon we could witness a renaissance of what was once called the Black Wall Street. If I am to talk about here in the UK, in the last year we have witnessed that, especially here in Plymouth, there are very positive actions and way forwards for BME business support coming from different institutions, DBI being a pioneer. So yeah, I reckon that the positive side of the movement, or one of the positive sides of the movement, was just, yeah, making people take a stand and look into how things are, and taking it in a positive note to how can we make this thing better. Yeah.
Perfect. That's 3 great answers there. Very in depth and went into the discussion really well. As this is based on business, what do you guys think went well during the Black Lives Matter movement and when it was all happening? As you know, it was a very confusing time for everyone. But on the business side of things, as this is to do with business, what do you guys think went well during Black Lives Matter movement to do with businesses, especially the BAME businesses around the community and around the world? So if we could start with Lillian this time, please.
Thank you very much. What went well? How do I think said it well? Sometimes being optimistic but realistic as well. There are so many things that we need to learn from what is happening right now to what was before. And we have to understand that there is still a lot to be done. There is still a lot. I mean, I don't even think we have scratched the surface. But what is really reassuring is that we're here and we're talking about it. And when people start talking about a thing, it means that that thing is subjective to change. It's going to change, and it's going to change for the better. And we have to understand that change comes with process. It will not just appear. You are asking a good question. What went well? What went well is because we're here and we're talking about it. What went well is that this discussion has been going on for now a year. And there are people who are taking steps. As Hadu say, the representation even here in Plymouth is starting to take shape under the umbrella of organization like DBI. It wasn't there before. Maybe it was there, but it wasn't as recognized. And now it's starting to be recognized. Now people start to think that in the BME community, in the minority community, people can strive for they have been striving for the better, actually. There's so many people that have been striving for the better. Is that recognition? is that knowing, are they really performing to the best of their ability? And when I say that, I say, are they having the same opportunities? Or are they having a lot of struggles along the way that makes the whole process difficult? So now we are breaking this down. Let's start from the beginning. How can we make businesses strive for the better? How do we support businesses who don't have startups, who don't have money in the bank, who have barriers in culture, in knowing how to do things differently? How do we support that so that we can go forward, not for the benefit of only us, but for the benefit of the community, the society we're in, for the benefit of the young people behind us who are looking to see who's doing better in their own community. So what went well during or as the Black Lives Matter happened is the awareness of knowing we exist, we are here, and we are here to make the place we're in a better place. The world is shifting. We can't do nothing about it. You know, as many people cannot breathe, as many people cannot have the opportunity, but there is a movement that says we matter. And if we matter, if I matter, if you matter, your business matter, your economical situation matter. When you can send your children to school, they have eaten, they have clothes on them, that matter. And that cannot happen if you're in poverty, if you are struggling. So it's the whole shift of behavior and understanding. And for me, I think that there is a long road for us, but there is a better road, which is because we're going together, because we're doing it as a community. I think we're gonna get there. That's what I think has happened, in my opinion. I can go on if you if you give me chance. I can go on, but let me leave it to the other panelists to pick up the question as well.
Thank you very much. Is there anything you have to add to that, Jabo?
Yes, yeah, thank you. During the movement, when Black Lives Matter happened, what went well? I'm liking it because it tends to change my thinking. I'll be looking, say, what was the problem? What was, but you're asking me what went well, so I'm diluting. I'm kind of like finding to keep going on that positive note. Yeah, a lot of things went well during that day. One, it was the discipline. The passion was there. The anger was there. Let's not forget, as I do mention it, that I can't breathe. I was suffocating myself. Whenever I was seeing that, up to today, whenever think about it, I feel suffocated. I'm still feeling emotional about it up to today. Because that can be me tomorrow. That could have been me there yesterday. And this can be happening again tomorrow to my children if we don't do anything. So that I can't breathe resonated really, really deep with myself as an individual. Yet the expression on the day, there was still that the anger was there, the bitterness was there, it was there. Yet there was also how can I call it? More organized ways. There was no violence. There was no animosity. It was more a peaceful protest. It was more of a expression of that anger in a civil manners. No responding with the same animosity like the same person who was kneeling on an individual killing him. That was a big difference. As on a human side, I can say what went well on that day, it was the discipline. I'll talk about what happened in our city in here in Plymouth, maybe, where we were. And around the world, it was more peaceful march and peaceful expression of that feeling of a conflict. In terms of businesses, a lot of businesses contributed. Not only contributed in terms of presence. People were present, but they also contributed in terms of their contribution. Self-Akingi, for example, beans were given. There were some people who donated black beans. There's some people who donated Hy-Vees, water, and all that to support the movement. So there was that economical support need was there, and it was met by the community itself. Didn't have to run to say we need help with ABC. You know, the community itself come together and responded to that need. Few people took the lead and began say we're going to be making sure there's safety for everyone. People were going around checking. I remember very well Hadu's husband going around, making sure everything is well. No one is in danger. That's the community giving themselves up for that. So you come with all what you've got, and if need to be, they will need more of economical support on that day. People would have given without any doubt. So a lot went well on that day. Yet, let's not forget we're during the pandemic, right in the middle. And then there was that conversation where you'll have individuals trying to distract from what is the moment we are in, like the feeling, like that time of expression of what was happening. And yet people come saying, well, are you not finding this is the reason you're going to be spreading the COVID to everyone? You are killing everyone now. You had people making that comment. Because you're protesting, because you are marching, because you're expressing your feeling, they say, no, you are causing more death by because you're enduring the COVID. And I remember very well, that was the question the journalist asked me when interviewing me. Oh, don't you think you're causing more harm by marching because we're in COVID? So it's like forgetting about what you're feeling and everything. No, because it does not concern, it does not hit the core of their body for them. It thinks like, no, the more side was more with that challenge of the COVID. What if the person say, I can't breathe? It's not just because of the COVID, it's the everyday life. You are suffocating every day. So yeah, there was a lot of emotion on that day. And there was, it's still there. It's still there. It's not gone. And yet there was a peaceful gathering. There was a well-managed gathering. People behaved well. And up to today. So that's why we're having this conversation. So what went well on that day is the compassion, the passion everyone was expressing in a good manners without being the same animosity way of expression like what the person who killed George Floyd was expressing on that day. I'll say for me.
Well, that's a very in-depth answer. Thank you. You can tell the passion's still there year on, but that's a good thing. So, Adi, would you like to give us a little insight on what you think went well during?
Oh,
I know I keep coming to you last. Sorry, so it's hard.
no, it's definitely okay. So I was fortunate enough to be part of the to participate and be part of that day. And what I can now reflect on is that actually I arrived at the event late, so I was kind of at the back observing everything in front of me. And just a mental image is that people would just stand back and realize that this is Plymouth. It's a melting pot. It does not consist of one race or one person or one nationality. So how about looking at this in an activist way, in a pragmatic way? This day, I believe, made people think that we are different, yet we are one. But we are very different. How are we going to tackle that? What are we going to do about it? And as Jabu and Lillian said, a very positive side of it is that we are here today. We're discussing what have been going on for this last year, and this wouldn't have happened and wouldn't start if not for last year. Yeah.
So I think we had a bit of technical issues there. So, can everybody hear each other? Or
Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear you.
do you like how I'm finishing off what you're saying, or did?
Well, I just ended it by saying that being here
Well, did you
today,
finish? Sorry,
four of us, yeah, is a
connection
very
went.
good proof of that last year was a success. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're having some technical issues with the internet, and
I think.
now they're back. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much, Adi. Sorry.
Thank you.
So speaking on that, so instead of talking about, I know we're talking about what went well before, during, and after, but I thought I'll ask a little question just to separate that, and we can. That's still about the conversation, obviously, but I just thought, well, I'll ask a different question so it doesn't seem like we have to have just strict question and answer, as this is a discussion. It's not just a question and answer. So I wanted to ask, what do you think the fact that people started supporting Black Lives Matter movement and black businesses as a good thing? So, like, for example, the Black Pound Day, or like the influencers all posting it on their social media, like when it was going on. Do you think that was a good thing, or do you think it was a bad thing? We'll start with Hadi this time.
Okay. So, what is the question exactly? I kind of forgot.
Do you think so? Obviously, while the Black Lives Matter movement was going on, do you think it was a good thing that people started to support black businesses and the movement when it was going on? And like, for example, Black Pound Day and like influencers and people, social media, like celebrities and people like that posting about it. Do you think it was a good thing? But whereas on the other hand, there was a lot of backlash about all of it going on, people just posting it for the sake of it and things like that. Do you think? Just what do you think about that whole
Okay.
situation?
Okay. If you're talking about the socioeconomic part of thing, I think that, as I mentioned earlier, I could see that the movement was an eye opener. Like you said, it was all over the social media. Everybody was taking part and trying to contribute to the movement, and this, as I said before, made people different. People at different levels. If you're talking about community, business owners, policymakers, business support agencies, they all realized or started thinking that, okay, there is something called minority or black businesses. Where are they? How are they doing? Do they exist? What is stopping them? What are the barriers? And I think that this thing helped kind of developing a system, starting with, okay, realizing that yes, there are such businesses. What do they need? Do they need support, advice, financial autonomy, opportunity, recognition? And luckily, things started to move, or to start basically. And we could see endeavors of, for example, business support going around the whole UK and especially the southwest. For me, recognition as a start is good, and promising because it involves lots of activities and action taking place afterwards. So if one thing, we are now recognized. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. Jabba, what do you think the influencers, celebrities, and also the influence on Black businesses and you could say the Black community after it happened, so or during the Black Lives Matter?
Thank you. You touched on a few points or mentioned a few names, and even had you mentioned one earlier on when you're talking about Black Wall Street. People don't know about it. They never heard about this situation. A thriving economy was happening in America from the community, the Black community, and it was burnt down. It was called the Black Wall Street. Many years down the line now, we're still looking at that element, that economical power coming from the Black community has always been a struggle. Today, with the Black Lives Matter movement starting, it has tilted a little bit that concept forward. You mentioned the Black Pound Day. Before this, if you mentioned such concept where it's going to be that day of Black Pound where you spend the money in businesses owned by Black people, buying from individuals in the Black community, inter-trading. Before the Black Lives Matter, if you mention that, you'll be crucified.
Technology. Oh, there you go. You're back.
Am I back?
Yes.
Apologies, sorry.
It's raining, and the internet is getting wet, probably. we need to get the sunshine, and then it'll dry up, and maybe it'll work better.
Yeah.
So yeah, as I was saying, this Black Pound Day movement. I see my internet is telling me it's playing up. I don't know if you can hear me still.
We can hear you now, but we wasn't hearing you a while back.
Yeah.
I will pick up the question, I think, because probably the internet is not stable, and I'll pick up the question and then I'll carry on. Yes, what went well during, or maybe is the influences or all this recognition good? I think they are. I think with the movement, if you don't have people who influence that movement or talk about the movement, especially when they are followed by hundreds and thousands of people, the message won't get through. And I think, as Hadu said before, we're being heard now. People are hearing us, and is it because influencers has posted things and posted the posters of Black Lives Matter movement talking about yes, that's part of it. The part of talking is good. The part of recognition is good. The part of having a Black Pound Day is good, and it makes things easier, I think, for those in that movement, because they have their voice and they feel like they're not alone. On an economical side, like I will give an example in America. I don't know about in England, but in America, Black people started to feel like they need to support the businesses, the black businesses, and buy from black businesses owners. So instead of going to buy in the other shops, they supported their own. So that's as well as making the other people recognize us. How about we recognize ourselves as well, recognize our fellow businesses and say, let's support them. And that is something I think all the voices contributed to making us understand that it can be done by us as well, from us, to drive this movement. And I just love that the whole, it wasn't even just going to the race saying that it's only the black influencers. We had influencers from all over the world who were talking about it. We had people in power who were talking about it. Where is he right now? Maybe it's not talked about as it was before, but there is a movement, and the movement is going on. And I think it's up to us to make it better. I'll keep saying it's up to us to keep striving. It's not easy. It's just the beginning. 1 year is not gonna make a big difference. The difference is that we're talking about it. We keep saying it. We keep going. Even celebrating this 1 year as well, it just makes a difference, because it makes that voice coming back again and reminding us that we're still on the right path, going into this change that's gonna carry on. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Well, we was in and out of that conversation, but from what I heard, it was a very good answer. Sorry, we're having a few technical issues here, but it's nothing that we should be able to sort out. I wanted to ask you, Hadi, what do you do, and how do you think the movement influenced your workplace, if it did in any way?
So to answer this question, I would prefer to actually just to give you a background. I do lots of things, so but I would like to attempt to this question by as Hadi the researcher. So for over 6 years now, I've been a labor rights scholar. Basically, my work is around domestic work. That is a big part of the informal economy in Africa and all over the world, except this part of the world, obviously. So what I tend to do, what I'm passionate about, is to look into something called decent jobs. That is jobs that have all the going by the book or by the law in every single aspect of it. So what I've been trying to do for over 8 years now is that to look into labor rights and in the informal economy where jobs are definitely not decent at all. So giving you this background and taking into consideration the Black Lives Matter movement, I am very sad to say that people still can't breathe over there at the end of the spectrum. They are still facing day-to-day injustices, institutional discrimination, inter-race discrimination. They're being discriminated by their own employers who are also Black. And this is alone is a wound that has to be opened and healed. People are still suffocating, as Jabu said earlier. They don't even know if they're eligible for rights, let alone claiming their rights. And sadly, this is happening to millions and millions of people all over the world. So if I am to speak from where I am, where I stand, and what I do, it's a very negative slap on the face. The movement would be a slap on the face and a reminder that things are not going well,
Mm.
and we should really do something about it.
Thank you very much for that. We have oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, I was just sorry. I was gonna come in that one as well. Thank you, Amanda, and thank you, Adu, for that mentioning. I think we go in that scope of employment as well, where there's that as Adu been talking about decent jobs and the spectrum, the two ends of the spectrums. What we're seeing currently, and I've read it somewhere where they're saying the Black Lives Matter has helped in organization to reshape themselves and reviewing their demographic percentage of staff members and so on and so forth. We're having this kind of like a rush of demand for individuals from just because of the color of the skin to be a director here, to be a trustee here, or to just go into the company for that purpose of just because you have a different skin tone. Yet that imbalance is there, as I just mentioned. Education is not there. The capacities sometimes they've suffocated you on that element where you know there's that structural racism or accessing the next level. It's all together. It's embedded together from education, from primary school, what you've been taught and all that, even the system of English education. How does it build up our children to become the one taking the lead and become responsible? While today we're having this rush now saying they want more Black people to be on the top. There is that discrimination still existing. So this movement, or Black Lives Matter movement, is an opportunity for start having this conversation without hiding, without sugarcoating the truth. We need to be talking about it. How are you expecting the person you've kept them on the floor, you've kept them on that job on the a warehouse sweeper for the past 10 years, you never looked at their promotion. Suddenly, you want them to come in your board. What's that all about? Oh, we need more people in our board. Our board is too white. It has been too white for the past 30 years. And then you expect that she's going to pick from the shelves. Here you go. Well, we have a Black person on, and that's it. A star. The movement has caused that shake. Yet it's going to have to be. We need to talk about it truthfully. We need to express it the way it is. We need to stop lying to ourselves. Or having that saying, you've been given a position, then you feel I'm more superior. I'm more, how can I say, I'm moved class. I've moved to another class. And then the way I do just mentioning, race within ourselves in our communities, within
yes.
ourselves, the Black people. How do we treat each other? How do we discriminate? What's the discrimination between? So you think because I'm on this one, then I'm not like you anymore? So BME businesses we're talking about. I just I saw a question coming in earlier on from David, where he's asking, has the movement brought any visibility or obvious difference for BME business owner?
I was literally just about to ask that question to Lily. I was going to say, have you seen? We had a great question here from David from Plymouth Hope, and he was saying, has the movement brought any visible or obvious differences to BAME business owners? So, Lillian, would you like to answer that if you can, please?
I think Jabo was going to go in and answer it as he was just passionately. Let me let him breathe a little bit, and then he can give us a proper insight. But I think the question is good. The question is good. the visibility, the visible, obvious difference for BME businesses owners. We're trying to say, you know, this conversation is on a more positive side, and it's so difficult to find the positive when there is a lot of things that are not, you know, haven't changed, or maybe we haven't seen the shift. We still struggle the same way. We still you still you know, working 10 times more than you should, just for like, for a little, how do we call it in French, they say miette, for the you know, the little scrap on the floor you're given just to be there and keep quiet. The visible, I think a visible change, a visible difference. As I said before, I'm just going to try to talk about it as I feel it and understand it. I think as I said before, this is a process. It is a process to change. Hadu has said it so well because she's a researcher, and I think a researcher goes into the in-depth. So she goes into inside and find those things that no one else, like people like us, don't see on the surface. And the thing that makes me feel like hopeful is that it is a process. It is a process that's going to produce. So what is going on right now, we might not see the result probably in the next 10 years. We start to see positive result from what is happening right now. And we said in this conversation, we said the opportunities, you know, you take someone who hasn't been exposed enough, who has been born into the life of hustling, and put them on a board of directors somewhere, and you are putting them there because there is a movement and the institution are telling you to put, you know, to diverse your team, or you feel the moral obligation of putting someone in a position so that you can align with what's going on. But what you forget is that that person has to be molded to that position. They may operate and they may have great outcomes. So they might be there as an imposter, or they might be there as a statute, and they might nod, and then they might say yes, but probably will not contribute to that change. Because if I come in an organization, what I will start from the beginning to see what is governing this organization. What kind of opportunity are you giving to the minority? Are you looking into their values? Are you looking into what they're bringing on the table? So I'm gonna go into the inside of the organization to see if they're doing the right thing. Not only me sitting on that board, but seeing if they're doing the right thing. But if this person have been picked and is not well equipped to be able to make a change in that same organization, I'm sorry to say that we will be here 20 years later speaking about the same thing.
Yeah.
How about we start by empowering? So how to say it well, even within us as a minority community, how about we start empowering ourselves? We start looking into the younger generation, making sure that they're having opportunities as small as they can be. Are their voice being heard? What kind of differences they have in their mindset? Are we using that difference so that they can bring it to the table to change the game? These are the things that are done from the grassroots, from the beginning. You cannot come and impose a change on people. You have to first go in within the system to make sure that that system is working accordingly. So for me, I feel that for us to see this result, this good result we're anticipating, for us to see the process going on well, let us do the fundamental thing.
Yeah.
Is facing the problem that we have already, which is the problem of understanding each other as our own community. Then looking at our strength, looking at our weakness, spotting the differences, and starting from there. The flame will come from us. The difference will come from, I know that we need the world to understand it, but let us do it first. Again, if you have a chance, wherever you are, just voice it, say it, not be ashamed of or scared of saying it. It's a movement. I mean, David, I don't know if I answered the question. As he makes a difference in me, it has. It has in me, and whatever I'm doing, it has created people to feel like they can do it. Few, one or two or three, but it is good because it is a process. It is a process, and let us not forget that we might see the result in the next 10 or 20 years, maybe our children or the children of our children, but it will happen. I don't know. Did I take a lot of time? Sorry about that.
No, we got plenty of time. It's fine. That's good. That's a very good answer. Did you want to add anything? I know you're eager to speak, Jabal, but are you gonna?
Yes. Well, I was gonna say thank you for Lillian for coming in to bring back that positivity in. Because I was gonna say obvious difference. No, not yet. Not yet, because we're still on that same challenge economically. Financial instrument or the bank way of lending money, it's very discriminatory, and it's known by the British Bank. What are they doing about it? They're still learning. They're still studying it. They're still trying to find. It's very discriminatory. You go to a bank requesting for fund or for finances. So let me make a little picture of how it works. Individuals from the black community, let me talk about just the black community mainly. We start our own businesses with our own money. Small the way it is, you start with that. Your capital, your startup capital is very low, very, very low. And this most of the time is borrowing from families. That's why you find sometimes the Indian community are doing better, the Asian community are doing better than the black communities, because they interlend money to themselves between them communities. The mainstream lender, which is the bank and the finances system, have not got this facility to favorize how to lend to the black communities. Two, we don't have mom and dad bank either, because my mom and my dad did not bank here in England. You cannot find their track record. The children of this generation, for example, they'll be getting a chance because we've been building that track record here for them. First generation of business owners from the black communities, they build it themselves. So when you go to a bank and the bank asks you for a track record, there isn't. You haven't got a track record here. Means what? The machine will spit you. There's no going to give you money. You are high risk to be lent money to. Your tree generation is not known. Your family, your name does not come in there. Two, you need a guarantor. You need someone who will say, I know this person, and I guarantee if he doesn't, I will. Find that in our black community. Who guarantees for who? It's not there. Yet the financial system does not see that, and they don't accommodate it. They're like, well, if you don't get a guarantor, well, fetch for yourself. Even getting a house is a challenge for some people in our communities. Lack of guarantor, a homeowner from the black community. You have to go and find someone else from the white community, a friend, not even a relative, it's a friend who has, it goes all that long way. Those are the economical barriers we're having in terms of business owners. So we start already with low or non-capital to start with, compared to if you look for a counterpart from a white community who has mom and dad bank. If mom and dad bank cannot, they go to the bank mainstream. They'll lend them, and their mom and dad will guarantee it. We don't have that. They already get that, and they start the business with that. So you start your business. We're talking about this. I just remember the story. We had a conversation we had with another friend of ours, and she was saying how she started a cupcake business from her kitchen, and her neighbor did the same. This neighbor cupcake business went flourishing, and she was making a lot of money. She was taking holidays and so on and so forth. And the other one was like killing herself. Why my cupcake I'm not being successful? She down to the line, she didn't realize the person had a chance. They sent her to USA to study. Mom paid for the ticket to go and learn how it's done in USA. They lent her money to get a sales team behind and design the whole thing. Yet you are the one person running the whole department, from sales to marketing to strategy to HR. You the all. And you're the one lending the money. If you're lucky, maybe the husband and the wife will be there to lend their money as well too. That's the imbalance we have in the society. So, answering to, has the BLM movement brought any visible or obvious difference? Not yet. Not yet. What we have is that hope. It has shaped that conversation we can start having about it, saying, these are the challenges we're having. I can tell to the bank straight in there, listen, look at my track record. And I can bring someone else of the same age, put their name in the system, and see who you're going to lend the money to, me or them. We've done that. Excel. There's big difference or impartial or that gap between the spectrum. Those who get lent the loan and the facility to start businesses from the white community to the black community. And then they looked at the startup businesses. There's a lot of individuals from the black community. We start businesses. We're passionate. We want to see it change. We want to do something. But lack of sometimes capitals or that oxygen to propel us forward, you ended up unfolding. While in the white community, there's a less starting, yet they're thriving. So the death rate is different. So yeah, answering the question, there's no obvious difference yet. The difference is the conversation is just starting. And I'm excited about having this conversation already here today, because it's going to stay in our head and we're going to continue with it. So yeah, that'll be my answer to that question.
Thank you. Hadi, I wanted to ask you, because you're going to be leaving us after the break, I wanted to ask what are some of the things you'd like to see in the future with the Black Lives Matter movement? What do you think we can do to, well, not just us three, but everyone, to make it better, maybe? Or what do you think? What do you want to see in the future through this whole movement?
That's a very good question. Before answering that, I just want to, if I can, to contribute to the question raised by David. So just to sum up, Lillian and Jabu did an awesome job. Just to sum it up, it is a process, as Lillian said. So also, as Jabu said, I think it's really early to see a visible or obvious difference. We need to test that definitely by research, of course, but not now. But having said that, we should be grateful that, as we all said before, we are now acknowledged, we are seen. And this is I think this is the first step of the process, is that since they know us now, they realize that we exist, it's on us to take it forward. And Jabu opened one of the wounds that have been suppressed for a very long time. So I think we should, the process should continue with us picking it up and addressing these challenges and challenging ourselves before the other community about how can we make us more visible, and how can we express our needs and get them addressed. saying that and picking it up from there, what I would like to see happening is this process, which started by recognition and acknowledgement. The next thing that I would like to see is that a revisit and hopefully a restructure of the system. Institutional racism, inequalities, discrimination, patriarchy, glass ceiling. These are just a few things of the things that we are facing on a day-to-day basis. Interracism, diversity, these are all nice talk, lovely cliche words that we are using, but are we seeing anything? No. So I'm here now advocating for a pragmatic way of revisiting and restructuring the system.
Yeah.
If we don't do that, then we will just be talking and having these nice get-togethers. So with action, please, action. Once we revisit and restructure the system, once we acknowledge what really the BME community need and want, then we can take things forward by addressing these needs, providing the direct support, the direct advice, financial autonomy, be it business support, business opportunities, training, education, employability skills. Yeah, so I would say that let's do it. And I would like to quote Mahatma Gandhi's infamous "Be the change you want or you wish to see in the world." We are the change. That's why we are here today. That's what has been going for a year now. So let's just build up on this. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Can I add on?
Yeah, of course.
I like that quote, Hadu. I know it's not from you. It comes from Mahatma Gandhi. Be the change. It makes me feeling like, I am a change. I am the change, and it's an everyday walk of life. You are the change. Lilian, you are the change. You're the one making the change every day. It's so exciting to see this passion coming again and again, and it gives that confidence, feeling like you're not on your own doing these battles. We're all shaping and moving forward, and really, I like that for that comment
on
from.
screen.
So
you.
the other one thing I wanted to add on as well, what went well, I can say, I'm just coming back to that, what went well and what we are seeing going well today is, I don't know if it's just the Black Lives Matter movement, but also the pandemic causing it. There is a lot of new startup businesses or individuals from the Black communities who are exploring how to work for them, be their own bosses, or being the change. They want to bring a difference. They want to do something different. I'm seeing a lot of appetite of startups, and these startups, they are kind of like defined within their own culture. What used to be known was mainly the culinary experience or the food industry. That's where you could find a lot of individuals bringing their own culture, saying, I'll do Sudanese food, I'll do Eritrean food, that was more element of doing that business and culture together. Nowadays, it's taking more a better shape in that way economically. We have a lot of, especially young talented, they're talking about expressing their culture through the drawings. You have artistic expression and vivid, really, really vivid, demonstrating a culture in the positive element. And they are really coming out with it. It's no longer that way of diluting it, saying maybe people will not understand it. No, it has crossed that element of people not understanding it. It's how you as an artist expressing your own culture. I've seen young talented people doing jewelries in the ways of how their ancestors used to have jewelries, or having those patterns expressing their cultures. You go back history, we have some communities, they were even doing the tattoos on their bodies, not the tattoos, it's more embedded within your skin. The way it was done in some African countries, where it's there on your body to express your culture. Or when someone sees it, they say, well, you come from this tribe, you come from this culture, these are your values, this is what makes you. So you're finding now the young generations who are using that knowledge of their culture, feeling confident where they're coming from, even the way they do their hair. It's so amazing seeing come in it. Before it used to be trendy, or you find someone saying they shave this side and leave the hair on this side. They don't understand what does it mean. It does in the culture. They don't understand where it comes from. Or I'll have my hair in this color or this way. I'll have dreadlocks. It was not used as a cultural expression and economical ways of doing it. It's starting to see a day these days. We have a lot of businesses, I can call them, with financial return on it, activities which give financial returns, which have the culture embedded in it. So individuals expressing their culture. So you're having a lot of these ways of demonstrating it. Now also in the cinematography or movies, really movies are coming up with people expressing their own culture. It's no longer I had to make a video, a movie which is around what the society will understand. No, it's what is my culture and how can I put it out there. I was having a conversation with a gentleman. I think he's from Sudan as well. He makes movies. He's come from he studied here at College of Art, and we're talking about the story, your own culture, and putting it out there. With the Black Lives Matter, it has pushed individuals saying I can express my culture, and then I can use as an economical return out of it. So yeah, I'll say the BLM has also pushed that to see the culture coming. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. We wanted to say thank you, Hadi, for joining us. And do you want to give us any way people can reach you if they need to, or do you want to just give it?
How can I do that? Sorry, I'm I'm very social media ignorant.
You can just say it, or you can say it and we'll leave it in the comments so people can see.
Maybe I can just leave my my contact information on the chat.
Yeah.
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 Would that be okay?
Yeah, that would be perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Jabu, you were talking about the Sudanese filmmaker. I think you're talking about Tariq al-Makki.
Tariq, yes.
Yeah, he had the Songs of Solitude movie being screened. I think 2 years back in the Refugee Week.
Yes.
Yeah, Tariq al-Makki. Yeah. So on a leaving note, I just want to repeat the Be the Change quote. I would like to leave you guys with this quote, and I would really like to push things forward on a pragmatic note. Let's just not talk. Let's do something. And this I think this already started today now with us gathering and talking things. So just let's take them on and forward, please.
Yeah.
And of course, thank you very much for having me.
Oh, no, it's been brilliant. Thank you very much. You gave some very good answers and questions. Has anybody got any last words before Hadi anyway, mainly before we go on a little 10-minute break.
Oh gosh, for me, it's I'm so honored to hear. I haven't seen Hadu for a while. I think the pandemic has just made people vanish from everyone. So it's always empowering to be able to part like what the pandemic has done to us, or just being physically apart and not connecting. And when you reconnect, you see that the person who was there have even evolve even more than you saw her before. So for me, I'm really, really grateful for you, Hadu, and the work that you're doing, and for representing us as women. I think it's very important. We owe that to our girls. We owe that to the younger generation to see people like us who are talking and making the change, and doing it very, very positively and pragmatically. And I think the way you conclude earlier about saying that the change has to be pragmatic, and it has to happen not just in a talky and thinking that this is just going to happen like this. We have to really go into it, and I agree with you. But the most important that I was going to say, thank you for holding the space. Thank you for being the change that needs to happen. And thank you for being a woman of dignity to do it with grace, and being here and contributing in the way
I'm going to cry.
No, it is important. For me, I feel like when I see the difference that is happening, it gives me that peace of mind at night when I go to bed, saying, you are not alone, and just to let you know, Hadu, you are not alone. We are in this process, and we're gonna come out well equipped and well to make the change that needed. And our girls, the girls that are behind us, they need to see that we are having the courage to do so. So I just wanted to say it, and to say thank you very much.
You're welcome anytime. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We've got a couple minutes before we're going on a break. So if anybody has anything else they want to add onto the conversation we just had, maybe Mr. Jabo, if you've got anything else to say, just to summarize what we've just spoke about, and then we can go on a 10-minute break.
Definitely, yes. Thank you very much for letting us. I'm thirsty. I'll need a cup of tea soon. So thank you for telling us we're gonna have a break. This is again. I'm gonna just bring back to let people know this is a hackathon, a whole day marathon we're giving ourselves. It's a challenge. We say we're gonna do it. It's an important thing. I know we're all busy with everyday life, but if we take a day to say, let us remember what we were last year. We did. Everyone came on the street. Let's do it again this year. We're out on the street today, live on our social media all day long to talk about Black Lives Matter. And thank you again to Lillian as well, who just mentioned about the culture of thanking. I think we have that challenge with ourselves within our Black community. We seem not to be able to acknowledge and pamper each other or lifting each other up. You've just done something amazing here when you were talking about Hadu and how you see her. Not you were reading the script, but you're mentioning from your heart. That will make the whole difference. And then it gives me to think about, to quote Maya Angelou, a great woman, a great poet, a great mother. She's the mother of a nation. She's I take her high, and she was saying it's not how you do or you give to people, it's how you make them feel. Start feeling. You can give me $1 million, but if you don't make me feel worthy, it does not make anything. And how we make feel each other. And it comes to what Hadu was mentioning, racism within our own communities, because we're not giving that gratitude to each other. We're not valuing, we're not lifting each other up, we're not pampering up. And it comes back to the economy. But the Black Pound Day, buy from my own. Instead of seeing individuals opening a shop next door and start feeling like it's a competition, I need to do something for them not to succeed. I'm not buying from them because they are so and so, they're making money. No, we need to change our mentality. We need to start being able to start supporting each other, feeling, making me feel worthy, making each of us worthy. That's the change we're going to be bringing. So that supporting, from moving from inter-racism or inter-discrimination, let's do inter-supporting, inter-trading, inter-loving, inter-supporting going forward, because that's where it starts with the human mentioning. And you just like I was mentioning with Tariq Al-Malik with his film, amazing guy with his talent, really, really great guy with his talent. He makes a lot of movies, and he's very talented and he's expressing it through his culture. So there's a lot of things we're going to talk. So I'm sure when we come back from the break, we'll get a chance to talk about other businesses, with like the black farmer with his sausages right in the middle of London. He paid for a big poster. He's promoting his business, but all he was saying, Black Lives Matter, right in the middle in London. That's what we're talking about, the economical impact. So I'm sure we'll get a chance to talk more about that when we come back from the break.
Perfect. So I think we've covered the first section very well. We've had some very good answers from the whole of the panel, and some in-depth reasons and answers to what they personally think went on during and before the Black Lives Matter movement. So when we get back, obviously we can talk about what we think happened after. We can talk about other things to do with the Black Lives Matter movement. But we've got to finish a little bit. But
let me be cheeky. As we have a few minutes, yeah. We didn't ask you, Armand, yourself. How could we send the question to you
as the moderator?
Well?
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I think before the Black Lives Matter movement happened, what went well was not much, like as you guys were saying, because it was more things were happening and no one was really paying attention to it, and it's been going on for years, the whole Black Lives Matter movement, and it took something so drastic and like upsetting, like for something like someone to get a knee on their head, for something like that to happen, to actually switch the world and change it to a whole movement wasn't great, because beforehand no one really, well, it's not that no one was doing anything about it, but there's people doing things about it, but no one took notice of it. But it took something like someone to get something like that to happen to them for this whole movement to start. So before, I could say what went well wasn't a lot, because nothing was really happening. But during, I think it just brought everybody together. It brought people that wouldn't come together in the first place together, and it made people realize that it takes something like this to just switch the whole world, which it did. So it got people involved. It gave people confidence. It gave people that wouldn't really have a voice, it gave them a voice, and it was good to see everybody come together for something like this. And I just hope that we carry it on for the years to come, because it's obviously just begun. As crazy as it sounds, there's still so much to be done. So hopefully, it all just gets sorted as soon as possible. But it may take a few years, but we've started somewhere. So yeah, that's my opinion so far. Thank you. So yeah, we're just gonna go on a little break until 20 to 10. So just go get any refreshments you may need. And Hadi's going to be leaving us, so thank you very much for joining and taking your time out of your morning to help us with this. It's been great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would have loved to stay, but duty calls.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Thank you for having me for this short time.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hadi.
Thank you very much, and good luck. Bye.
Thank you, Ahmad, for moderating.
Yeah, if anybody wants to watch over the first bit of this discussion, you can go on Instagram and it gets recorded. So for people asking if they can watch it back, yeah, you can. So thank you very much.
Okay.
And I'll see you guys in about 10 minutes.
I
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. We're back after our 10-minute break. So our panelists is just going to be me and Jabo, by the sounds of things, as the other two panelists have got other things to do. So we're going to just carry the conversation on about what we think, what went well. We'll start off with what went well after the Black Lives Matter movement, and yeah, so I'd like to bring on Jabo if he's on with me, so he can answer the question. Hello, Jabo, you okay?
I'm good, thank you.
So yeah, so as we're going to carry on the conversation from what we just had, the discussion we just had. So I'd like to start by asking. Actually, I'd like to start by asking what motivated you to be part of the panel today.
Thank you very much for the question and for the time again. So what is start seeing this opportunity? Oh, not only that, but how can I rephrase it? There's this situation we always find ourselves in where something starts, and when it starts, it's full of passion, it's full of fire, it's full of momentum. And suddenly the momentum disappears. And I was just looking back a year ago, we were all out on the street. And on that day, even it was raining or sunny or snowing, we were still going to be out there expressing that emotion of what we saw on the television. Let's put it clear, a black man being killed by a white man, knee on the neck, and he was saying, I can't breathe. But that created the whole spectrum of movement going on, because it was not just the physical killing of that element saying I can't breathe. Everyone was shouting, I can't breathe on the school, I can't breathe at my workplace, I can't breathe in the society I'm in, I can't breathe on this, I can't breathe on that. That was just last year. A year has gone. What have we done with it? So that stopping being static or complacent or boom and bust movement, when I saw this opportunity of for us to come and have this hackathon or this conversation, this all-day marathon, I signed up for it. It's challenging, it's bruising. I'm sure by the end of the day, probably I'm not gonna be having the voice anymore, but it's worth it. It's a marathon. When you run, people run marathon for different causes, and physically you get bruised, you get tired, you get all that. You prepare yourself for it, and it's just that for that momentum, for not to be lost of the cause you're fighting for. So what motivated me to come here is keeping the flame
Lit.
of that passion of seeing a change in the society, especially for the Black Lives Matter movement to continue. That's what motivated me to come here today. And most of the time it was like because I saw a lot of young people are keen to it and want to contribute, and I'm like, yeah, I'll bring my contribution as well. So yeah, that's what motivated me to come to this marathon.
Cheers, thank you. So would we like to get into the what went well afterwards, after the Black Lives Matter movement? Or it hasn't finished yet, I guess, but you can say the aftermath.
So
what went well, like of the
what are you saying? What's the question? What's the aftermath
of
that day?
Of that day and just the whole movement in itself.
Yeah. So it's the how can I call it? That underneath fire you see within the society. It's not It's not a flame anymore like it was on that day, people on the street and everything. But the movement has continued. The changes have continued. The shaking has continued. In the business element, I can talk about, because that's the sphere I perform in most of the time, the economical part. You're seeing a lot of awareness. You're seeing a lot of questioning. You're seeing a lot of boldness. Individual who are running businesses starting to question, why this, why that? So the aftermath of the Black Lives Matter is that boldness we're seeing in the video, is that opportunity of being vocal, and that chance or that capacity of knowing I can stand for my right. I can stand and say no more knee on my neck, or get that knee off my neck. I'm talking about the economical side. It's the aftermath of the movement, the Black Lives Matter. That shock, that element of that day. That's what I'm talking about, because Black Lives Matter, it's continued. It's a continued movement, and it's not me. It's not someone else who's going to stop it. This is it's beyond individual capacity anymore. This is a whole movement going on. Like it or not, it's still going to be here in 10 years, because it's a movement. So it's no longer an individual who can stop it or shape it or direct it or divert it, or no, it's something which is moving and has shaken the world. Some streets have been changed, have been renamed Black Lives Matter. Out of that, some streets have been renamed out of individuals through who have been causing or part of that Black Lives movement. So the aftermath of it, it's quite enormous. We're just feeling a little shock of it, and it being a movement, that's the exciting part of it. It being a movement, it duplicates. It's like the waves on the sea. When you drop a stone, you see the first round, but the replica, that duplication of that sound, they get bigger, bigger, and bigger. So this is just 1 year, and it's just doing that little move like this, where we get the chance to come and share a day or having this marathon. But as well, economically, we're talking about, as we're talking about this, individual thinking about it. What's my right? How can I stand for my right? What if things are being stopped? How do I say no when my rights are being trespasses, or when the individual does not realize they're obstructing my progress for their discriminatory position? So the aftermath of, to answer your question, after Black Lives Matter, it's a 1 year run. I will say it's the circle of that ripple of growth, and we're gonna see more of it. I don't know if I answered the question.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, you definitely went into it a bit more deeper, but yeah, that's great. And do you, add into that then, do you think that companies really supported the movement and organizations? And do you think they were just, or do you think they were like, so if you think that they really supported the cause, do you think they were quick to jump on the Black Lives Matter movement, like on the aftermath of things? Are you getting the question?
Yes, I get a question. I'll answer it this in a few ways, and I wish some of my colleagues were here. Some of them could not make it today, like some lecturers in businesses could help me, or those researchers. And then Hadri was here earlier on as a researcher. Maybe she would have helped as well on this question. I'll answer them maybe in 3 ways. Now, companies, when you say companies or organizations, you have companies owned by black people, and then you have companies owned by white people but have black people working with them, and then you have the institutions, those like the city councils, like the government itself. They're big player in the economy. They're the big buyers in the economy. If once you become a supplier, let's say you are a supplier to the city council for their services, it's massive because they are the big buyers. If you are a supplier to the government, you're in good business. So you have to look at the institution like city council or the government itself, even every department. Let's say Department of Work and Pension or Department of Education or NHS, supplier to NHS, big money. So these organizations as well, they are in economical players. So I'll tackle it on those three angles. Do companies owned by black people supporting the cause? Do company owned by black people supporting the BLM movement? I won't speak for everyone. The majority, I'll say yes. Because it's a cause which not only relates to their own perspective of life, but also it's a voice which has been starting to sound on their behalf and the challenge they go through. So like earlier on, I was expressing with accessing to finances. There's that challenge. The BME, the black communities have challenge to access finances compared to the white counterpart. That is there, and you cannot. Anyone who says different, maybe we can always challenge us. As I say, it's open for everyone to question. But you can look at the report from the British Business Bank. Their last report was, I think, was around February. It's called Alone Together. That's a good title of it, actually. Alone Together. It's a British Business Bank report. Access to finance for the black community is difficult. Has a lot of challenges. So when this movement is expressing it, this Black Lives Matter movement is part of it. When they are saying, I can't breathe, when George Floyd was saying he can't breathe, he was talking about as well the economical person who's running his business and cannot access, he does not have that oxygen. He can't breathe. How are you going to run a business without capital? Because the finance system has not been able to give you that facility. That is the one we're talking about. I can't breathe. So do companies owned by black people support it? Majority, I'll say yes. I'll give a second example, and I was talking about earlier on the before we took the break. One of our colleagues here in the Southwest, he's got a farm. He had this farm for a long time, and his brand is called Black Farmer. Wilfred, his name is Wilfred. But his brand is called Black Farmer. He was the first black farmer in the Southwest. Probably maybe the first black farmer in England. Successful farmer. Someone who's farming with return and everything. A successful farmer from the black community. His brand is called Black Farmer. And the way he's been demonstrating or showcasing his support to the Black Lives Matter, he used his positioning currently in the society. He just launched new sausages. You can check them on Black Farmer website. Maybe when I get a chance, I can put it in the chat. He uses financial capacity. He launched the new sausages. He launched a new line of product, and he took that opportunity because he was going to do the marketing anyway in London. That's where his customers, most of them are. Canary Wharf, most of his customers. He put his sausages, talking about his sausages, but on that big panel, he was saying Black Lives Matter. The sausages you could not see much of, but it was more that the Black Lives Matter was very prominent on it. As you're coming into London, coming from the M25 from south coming in, South Road, or the M25 as you're coming from Heathrow. Let's say you're coming from Heathrow, coming in, not coming from the other side, from Kent. No, you're coming from Heathrow way, entering in London. As you're coming in, you find a lot of pillars with posters, big panel, you know, them digital panels.
Yeah.
It cost a lot of money to put your poster there. He put the poster there, and he also says Black Lives Matter. That is a statement. That is demonstrate how companies, how businesses owned by Black people, they're supporting the movement and they understand the purpose of it. There might be others who haven't seen it or haven't understood it yet. So I'll say yes. The second one we're talking about is businesses owned by the white communities, and how do they support this cause? It goes back again to the individuals. So you'll have some who are supporting and some who are not supporting. And of course, you'll find, again, that same mentality, mindset, racism is still there within the institution or within the society, because the business is owned by an individual. The business does not just exist on its own. Apart the third one, we're talking about the government and the those corporate and those institutions. You have majority, I'll say, are supporting the cause because it's a human right. If someone cannot breathe and cannot have the oxygen, everyone feels it. And then it's about seeing, you know, economy. It's you have to be creative. You have to be to stay alive in this economy, in business. To stay an entrepreneur, you have to have a creative mindset. A creative mindset is a mind which adapts to the everyday challenges. So now we have this challenge saying the society mentioned, well, individuals from the Black community are not having much of opportunities as their counterpart in the white community. As a business owner and a creative business and a thriving entrepreneur, you'll take time and review and saying, my company, how does it reflect that challenge I'm seeing out there? So yes, a lot of businesses from the white owned by white individuals are embracing it, are supporting it, are putting mechanisms in place, and some were out there as well, marching as well with within the Black Lives Matter movement. A lot of them. You have big chains, companies who are have decided to take the stand with it and be part of it. And I can see simple example. The one I want to come, which may be relevant to many people, is football. Football is a business, massive industry. It's a business, and they decided to still taking a knee before every game. That is the support. So answering to that question, the company really support the cause? Those are the few examples. Lots of company are supporting. It's just few of them who are still not getting there. And then the third and last one I want to touch on is the institutions. You hear a lot about institutional racism, institutional discrimination. The system, the mechanism, they say it's a huge machine which takes time to change. It is adapting itself. It is adapting and it's embracing. And again, at the helm of each institution, you have an individual attached to it. I'll give an example of that. One of the organizations we work with, the Southwest Business Council. It's a large organization. It does not belong to an individual. This is an institution belonging to the city or the region, the Southwest region. It's the Business Council. We've been working closely with them since the Black Lives Matter. I've been talking to their leadership, and they really want to see what can they do? What is the difference they can play? And simple example was showing that support. Wherever activity you put there, they tweet it, they retweet it, they talk about it. Other organization I can mention, even the Plymouth City Council, we work closely with them. There's been that review. Where are we going with it? So answering that question, do company really support the cause? I'll say majority yes, through the example I've given.
Perfect. That was a great answer. So that was definitely a great answer. I wanted to talk about something that you run, Jabo, yourself, here at DBI, as you are the managing director. We weren't able to do it last year due to COVID, but every year you do the awards evening, which obviously, as you are, as we work at DBI, you're at the forefront of putting the Black and BAME businesses to have a voice. I guess you'd say you're the voice for the people that don't think they have a voice, especially with the whole movement that was going on. And when you do things like the awards, it gives recognition on all these sorts of businesses. So would you like to talk about that for a bit, and how you think it affects the Black Lives Matter movement? Ooh, you back?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah,
My internet is playing up. My apologies.
Yeah, it's all good. It's working.
Yeah, sorry. Recognition is something we do within the diversity business incubator. So within the company, myself and my directors work together. We have that drive of putting recognition ahead for being, so to get the individual to be recognized. Those who are in business, what they're doing, to be recognized for their positive contribution. So we run the Black, they call BME award, the business award in the Southwest. And last year we could not do it due to COVID. We're looking forward to doing another one next year, early next year. We always do in January. So yes, we'll be doing that and nominating and giving the award. But let me come back to the reason why we put it out there, why we created it. Why do we need to create another award if the already existing award in the city? Well, the simple question is, how many people from the Black community in the Southwest have won a business award? That would be the question I'll ask for everyone asking that question. Go out there, ask them. As a Black business owner, when the last time you got an award? Yet every year, it has been going for many years, they do city award. And you don't find Black people in there. So we create this award. You don't have to wait for other people to celebrate us. We have to celebrate ourselves. And that's where the BME award comes from. And it has been a success. And it has been a wonderful event. So until COVID stopped us, we were now our 4th edition. And it's amazing. And you get the support for all across the communities, all across the society, all across the businesses, supporting it to happen. So that recognition, that award is to recognize success, to recognize businesses, to inspire the next generation to be successful. And that success, it comes with responsibility. And that responsibility, among the things we were talking about earlier on, in terms of entrepreneurs and business owners, it's when there is a cause, when there is a movement, or there is something the society is calling upon it. You as a human being, as a leader, as a business owner, how do you act upon it? So tomorrow, for example, let's talk about, it's no longer about Black Lives Matter one. It's not about the individual or Black people on that one, but it's let's talk about disability. Let's talk, maybe it's about gender orientation. And there's a movement around that. yet you are not supporting it. That's not being, how can I call it? An entrepreneur. As I was explaining, you have to adapt to the society. You have to embrace. You have to be part of it. You cannot be a standby and looking as it's passing by you. No, you have to play part of it. So that recognition is given to those who play part in the everyday life, and it's amazing. So the next edition is coming, as you said. We have a next edition coming next year, 2022, January. Soon, the survey will be going out. They'll be looking for scouting for those who are going to get the award. So yes, we're looking forward to that. It's all to do about giving a pat on the back and then encourage individuals to thrive.
Yeah, definitely. I think adding to that is I've been to a few of them as we know, and I think that is great to see somebody giving people opportunity to, as it is, it's quite extravagant, as some people would say. Obviously, it's a nice hotel. There's red carpets. There's cameras. There's people walking around. There's a 3-course meal. It's good to see people having that opportunity to be able to go places like that, and it's good that you're pushing that so that people can feel that they actually are achieving and getting recognition for things that they've been doing for a long time. And it's good to see that you're doing that for the community and giving people opportunity to feel a bit feel good about themselves, and just so it's great. It's great that we do that.
Give me an idea. I'm just thinking about it. Maybe we can do an award dedicated to the Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
individual or business. So never know. Watch this space.
Yeah, I think there's definitely more to come, and next year there'll probably be a lot more other businesses that have started up in the BAME community, and hopefully they can win an award and they can get the recognition to carry on doing great things. But as we wanted to say, there's more questions than we wanted to add on, and I just wanted to think so after the whole Black Lives Matter movement and what's going on now, do you think anything, I'm trying to think of the question, do you think anything needs to be put in place for it to carry on and for us to carry on moving, so people don't just forget about the whole situation of Black Lives Matter afterwards? So what do you think, what do you think are the best things to keep the movement going after the whole, not after it because it's still going on, but after the aftermath of the situation?
So I think it's amazing just seeing like such event happening. It's all to do with the conversation, and everything did break down because there was non-conversation. There was no communication going on. What I'm hoping, what I'm seeing, and what I'm wishing to continue to happen is this open conversation, moving away from that fear of talking, of expressing yourself or your opinion and how you feel, fearing you're gonna be shut down, fearing you're gonna be sacked from your company, fearing take away that fear. We need the conversation to continue, and it's both ways. It's not like an individual will say he's fearing to say something because they don't know how it's going to be taken. Now, I'll take an example. You have people saying, well, I don't know what to say to you because I don't know if it's going to be offensive. I don't know if it's going to be racist. What's the fear about it? Say it, and then if it's wrong, you get corrected. In a workplace, if you feel there is a discrimination, it's not by fearing and hiding it that discrimination will go away. It's by expressing it. It's by saying it. It's that courage. The world is made by courageous people. You have to be courageous and say it. And this is what we talk about when it comes to discrimination, racism, particularly. Discrimination is across the 9 strand of protected characteristic. So you can be discriminated against your faith, your gender orientation, your all that. The common solution or answer is speak up. The taking the knees on the ground when football happening is speak up. In your workplace, wherever it is, if you find there is, or if you feel there is something which is not correct, speak up. So this conversation is really, really, for me, I'm seeing a way forward. I'm hoping we'll continue to have the conversation. I'm hoping it's not going to be once a month, or once a year, whenever we're celebrating 1 year or 2 years Black Lives Matter. I hope, I'm wishing, we're going to have this conversation of Black Lives Matter more often. Let's talk about it more often. Let's express about, let's find why it happened and how can we move on. So the conversation, I think it needs to be more prominent.
Yeah, definitely. So that's a great answer as well. Again, I wanted to touch on. So I know we're looking at more of the solution and what went well more than we are the problem. I'm thinking, what do you think of the side of things where the problems were and the bad sort of things that came from Black Lives Matter movement, for example? Do you think when there was riots in America, did you see when there was riots and people's shops getting banned and things like that, that sort of reaction to the situation didn't exactly, I know they were trying to get a voice and be heard, but I don't think by breaking down other businesses, it was really getting us a voice by doing that, because it's not really a solution. That's more of a problem side of things. And even the same way you've touched on the football where they're taking a knee, but some people are still getting booed while they're taking a knee. So there's obviously still a problem there, as well as there's a solution to the problem. There is a problem there still, because there's people getting booed for taking a knee. There's shops getting burnt down. There's things like that was going on. So I just wanted to touch on what you thought about that situation and the problems there.
Yeah. So the unfortunate situation, the booing, it's still shocking time. Difficult to understand why. Even the rioting.
Yeah.
It's not by destroying the economy. That is when the jealousy comes in. You breaking someone's shop, or you stopping their trading or their economy to grow, hoping that's how you're going to express your voice. So you see, a rioting has a purpose of distraction so that people pay attention.
Yeah.
And here, as you started very well saying, looking at the positive element, a positive rioting is when you're succeeding economically. You're disrupting the market. Like the simple example I gave, Wilfred can afford to put on a billboard in the city and put Black Lives Matter. He's the business, or his own business. Hey, no one gonna come telling, it does not go with the company, so we're not paying for it. No, that is disruptive, economical disruptive. That's an economical riot. It's not a riot in destroying, it's a riot in building. And that's what we're looking for. A strong economy, strong Black individuals from that community with a strong economical positioning. Where when you see a discrimination, when you see an individual will not get the position or a place, a workplace, or an employment because of their color of skin, you take them on board and give them that job. But you're not doing it because of the color of the skin. You're doing it's because of the capacity. You're doing it because of the knowledge, because of their culture. And again, we might go on and long talk about the reason of employment and all that. But the difference one we want to see or we talk about is this. You mentioning about the riots and the negative impact or these violences against the economy most of the time whenever there is expression of certain movement and BLM. And as coming back to England, especially, I'll say it went really good. It went well because there was none of that on a bigger scale. There might have been just few shuffling in maybe London and Liverpool. I can remember well. I think Liverpool, Manchester, and London. That's where there were glasses broken. Yes, it's still not acceptable. But in America, it was on another scale. And if you have to understand as well, we are on two different scales of discrimination between England and USA. It's in USA it's totally on a different scale. So responding to your question, using an economical distraction for expressing an opinion, it's never been an answer. It's never been an answer. One, you are hurting even the individual who's trying to stand up themselves. You're thinking you're hurting the whole economy, but you're hurting mostly the person who is building that economy. So you have to take into consideration. You have to take into consideration that person. It has taken them long time to build to where they are. But because of your opinion, you want to express your opinion, you destroy that. It's a livelihood you are destroying. That's not the right way of doing things. The right way is by building economy stronger. You play a role as a contributor, as a positive contributor. You become as well a successful business owner. Let's move from that connotation of the society happening. And yes, you can go on and on to talk about that. Where, for example, they see a young person, like say, for example, you, Armand, if you were seen in town driving, let's say, a Bentley, at your age, being black, no, it's few people who will say, oh, that's a successful business person. Society and connotation and that mentality of the side they're gonna go, he's probably, if he's not a footballer, he's a drug dealer.
Yeah.
Why cannot be the inventor? Why cannot be any other type of business he's doing? See? And that's what we're talking about, that disruption. It has to come to a level wherever. So big cities like London and Manchester, it's still few people might think that way, say he might be a drug dealer. No. They will understand that this is probably own a big business. He's probably own a successful business. I'm not saying big business. I'm talking about successful business. He can be a YouTuber. He can be a TikToker and make that type of money. He can be a representative of Rolls-Royce. Why not? And he's riding in a Rolls-Royce. But the society, that discrimination has been embedded within our economy to the stage where when they see a black person exhibiting economical success, you get pigeonholed where your resource comes from. So this movement, Black Lives Matter movement, to continue and transcend to the next generation is by changing that mentality. When they see a black person exhibiting economical success, not being pigeonholed of negative income or generating ways of his income. Where there's that equality. Why is it when they see a young white male driving a Bentley, they don't say he's a drug dealer or a footballer? And his dad must have left him a business. That's the conception, isn't it? His dad must have left him a business. He's probably, yes, there is that, add that. But when it comes to a black successful young person, you'll get the negative connotation. So the best way is the economical resilience we need to build in our community. And the movement to continue, it has to have this strong economical resilience. You have to have successful individuals. More than 1, 2, 3, 10. We need 100 of type of Wilfred. Thousands of those who will stand and say, for this movement, I am loud with it. So even if you are booing, I'm not changing my course. But if you are booing and you're the one who's the purse holder, then I'm in trouble. Can you see the difference? It's all to do with who's the purse holder, who's the financial, who's the one with the oxygen. I can't breathe. It's not only I can't breathe physically. There's that economical breathing. If I can't breathe economically, if I'm struggling economically, that needs to change. That's the Black Lives Matter movement. The change to come from I can't breathe to I am breathing. Sorry, I might divert from the question.
Oh, no, it's fine. Following up with that question, I wanted to ask, in your opinion, what will it take to ensure that this generation of emerging Black leaders make it to the top?
Wow, that's a big question.
So like you were saying, with me driving a Bentley around, it's not just, they can't just, small-minded people can't just whittle it down to being a footballer or a drug dealer. Maybe, what do you think, the Black leaders, especially the young Black leaders, how do you think they're going to make it to the top, and especially with the Black Lives Matter movement, to ensure they make it to the top, actually? Not how do you think they...
Yes, well, it's a big question. It's a big question, and thank you for that. I think we touched on it with my fellow panelist earlier on, and I think we've just touched again with that appreciate or celebrate each other. What we'll take to ensure is our mindsets changing, where we have to celebrate each other, where we have to appreciate each other. It starts within our own communities, between ourselves, Black people. If I see a young person coming or thriving or stepping up, duties is to support, appreciate you, celebrate you. I don't wait until you are on that top, the other spectrum of the success for me to start celebrating you. No, I need to celebrate you on your early stage. It has to be from there. So for me to answer this question, I'll say what we'll take to ensure is we need to celebrate more these young leaders. We need to appreciate them more. The rest, you guys have it. You've got the knowledge, you've got the swag, you've got the creativity, you've got everything. And I think most of the time what happens is that not supporting mentality, where we tend to, the society tends to stop you, block you, or fight you, or ignore you, or like that. Maybe it might come from that growth. This my generation, maybe we have seen, or the generation before me, where in the society you were more everything was no. You go to the bank and I have money. No. Can I get a loan? No. Can I get a credit? No. Can I get a contract? No. So you get on that heart, which is full of just the block you on everything, and we're passing it on to this next generation, where we come and tell them, no, you cannot do this, you cannot do that, you cannot do that. It have to change. And I think Black Lives Matter movement is that for that reason. It's between ourselves. We need to think, what is Black Lives Matter? Economically, what does it mean? Am I stopping another person to breathe? Or am I allowing them to breathe? So to ensure that this generation emerging, we need to be giving them the opportunity to breathe, not stopping them breathing. I think that will be the best one. The Black Lives Matter within our self-communities. Let's stop the breathing of the young people. Let's give them the opportunity to breathe. That will ensure we have more leaders from the Black community. Going to the top, it's individualistic. It's up to each individual. And what is the top? It's infinity. The top is infinity. Satisfaction, the curve of satisfaction, for me, I might be stopping here. The other person may be wanting even more. For me, I might be wanting just a Bentley. The other person wants 5 private jets and a big tub, and I don't know. So the top is not well defined, and maybe I can touch on what is the top for me. Is the values. It's those values. What are you doing for the other? That's the top. If you can be among the top people who support, who helps, who do things for others, that's the top for me. That's for me. I hope I answered that question. It was a big question.
Yeah, it was quite a big question. Yeah, you're right. There's a few big questions actually, really. So yeah, we're just gonna get into.
My chair keep going down. Let me bring it up again. That's why you keep seeing me going down slowly. My apologies.
That's fine. So just touching on what you were saying, there's some very good answers there, and it was quite a big question. But yeah, we do want to see thriving, especially young people, get to the top from the Black community. So hopefully we see more of that for the years to come. But I wanted to ask, do organization, companies or businesses have to do you think they would have to release a statement that they support the Black Lives Matter movement from this point forward?
Yes.
Why?
That's what it's about, being bold.
Yeah.
You have to be bold. There is no room of 50-50. I'm not sure. I'll just touch the water and see how it goes. No. You have to know where you're standing. It's not that you have to. It's not mandatory, but morally, as a leader, you need to know where you stand. When you see, I like the simple example I give all the time with the football. Gareth Southgate, he stands there, he says, listen, we'll take the knee. You booing or no booing, we stand with Black Lives Movement. That is what is needed, boldness. The boldness is about the right values in the society. It's the same thing if you are a director of a company and they say to you, we have a challenge with a disability. We don't have enough people from the disability background within our organization. And you just ignore it, or you pretend, or you say, well, I'll wait and see until I see what others are doing. No. Boldness is taking a stand whenever there is something discriminatory. As a leader, you need to take a stand. And if you're asking that question, do company have to release a statement? I would love to see it, because you have to be bold. Release a statement, say what it is about, and make a position where you're standing. A lot of people, unfortunately, we tend to be in between. We tend to be 1 minute I'm on this side with this, the other minute I'm on the other side with that one. It's a challenging in the society. But for me, I'll say a real leader and a really great businesses, they release a statement. Large organizations have done it, and they did it, not only statement, physical statement, they make it happen. Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, he's been loud about it. And then within the organization, you're seeing a lot of changes happening. They are making it happening. It's not just a physical statement. You have a lot of companies that did release a statement that time of Black Lives Matter when it was happening. A year on, what are they saying? See, that's that continuity. That's what is missing sometimes. When everything is high and up and hot, yes, I'm in with you. And then suddenly disappeared. Action has not happened. In my opinion, yes, they should release a statement and they should work towards that. So this year, this is the statement we done. The next year, this is what we agree we're going to be doing. The year 3, this is our plan. People do their plans for the profit and sales and what's the other element? People look at it quite a lot. Companies, they publish their research or their innovation. Company, they demonstrating their innovation. It's a large organization demonstrating, how innovative they are. And then they go back and say, oh, last year this is how we were, and this year on our innovation, this is what we created. Why can we not be innovative and in diversity? Why can we not be demonstrating that? So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's perfect. I'm gonna put there's 2 questions I kind of want to put together. In an organization, or company, do you think that it's okay for these conversations, to have these conversations with colleagues, which I want to put together as in at DBI? If there's the main people you have working there, what sort of conversations do you think, obviously, as you're the managing director, do you think having these conversations with your team and your colleagues is, you think it's a good thing, and it's a good thing to have in a workplace and have a work mentality for them to know that they can feel comfortable to have these sorts of conversations with the people they work with, so that it can spread the message even more? So if you want to touch on that.
Well, on this one, I'll say 100% surely, yes. It is always okay to have a conversation. It is always okay to have a conversation. That's the first point. No matter what subject it is, it's okay to have a conversation. That's the start point. Is it okay to have a conversation about Black Lives Matter with your colleague? Yes. Nothing taboo there. It's all about knowledge exchange. You have a conversation because you want to learn something, or you want to express your view or your opinion. You cannot say because we are at work, we cannot talk about this. I'm not preaching. I'm not converting. I'm expressing my opinion, what I see on ABCD, and you have the same way of having a conversation. So it's a two-way exchange. A conversation is different from a monologue. Have you been in this conversation when it's only one person speaking? That's a monologue. So it's only your opinion that matters. And in business, in economy, in everywhere we talk about finances, a one-way conversation does not work. It's exchange.
Yeah.
I might have a product, I might have a skill, and I'm exchanging it with you in exchange of your monetary, your value, the money you have. And the conversation is the same. So I give my opinion. I have to wait for you to give me your opinion as well. Don't make it a one-way conversation. It becomes toxic when it's a one-way conversation, a one-way monologue, not a conversation. So is it okay to have a conversation about Black Lives Matter in the companies? Yes. Because Black Lives Matter, it's embedding a lot. There is the culture, there is the values, there is the feelings. So when I have a conversation, I just want to have a conversation of Black Lives. I'm talking about, how do I matter to you? Let me give an example. The food I bring at work, is it okay? Or because you never ate that food, does it mean, is it not a food for me? You know about those places. I had this comment and it was really interesting, and I liked it. I appreciated it from one of our colleagues at work, who mentioned, say, oh, I feel comfortable coming to work here so I can bring my food and put in the microwave. No one gonna ask me what's that smell. So imagine you work in an organization and you bring your lunch, food from your culture, and you feel uncomfortable to come and eat there because your colleagues gonna complain, or they never seen it and they're gonna see it on a negative element. That is inequality already in the society, if that's happening in a company. And how do you solve it? Is by having a conversation. The person will explain to you, this is the food of where I come from. We eat this way, that way, that way, and that's what it goes in. And the other person will understand what you're talking about. But if there's no conversation, then there's not going to be ways forward. And again, if it's monologue, let's say the other person say, no, you cannot bring, you only have to have this, then it's not conversation. So yes, definitely it's a needed. And I hope there are going to be more of those conversations in many organizations. And for those watching or listening, maybe again, we are happy to facilitate and come and see and talk with them. How can they have this conversation within their organization?
Definitely. I think you touched on a few things there, which is good, and you gave some very good examples. I wanted to ask you, as a leader, do you give yourself the chance to be heard and seen in your organization?
What do you mean, a chance to be heard, or?
Yeah, as in like your own opinions, because obviously you want to hear everybody else's and you want to have everybody feeling comfortable, like you were just saying about the food, and that's for example. But like, so say, do you see yourself as a leader that it touches on issues, or like gives advice on issues when it's needed, so people can, obviously as you are a leader, people do obviously look up to you and they take what you say probably into consideration more than anybody else. So do you think when there's issues, do you think you touch on them as best you can, and how do you touch on them, and how do you think you try to make someone feel that they can bring up issues, if you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's a big question, and it makes you to reflect and think about it. Sometimes you ask yourself, are you talking too much? Is your voice which is being heard all the time, or is your opinion which is being heard? Or are you giving a chance to hear others? And then when you give others people a chance to be heard, or are you suppressing your own voices? So it's a tricky question where sometimes you might, I'll say for me, I feel sometimes it's my opinion, it's my voice, which is being heard quite a lot. And I'm like, and say, how can I step back? How can I stay behind and make my voice fade away? Let others people voice. And you feel sometimes it's missing that part where you feel like need to guide it this way. Maybe it's the experience, maybe it's the passion. Yes. My voice within my organization is being heard, and yes, it's they hear my voice. But mainly, also being the managing director, tend to be the one giving more of the directives and direction of the organization and the whole kind of like a managing of the organization. And the challenge is as a leader, and thinking this is the other question will be, maybe my colleagues who are going to come after me, they'll be able to touch on it. What is a leader who should be doing? It's your voice. Is your voice to be heard all the time, or can we have that? So yeah, my voice, I'll say in my company, yes, as a leader, my voice it get heard, and I appreciate that very much. And I've seen some things being implemented from the opinion we've given, so we appreciate that very much for being given that chance. And again, in the city, we're seeing some of the implementation of the ideas we brought forward. It's just avoiding that your voice to be heard all the time and not giving others a chance to speak. I hope I answered your question. So I'm really humbled.
Yeah, no, definitely. No, that's a good question. We've got some questions coming in from P-Town Radio, there's some very good questions here. And this one question says, do you feel that Black leaders have an obligation to help other Black people? Is there a point in which that the obligation ends and one can pursue his own professional ambitions? So it's quite a big question there. But
So, well, it's a good question. It's a good question. I don't see why one should stop the other. You cannot be stopping your own ambition and pursuing the purpose of where you're going because you are helping or supporting. That's if I heard. Again, it's different when you're feeling it as an obligation. When you feel it's mandated, when you feel like as if it's a burden upon your shoulder, it's different. This is not an obligatory. It's not mandatory. It's not like it's a burden on your shoulder. Helping, it's embedded within our society. But helping as well, it's not only helping. Is in the case we are having a conversation here on Black Lives Matter, it's standing against any type of discrimination. So you're standing against discrimination. These are the values. By standing against discrimination, you are helping someone. You are being the voice for someone. That's the help we're talking about. So that shouldn't be taking you from pursuing where you're going, your professional or your journey. Your journey is to better yourself and the society. It should be embedded within the whole of the organization, of the company, or the business. That element of making the world better. So, answering to that question, one shouldn't stop the other. You shouldn't stop continuing pursuing your purpose or your success you're looking for just because you want to help someone from the Black community or from your community. It shouldn't be the one shouldn't stop the other. It's a hand-to-hand progress. Because where you are standing, or the profession you're doing, or the path you are following, someone else before you passed by there to pave the way. So you helping or you widening that gap, it helps someone else to come through easier or getting better. Maybe I can take it in a scenario where, for example, I'm trying just to think, a shop owner who's doing his business, or for example, a barber cutting his hair, he's doing his business and cutting hair. And then you come and say, my brother, I'm gonna pay £3 and says £5. And then you accept to pay to give them a £3 cut because you're feeling you're helping. That's not helping. And there's no obligation of doing that. You are not helping at all. And this should change the mindset. And you see, we talked about earlier on, supporting and encouraging. I should be thinking the other way as a customer. I see a brother, a sister who's trying, or I'll come in, and if I have the means, the haircut is £8, I pay £10, I pay £15. That's helping. Because you wanted them to grow forward, you're paving the way forward. They are trying something to sustain economically, to become the next. So you have to be part of that journey, celebrating and appreciating each other. We talked about it with my colleagues on the panel with us earlier on. That celebrating. So it's not obligation to help in terms of bring someone down, it's the help by going up, I'll say. That's will be my answer for that one. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, definitely. We've got another one from P-Town Radio as well. It's Do you see a crisis of leadership in Black communities today? If so, what contributes to this?
The crisis of leadership.
Yeah. In the Black communities today.
Yeah. I'll say yes, there is a crisis. There's a lack. There is a shortage. There is a shortage. Not a crisis in terms of everything is crumbling, falling apart. There is this shortage. A shortage for me, I'm seeing it in terms of individuals with higher integrity. And that element of help we're talking about. Higher integrity in terms of you lay down between two walls so you can be the bridge for the next person to pass. That type of leaders, there's a lack of them. You pass on your rope to the next person so they can climb up to find you, to come up with you. That type of leaders, there's a big lack of it. There's a crisis of it. There's a big miss. There's a big gap. We need to encourage or to have more of nurturing more individuals and more leaders from the Black community who have that mentality of helping, of extending the hand to help the other one grow. And I think this comes with the same question prior, whether you're talking about obligation to help another person from the Black community. No, it's helping and going ahead, not helping going down. Not the type of leaders who, once up on the high, they pull the rug away. Yes, so I think I was just trying to read one of the quotes mentioning about the crisis of leadership. You know, a symptom of Black distance from a vibrant tradition of resistance, from a vital community bonded by ethical ideas, and from a credible sense of political struggle. It's just a quote I was reading. You find that crisis where you have someone who has managed to break through in a certain position economically most of the time. Let's stick in business. Let's stick in that economical business. I've managed to secure some number of customers or turnover in my business. I decided to move from where I used to live, my neighborhood or my livelihood, into another livelihood. That shift. And then tomorrow, once you're not making that much money, you come back to that livelihood you were on, and you think things are going to be the same the way you left it. I think that's the crisis which is there. Lack of those leaders who want to extend a hand to help. Lack of those leaders who are shifting things forward for everyone, not just for certain people. And has Black Lives Matter contributed to this? I think it has contributed to highlight it. He has contributed to highlight that element where we're all in it together. It's not only Black individuals, it's everyone, every human being. Whenever there is this imbalance in the society, we all play a role in there. We have to be positive and developing it together. So I don't know if I answered that question.
Yeah, no, you are. You're definitely answering all the questions. It's fun. We're coming up to our last 10 minutes. So you've answered a lot of questions today, obviously. So maybe I thought we can ask one more, and then we can just summarize what we've done today, and then just past that. Oh no, we've already asked this question. So I think that we can Yeah, this is a good question. This is a good one. Do you think? Do you have a different leadership style yourself? This is aim for you, Jabal. Do you have a different leadership style when you deal with groups that are of all black, mixed race, or with all white people? So, do you change your kind of style of leadership when you're doing both, or do you keep the same sort of professionalism, which I'm sure you do, when you're speaking to mixed groups or like groups of all black people, all white people, or just groups in general?
Of course, it's natural. There are those jokes or those proverbs or I might say, the other person will not understand because they don't understand it. And I was just thinking of what comes in my head first is the song. I think it's Beyonce who sang it. Oh, I can't remember who sang it. And we always laugh about it with my wife. They say, if you don't know how to, when you're pulling your jeans up and you have to jump to fit them in, then you won't know what I'm talking about.
No.
So it depends. It depends. But it's not about leadership. Maybe it might be the way you express yourself. It might be different. The jargon or the vocabulary you are using are different. But the leadership style does not change. The leadership style does not change. The leadership style remain the same because it's the value. You drive, you lead by your values. Fairness, if it's among your leadership values, it does not matter of the individuals, if they're white, black, yellow, if they're disabled, transgender, whatever characteristic the individual will be given. If you are a fair leader, it does not matter of the individual. That fairness applies all across. If you are an honest leader, it does not matter if it's a child you're talking to or if it's an adult person you're talking to. Your honesty have to be standard. So the leadership style does not change. The language might change. The expression might change. The tone of conversation might change. But the leadership style, it's universal and it's embedded. And it's the same if you are willing to help. If you are willing to help, it does not matter the person, what's the color, what's the creed, what they're coming from. If it's embedded in you to help individuals, you'll do that. If it's embedded in you to fight discrimination, it does not matter if the person is black, if the person is disabled. It does not matter. Wherever you see a discrimination, you'll be the first to speak up about it. That's leadership. But if your leadership is defined when you see discrimination and you start looking at the individual first, are they from my community? Then if they're not, I'm not speaking up. That's not leadership. So leadership is made of values. And yet here we're talking mostly with this challenge of Black Lives Matter. And it's a type of discrimination which has been happening in the society for a long time. And that's why we are speaking loud about it. And that's why we are having this conversation, these 12 hours we're gonna go on. So I don't know how my voice is already going after 3 hours.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you did ask that question, saying, do I get my voice to be heard? So I think my voice has been heard, and it'll be really amazing soon when I can be back on the technical and then just being the computer and helping, and I can see more of you guys out here expressing your voice as well. So yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been a great discussion. I think 3 hours was flown by because we've had some very good answers and a lot of questions coming through. But I think that we touched on a lot of the issues, but as well as we didn't just want to focus on the issues, we want to focus on a solution. So we looked at all the things that we can do to better ourselves, all of us. So I hope the people that have been listening have got some knowledge and got just to know that there is still all of this going on within the business side of things to do with the Black Lives Matter, and there's still so much we can do to carry it on and carry the torch on, so that even more younger people, as we were saying, can start businesses, and then hopefully we have many Black leaders in the future. So, but we have had, I think we've had a very good discussion. I want to thank you, Jabo, yourself, for coming on and staying on. I know the other panelists couldn't stay on for the second half as they got other things to do, but it's been a great discussion, I think. And if there's anything else you want to add on just before we go, it would be great.
I was reading in the chat. I've seen they put the quote I mentioned. If you don't jump to put jeans on, maybe you don't feel my pain.
Yeah.
It's a great song, but he expressed it all. He says it all. So there's no point of me talking to you about the jeans of this shape and this size. If you don't jump to put them on, they won't mean anything to you. You won't understand it.
Yeah.
So yeah, when you're asking, the leadership does not change. It's just the language, where you are, the environment you are in. It might be different. So yeah, well, thank you very much for putting that one up. What else can I add on? Well, this has been an amazing conversation. I want to say thank you again. Thank you very much, Ahmad, for holding the space and moderating the session. Thank you to the whole team, which have been helping at the background. Amazing work. I'm looking up very optimistic about the tomorrow because of these activities you guys are putting up and how you're doing it. I'm looking optimistic in terms of I'm seeing a lot of young entrepreneurs coming from the Black community. I'm seeing quite a big change, especially in the Southwest. And that dream of seeing a young Black person driving a Bentley on the street of Plymouth not being cliched straight away, it's kind of like it's coming up slowly. So I'm really excited to see what next. I'm really excited to see the next year. And this movement, Black Lives Matter, has been an amazing opportunity for many people to push that barrier further up. As I said, the egg is broken. It's up to us if we're going to make a scrambled egg, if we're going to make omelette out of it. The only thing we cannot do is trying to glue that egg back together and hoping we're going to have a normal egg again, where individuals say they don't want to talk about Black Lives Matter. The way you have people say they don't want to have this conversation. The egg is broken. There's nothing. You cannot glue it back. So it's about what we're going to do with it. And that's what we're looking at. And economically, especially, I want to really, really emphasize again the economical resilience of individuals from the Black community will be really something good to see. The Black pound growing. We want to see more of that. We need to see more of interlending within our communities. That financial instrument support within the Black community, where we feel comfortable, I come in to be expressing or presenting my business idea without being judged if I'm worthy to be lent because of the color of my skin or where I come from. No, they'll be judged because of my knowledge and what I'm going to be bringing as a return on investment on whatever business I'm proposing. We're talking about things like how do you call them? Seed fund to support startups. We need to see more of that, and hopefully soon we'll see that thriving. And those who are listening or those who are hearing, having those ideas, how can you create a seed fund to support the Black businesses, the minority businesses? That will be amazing to see happening in the future.
Yeah, definitely. I wanted to also ask, so a year on from today, maybe in a year's time when we come back and we speak about the business side of things again to do with the Black Lives Matter, what do you want to see happening from a year on from now with the Black Lives Matter movement?
About 3 or 4 young people who started their own businesses after Black Lives Matter to tell us what has been happening in their journey. I already know 2. One was one of your friend, Ahmad.
Yeah, if you wanted to give him a shout out quickly.
Yes, Ahmad is opening his restaurant on Union Street, I think this weekend.
Yeah, Wing City is opening on Saturday.
Wing Cities, yes. So looking forward to that. And I hope, that's what I'm saying, next year to see that numbers of that people to be there.
Yeah, definitely. So do you want to give everyone just how they can reach yourself, maybe, or DBI as a business?
Yes.
If there's any questions.
Yes, they can reach us to, DBI, Diversity Business Incubator. All our social media are open. Physically, we are based on in HQ building on Union Street. But the easy way to get in touch with us is through most of the time, the email and all our social media. Our email is info@dbi.org.uk. I'm sure the rest of the information about how to reach us at DBI, I'm sure you should be able to have it in the stream at the bottom of the page shortly, where they can show you how you can reach us on all these social media. I think that's the best way to get in touch, social media. And again, I am not on my own. I have a full team working with me. So if you're just looking to reach out to me personally, it'll be difficult, but you can reach to my team and they respond to you as fast as possible. So there you go, DBI UK on Twitter. You can find us how to get in touch with us. On YouTube, you can subscribe and comment. All that is there, or email us at info@dbi.org.uk, and we'll get back to you straight away.
That's perfect. Thank you very much. Like I said, thank you very much for joining us today. And I think hopefully we got a lot of people listening, and like some people got some inspiration from that, and that they can anything's possible, especially if you're from the Black community and you got people like we're saying, DBI to push you, so you know who to get hold of. Even though Jabba, you're a very hard man to get hold of, but like you said, you got a team around you, so you got people that can get the information, and if anyone needs to get through to us, then as you said, you know all our socials and who to get hold of. But just gonna wrap it up. I think we've had a very good discussion, and like I said, thank you again for joining me and answering the questions full with some very good answers. So yeah, thank you very much for that, Jabo. And I'd like to say thank you to the other panelists who obviously aren't here, but I'm sure they'll be listening again. So thank you to Lillian and Hadu for joining us as well. But so yeah, I think we've done very well, and I hope everyone got something out of that. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you, and thank you to the team.
Cheers, thank you.
Are you okay driving at the same time?
Yeah, absolutely fine.
All right. Okay. You can go whenever.
Yeah, so I think after speaking to Alexis at that event, I told her everything that I was doing, I was trying to do with the businesses, and all about inclusivity and diversity. And then at the end of it, I would say, I'm a single parent, and they would say to me, why'd you put that at the end? And I said, I don't want people to think that I've had it harder. And she said, but you have.
My name is Nadia. I am 35. I am a single parent of 2 children. I have a business called Club Combat, which is a fitness business. I have a hair extension and braid business called Natural Weaves by Nadia. I'm doing a master's degree in entrepreneurship for creative practice. And I also tutor. I tutor English as a foreign language, and I tutor teaching fitness and hair tutorials and workshops and things like that.
And when she was trying to juggle being a mum with 2 young children and relying on people, she learned the hard way that not everybody had the same values as her.
And I was scared, and it was painful, and you know, it was a horrible thing to have to go through at that time. And it would have been nice for me to have seen an end result and to go, do you know what, that's what I know that I'm going to come out as.
For Nadia, there was stuff around making choices over how she wasn't going to let that define her.
But she's been determined from day one that she was actually going to make a way on her own.
Come on in. Four minutes. 4 minutes to a diffy egg. 5 minutes and it's too hard. Ruben and Maya. Yeah. Ruben was named after Ruben the Hurricane Carter, who was an African-American boxer. And Maya is called Maya Angel, and she's named after Maya Angelou, who was a black civil rights activist and a poet. And that was like, that's what I knew from birth. I was like, these kids are going to be strong kids, and they definitely are. Your egg and toast soldiers are done now. Right, kids. Are you ready? Oh, did I get the egg perfect?
Oh, yeah.
Oh! Perfect egg. 4 minutes. What have you got for homework?
I did it.
You've done it already?
Wow.
Sick. So well done. That's how good they are. Literally every single night. Have I ever had to say to you, go and do your homework? Ever? Ever? Never. Well done. Play a bit of football? So I've got set things that I do each week. On a Monday, Tuesday, Thursday and Friday, my most important thing is giving the kids their time. That is something that is quite protected. So I give them half an hour and we just do something that they want to do, something fun. I do a lot of stuff, but my most important job is being a mother. So that's the thing that I care about the most, and kids need time. Otherwise it's quite easy to lose your kids to Fortnite or lose your kids to TikTok, to their devices, and although they seem like they're okay, without checking in you really know whether they're okay or not. So we have lots of conversations, don't we? Talk about everything, always. Hash out friendships, hash out girlfriends, boyfriends, everything. We're just really open with each other, which is really nice. Then in the daytime is fitness, networking.
She's got about 10 businesses and studying 500 things. I can't keep up with her anymore.
So we are here at Argyle Home Park for the Plymouth Women in Business networking event. So we are here tonight at the Crown Plaza in Plymouth, and we are here for Plymouth and Devon Hotel for another networking event. We've got networking, we've got guest speakers. This is about an inspirational journey from single mum to CEO. So I'm really excited, and fingers crossed I might get to say hello and have a little chat to her, so that'd be awesome. Let's go in.
We're moving to a very exciting time in history where the world now expects gender balance. So my first experience in Plymouth was I came with my children and I didn't speak any word of English. It's like we recognize champion in the city of Plymouth, and particularly this year we've recognized our 5 champions. We recognize 3 women, and we have one of our champion here today. So it's like today I just walk in and I feel like I was like at home.
Would you like to tell us what you're doing right now?
I am writing down some questions that I feel like I would like to ask Bev. I believe she's been on a potential similar journey to myself, through CBE. I've been super excited to come to this one because obviously we've got kind of a common bond, definitely.
Sometimes you just don't have the money to get the skills you need or the knowledge you need to just go to that next level. And now I really want to put in place all the things. When I was starting out a long time ago, I would really have loved to have had.
It's such a good program. I say whenever I'm at any networking event, and I always talk about it, and they say, how have you got from here? And I always say about IELTS. To me, it's been absolutely amazing.
There have been some really painful challenges for Nadia, really painful, not stuff that you just brush off.
So everything that I've lived and dealt with and been through is a reason why I really genuinely do have empathy and I understand people's barriers. So I was really overweight at one point. I had 2 children. I didn't have the childcare. I was on my own. I was like, I really want to work out, but there's nobody to have my children. I've had instructors that have really took a dislike to me. They've disliked what I was about. They disliked me being in their class. To have that little click where you make people feel excluded, that's not okay. You know, you're there as an instructor. You're supposed to be there to influence and inspire people. So my aim was to challenge your regular fitness class audience and create a more inclusive and diverse fitness movement. So it's not just a fitness class where people come in and they do their class and they say goodbye. It's more of they're part of something. So creating that movement that's accessible to the whole community. So regardless of your social class, I wanted everybody to be able to access it and enjoy it and see the full benefits of it. I realised that a nightclub might seem a little scary to some people, but it's nothing like that. The space is perfect for what it is that I tried to create.
It was like she created such a safe space where I was able to do that. And just that empathy of like, yeah, I know what it's like, it's tough. It's tough.
So yeah, things have changed drastically since we last spoke. The COVID-19 virus was just coming into play, but I didn't think that it was going to affect me as much. But it's affected self-employed massively. My new job that I was supposed to be starting with the WEA, that's on hold at the moment. So there's actually nothing coming in, you know. So that's a very scary time. And during that time as well, I was also assessing, right, what am I going to do? How am I going to make this work? At the moment, I'm in good spirits. I'm grateful that we've got the online option, so it's not like I have to completely cancel my classes. I get to see, you know, my customers, and some of the customers that have joined me that I used to teach that I couldn't teach due to location have also come back, which is lovely.
You know, and that is very much, and what she's doing is actually leading by that example. So her children know in order to achieve anything, you have to work hard, and they get that.
So the reason why we ended up going to Sherwood Church for International Women's Day was part of Plymouth and Devon racial equality. Now, a couple of weeks prior to this, I had experienced some really horrible racism. Somebody started swearing at me, calling me a effing gollywog, telling me to go back to my own country, and just shouting all kinds of like obscenities to me, which was really hard to hear and really took me back. I don't see it all the time. I know that I have directly experienced it a lot throughout my life. I normally deal with these situations with empathy. I feel genuinely sorry for people that they haven't been taught values and beliefs. They haven't had that home education and that school input and whole support network of education instilling those values, beliefs, inequality. So I feel really sad for them normally. On this occasion, I got really upset and it really took me back. And the reason why I got upset was because that could have been my daughter or my son experiencing those kind of words, that kind of hate and hurt. And, you know, I wasn't sad for myself. I was sad for what could kids. So because I've won the BAME Award, Black Asian Minority Ethnicity, and that award within that community has been recognised, I decided to put the two things together. This is that if I'm hurt, then I use it as almost fuel, fire, to progress into something else. So I used this and I was like, do you know what? I'm going to go and make a difference. So I got in contact with Plymouth and Devon Racial Equality. I went to meet them and they were lovely. Moving forward from this, I definitely want to make a difference. I want to be able to educate people. I know that you can't change anybody's mind. That's like a lifelong education of almost ignorance and not being taught those values and beliefs. However, as an adult, you have a choice whether to learn. Learning is a choice, and you can learn about it if you want to. But for children, if you catch them early enough and you really show them the way and educate them in that equality for everybody, then you can really make a difference. And that's what I want to do. That was my reason behind going down to Sherwood Church for International Women's Day.
Single parent has never been something that I've ever labelled Nadia with, or Nadia has labelled herself with. It's just kind of, this is my situation. These are my two beautiful children. I'm the sole parent and I'm running my business.
I've said this lots and lots of times, and I'll say it again. I'm no different to anybody else. I am no different. It's constant personal development. And that personal development, people go, oh, what does that even mean? It's about learning about yourself, challenging your feelings, sitting there and understanding them, and not just saying it is what it is when it comes to feelings. It's actually physically doing your research on yourself. Everything that you think, everything that you feel, understand it and make it your mission to understand yourself. The most exciting project that you can ever have is yourself.
Hi, welcome back everyone. Thanks for joining us again. We're about to start our breakout session with Nadia before we go into the education panel. She should be joining us shortly. Hi there. Nadia, are you with us? Sorry. Yeah. Hi Nadia.
Hello, okay.
Thank you for joining us.
No problem.
How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm okay, thank you. I've had a busy morning so far, but yeah, all good.
Brilliant. So yeah, thank you for being with us. So this session is going to be just a quick 30 minutes, and we want to catch up with you and kind of hear about your business and how you've been affected through COVID and what your thoughts are on the protests last year.
Yeah.
Would you like to introduce yourself first of all?
Yeah, sure. My name's Nadia. I go under Nadia K Coaching. I'm the owner of Club Combat and Nadia K Hair. Used to be Natural Weaves by Nadia, but I've recently changed the name. So yeah, and I'm also an adult educator at the moment for the WEA, which I've been teaching for the last year, but I've just got a new job. That's where I've been this morning. So yeah, very busy.
Brilliant. To start off, would you like to talk about what you've been doing with your business at the moment?
Yeah, sure. So I'll start off with the hair business. That is an inclusive hair business. By that, I've found sort of a gap a little bit within the market for mixed heritage hair. So it was kind of, I've gone to many different places, and a lot of places can't really handle my hair for whatever reason. So, and I also noticed that there were a lot of mothers of mixed heritage children that just didn't seem to know how to handle their hair, didn't know the aftercare, what to do with it, almost treating it the same as European hair. So I've kind of come in and I work from home. And it's all about inclusivity, and I teach when I do it. So I teach the parents, how to manage the hair. And I'm very much a case of, as long as I teach the history of hair, then for me, anybody can have whatever hairstyle they want. Braids aren't just for a certain demographic of people, neither is a weave. So I've kind of brought that together and bridged that gap within the hair for myself, really. It was more of a personal mission. And obviously throughout the pandemic, that was shut down quite dramatically. So then I've got my fitness business, which was face-to-face initially. It was run from Revolutions. That's where I run all my classes. Revolutions for a reason. It has a disability lift there, which is the basis of why I chose to teach my classes there, because I was looking for a venue that will be accessible to everybody. It's dark, so a lot of people say to me, Nad, I don't like to look at my wobbly bits when I work out. So I go in a nightclub, there's no mirrors, it's dark, there's atmosphere, and that's what I'm all about. I like to bridge those gaps for people that have barriers towards fitness. However, the pandemic hit and I lost my atmosphere, my venue, and luckily I didn't lose my customer base. They came online with me. But being online has made me be able to offer them more. It's given me a lot more time. So there's less
less overheads, less running about in the evening, and it works around my children. So I've been able to open up a whole timetable for people now, and it means that I'm not just fixed to location in Plymouth. Obviously, I've got a huge customer base in Plymouth because that's where I started, which is amazing. But I've actually been able to span across the UK, and I've actively been challenging diversity. This from the start. So as I said, I'm inclusive. I'm all about diversity, and I realized that you have to actively embed diversity within a practice if you want it to run and be diverse. I just assumed, because I'm mixed heritage, it's almost like people will go, oh, we're going to go with Nadia because, she's from a diverse background. It doesn't work like that. You have to actively challenge it and embed it. Now, I know that the BAME community, I'm part of it, so I knew that I've got that covered. However, I did have a little struggle with challenging the rest of diversity. So, going for the older generation, which generally, I didn't have within the fitness, going for people with disabilities, because that's what I wanted. So I had to get over myself a little bit and, realize that I'm not being offensive in any way, shape or form. And I have actively been challenging that. And I've reached people that have been socially isolated, hard to reach, and that wouldn't ordinarily put themselves in a fitness category, because to me, fitness should be accessible to everybody, and it's all by the way that you teach. So I've retrained myself to be inclusive. So my fitness practice went from strength to strength, which is amazing. It's still running. I've got an amazing team of ambassadors that I wouldn't be able to do what I do if I didn't have them. They are incredible, and they are hugely diverse, which is just, it's like an absolute blessing for me. So yeah, I'm super grateful for that. Now, because my Just in Business closed down, I still had to work. So I decided to teach through the WEA, which all moved online. So that was my adult education role. And I was teaching mindfulness and well-being, one of my courses. And then the other one was a hidden history of racial inequality. So there was a need for that at the time. I put it forward and I said, would you like me to teach this? And they were like, yes, 100%, it's needed. So all of my courses were packed out. I've taught hundreds of people over the past year, which has been absolutely incredible. And the feedback it's been great, but there were lots of challenging moments, because it wasn't just, 20 to 30 people saying, oh yeah, I'm really ready to hear all this new information that you're going to give me. There was a bit of a resistance, and it's kind of like, there were a lot of people that were like 60s and 70s, and you're talking about, I'm re-educating them. So that wasn't an easy task for me to give them all of this information that they haven't heard before. However, they were very open, the majority of people were very open to hearing it. So I would start my courses by talking about the DNA. So I would show them the DNA test. And people think that because their mums and their grandparents have taught them that they're from this specific place, that they have this narrow lens that they can from England. I'm definitely not from anywhere else. But actually, when you check your DNA, you can be from anywhere in the world, and it doesn't matter. Just because of the color of your skin or the way that you look or what your parents have taught you, it doesn't mean that that's your whole makeup. And I start by that for almost starting to get people to think, actually, if I have been taught this certain way, maybe there's a different avenue, maybe there's more strands to this than meets the eye. And that worked really well. The feedback was amazing, that people enjoyed seeing that first, because it almost opened up their mind straight away. I would talk a lot about the origin of race and racism. We went through the whole history of that, which was really eye-opening. A lot of people were quite mind blown, to know sort of where it's come from. We looked at the history of Africa before slavery, because that was really important to me, just so people don't say, oh, Africans have come from slavery. Don't have that mindset. No, that the place is absolutely incredible before slavery. Yeah. And so that was really important. I addressed people's privilege. We spoke about privilege. That threw up a whole load of conversations in itself, because I'll give you an example. On my course, there were two people from two completely different backgrounds. There was she was 19. This is by her own admission, a drug addict who lived not a great life. And then there was a lady that was 73, and she was from, she lived in South Africa, and she had a colonial background. So, so their lives were poles apart, completely different. When we brought up privilege, it was, you know, a lot of people were open-minded about it, but the 19-year-old that didn't have the best background said, you know, I don't agree. I don't see that point of view because I don't feel like I have privilege. I haven't got a great life. I'm sitting here, you know, I'm still on drugs kind of thing. And she was really open about it, and I really praised her for that. However, it's all about that education, and you have to come from a place of empathy and say, I hear what you're saying. I'm not saying, no, you must listen to my, you know, but hopefully I can open your mind a little bit when I teach you a little bit more history and understanding, and then we roll into bias, yeah, and unconscious bias. So I really challenged on their bias, and I actively asked them to challenge that, you know, because bias isn't just the way that you're thinking, it's your whole external influence. When you're little, what you see in school, how your parents speak about others, you know, your friendship groups, where you work, all of that adds to your bias. So we would speak a lot about that. We would speak a lot about oppression and getting people to understand what oppression is, and how people, you know, certain demographics and certain underrepresented groups feel oppression. And I just really try to open up people's minds and give them knowledge, but in an empathetic, understanding way. So it's been really interesting, and I think my main thing that I wanted to come out of it was, again, give people that knowledge, but also I want people to be able to open up those conversations with their children. So for me, addressing these things starts from the ground up, and we have to start speaking to children and feel comfortable talking to children about race and racism. It was all around us. If we're saying, if you're sat in your four walls with a child, and the adults are going, oh, look, Black Lives Matter again, look at all this crap all over the telly, you're not being racist, but those viewpoints are rubbing off on your child, and they're shaping the way that when they go back into school and they are now exposed to different cultures and, you know, more of a diverse community, it's kind of like, oh, and my parents were saying that on the telly, and now one of them sitting next to me. It's really too confusing. So you have to really address and talk to them in a really understanding way. So I sort of put together a little step-by-step, about 10 little points of how I feel that it's really important to talk to children. And you know, the question that I get asked a lot is when do we start speaking to the children? And I say, as soon as your child understands the word fair, that child took that off me and they didn't say please or thank you, and or they stole it off me, that's not fair. So I'm talking 4 or 5 years old. That's the age when you understand what fair is. That's the way, that's the day that you start speaking to your children. And I'm really big on you know, saying to people, don't be colorblind, don't be colorblind, because that almost says that, you know, I can't see people who are a different color from me. What? It's okay to notice people. Do you know what I mean? It's okay to notice that somebody is from a different religion, different background, different color to you, but it's what happens after that. It's that emotion behind that. If you're like, oh, you know, then that's going to embed that racism. So I say to people, right, start them early. As soon as they know what fair is, explain to them, encourage your child, talk to them, you know, embrace difference. Embrace it. Know that, you know, those people are different, and that's okay. It's great to have diversity. It brings new ideas. You have, you know, it brings excitement and creativity.
Absolutely.
Be mindful. So be a role model. You know, and like I said, actively encourage diversity. So if you are only surrounded by a typical, I always say demographic of people, you know, then you're not really. I think a lot of people, they don't want to talk about it, and they say, I'm not racist because they're not. They don't, you know, they don't use horrible words, or they're not hateful. And I'm not saying those people are racist, but what I'm saying is it's really important to be able to challenge that and to go out and actively immerse yourself in different cultures and want to learn about it because it's important. So I say to, maybe this is a bit deep for small children. I wouldn't say to do this, but yourself, face and own up to your own bias. Yeah, if your family have had this viewpoint on, let's say, travelers, or some people gypsies, or this, that, and the other, then know that, okay, you address that. And yes, that some of that might have rubbed off on you, but as an adult, it's up to you to be able to, you can change that. Yeah, you can change your viewpoint. And I think if you do identify it, then you're less likely to pass it on to your kids. Once you address it yourself. Develop racial literacy. That's really important. So using the terminology, because I'm not being funny. I taught people, like I said, all ages up to 70 odd, and some of them had never heard what oppression was. They didn't know what that meant. They didn't know what racial gaslighting was, and I broke that down. And it's, again, there's no judgment on that. It's really important, because actually nobody really wants to speak about it, because it's all a bit scary and they're afraid to offend people. And I just give people a comfortable space to be able to talk about it. Be honest and open. That's a given for me, always. And tell stories and read books. And I think that's really important for kids. Again, say, for example, you do live a little bit of a sheltered life, but there are other ways of doing it. You can watch things on the telly, you can get books, bring books in from different cultures, different heritage, different backgrounds. Yeah. Be active and not a bystander. That was a main thing that I wanted to come out of the courses as well, is for people to be able to challenge these conversations that have been happening and will be happening for a long, long time, but have the knowledge and the terminology to be able to say, I don't agree with that, and this is my reasons why. Not get into an argument. I never wanted that, because it doesn't have to end in an argument. And I think if you talk about it in a more understanding way and a more knowledgeable way, then you will hit home a little bit more. You can almost change a lot of people's mindsets by the way that you react. I'm not going to lie, I haven't always reacted in that way. Sometimes I do. It depends on the person, but I try and stay understanding, and encourage change and equality. All of that terminology, all of that, as I said, rubs off on our children, and we have to be open and really encourage change and moving forward and equality. Yeah, so that's kind of what I've been doing. I mean, there's more to it. Yeah, I'll pause there for a minute and I'll tell you a little bit about something that I did last week. But yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing over this past year.
That's really amazing. Thank you for sharing.
No problem.
That's really great, especially with education. And that's what our next session is going to be about. So I was just kind of wondering, like, have you noticed a difference since before the protests and after? How has education about diversity and racism changed in Plymouth, do you think?
So I've had good and bad experiences. So my bad experiences, let's start with the bad. My bad experiences have been with my daughter. My son hasn't had as much as it. He's a lot lighter skinned, and I do believe that this is the reason behind it. He is a very sort of kind, chilled out person, but my daughter's not aggressive or anything like that. She's just darker skinned, and she has had no end of racism since being back at school, and they've only been back at school for a short amount of time. And in that time, she's had, a boy has put his hands on her, put her in a headlock, called her the N-word. Yeah, it was horrendous. So the way that I approach that with the school is not the way most people would approach it. I'm an educator. I believe in education, and I believe that's the way forward in tackling this whole problem, pandemic in itself. And so I went to the school and I said, look, this is what's happened. What do we do now moving forward to educate these children? Not this one child. What's excluding that one child going to do? Yeah, it's going to take that child away and show them that that's not right. But it's not enough to say it once. It has to be embedded. It's going to be a whole process to get that child to think differently, not just a one exclusion. So I said, tell me what you're doing. And they've said that they're bringing in the diverse communities police into an assembly. They have had a whole topic, a whole term on the Black Lives Matter. This is within a high school. They also told me that they've rewritten the history curriculum. And I know you guys are going on to education in a bit, but it's by choice. It's a choice of whether a teacher chooses to bring that in and talk about, I don't call it Black history. I call it British history. It's just British history. You don't have to put a colour on that. It's part of real history, but it's of whether a teacher wants to bring those case studies in. Well, that's not good enough, you know. So why are they bringing that in? Why are they choosing? We need to say this is what needs to be brought in, you know. If we're going to tackle diversity, then we have to bring it in. So yeah, so they've sort of said to me, the school has said, can you help us? Can you be on the panel and help us? And I was like, look, I'm very, very, very busy. I would love to, but I want to see what you guys are doing first, and then I'll slot in wherever I can. And of course I'll help out if needed, but it's not going to be down to me, you know. It is you guys' job. So yeah, so it's changed a lot. There is a lot more racism than there was before the protest, 100%. Because of that isolation, you're exposed to a certain viewpoint of your parents and your family's belief, and it's passed down. So I would say, and then, like I said, then we send these kids out, and there might be, you know, it's still a minority, a small mix of people from different backgrounds, and then they're like, oh, and all of that terminology kicks in, and they don't know how to handle it. So yes, it's got worse by far. So that's been my negative spin on it. The positive spin has been that so many more, there's so much more opportunity for that conversation. I read a human book in the Human Library last week, and my topic was race. I kind of said I can hit a number of different topics. What do you want me to do? And it was race. And there were two different groups. So you have to be open, empathetic, and just let people ask you questions. I don't get offended at all. And you know, I want to hear what people have to think about it. And actually, the groups were, I was talking about my lived experience, been through the racism I've experienced, and two people throughout the group, and they sat there and they were like, we find that really hard to believe. I just don't think that people would look at you and have that viewpoint. And I don't see that it happens in the UK, and the UK isn't like America. And I was like, okay. So yeah, so you can't even give your lived experiences to people. If they don't want to learn, you can't fix everybody. So there are people that mindsets are willing to change and they're open to change. And I think that's fantastic. But you can't change everybody. And if those people don't want to change, I prefer not to waste my time on people. I would rather go and focus and find the people that do want to learn, that do want to be educated, and that do have that mindset of, you know, a little bit more open-minded, even though they might have been brought up a certain way. I don't think that there's any excuse to allow that to impact you as an adult. So yeah, that's kind of, yeah, I think it's more rife, definitely. It's more, there's more of it, and there needs to be a lot more education. And things are, you know, certain things have changed slowly, but not quick enough. Not quick enough. Oh, I like him.
No, definitely. Well, I'm reluctant to close the vlog now, but we have reached the end of our time. I want to thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and your experiences. It's been really great to hear.
No worries, no worries. It's been great. I would just say my lasting things is keep the conversations going, keep that education going, and keep talking to children about race and racism and education. And, you know, slowly we can move towards change and equality, definitely.
Absolutely, brilliant. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. It's been a pleasure.
No, the pleasure's been all ours. So we're going to go.
Thank you.
my name's Kylie. I'm a secondary school teacher at a school just outside of Plymouth. So it's not the most diverse of schools, but we do have a very small percentage of students from ethnic minorities, and currently no staff. We're all white members of staff, European. So before the lockdown came in, I was actually appointed as one of the equality and diversity ambassadors within the school. And we had a first meeting of ideas. Most people were talking mostly about the LGBTQ+ protected characteristic, and I was very keen to make sure that the other voices were also heard. And then sadly lockdown happened, so the equality and diversity team came to a bit of a halt. But now that we're back in school, we are hoping to get things moving forward once again. So I'm married to an African man, and we have 3 children between us. One is 9, she is from 2 African parents, and then myself, I have 2 sons that are a little bit older, who their father is also African, so they are mixed race heritage. So, you know, lots of my friends as well are from ethnic minority backgrounds, from Africa, from Pakistan. So it's always been something that I'm passionate about. So when we heard about George Floyd in particular, obviously it took over the news at the time, and when we heard that there was a protest in Plymouth, we were very keen that, you know, that we would have to go and be part of that. Not for myself obviously, but for those people who are in part, the people that I love, my family, my friends, just to show solidarity with them. I saw a few of my students during the protest who actually are white people as well, you know, white British, very local students, and they actually looked quite embarrassed when they saw me. So I don't know if they had much understanding of what the protest was about, or they just wanted to feel part of that movement. So when we arrived as a family at the protest, I was really surprised to see that many people, and actually seeing people from all different backgrounds, you know, standing there together and, you know, sort of saying this is enough now. We need to do something different. Things have got to start changing, and seeing, you know, my sons who are teenagers, you know, seeing them with their friends being really proactive, and, you know, they've experienced lots of racism in their young lives. So it was really eye-opening and quite encouraging. My only fear is that obviously that was a one-day event, and, you know, realistically what has actually changed since then. So in terms of working in education itself, obviously all schools have to, as part of the curriculum, we have to look at you know, making our students better people, creating this awareness and giving them a safe space to learn and to talk openly about, you know, all of the 9 protected characteristics, things that are quite topical in the news at the time. So I know personally I've made sure that, you know, my learning resources have more diversity within them. It's always been there, but I've really gone about making an active point, and I'm really trying to push the focus on different races, different cultures. I'm really trying to put that within the equality and diversity team that I'm part of. And, you know, I know that I'm comfortable talking about racial issues, and I hope that, you know, as we develop our team a bit more, students will know that they can come and openly talk to me about things, you know, whether they are from ethnic minorities or whether, you know, they've witnessed, you know, racial abuse or any across the school. I hope that people, although, you know, I'm a white British lady, I hope that people will know that they can openly talk to me about things. And if I'm not sure of anything, I know that I've got lots of friends and family who can, you know, help me use language, you know, things that aren't offensive or things like that. And you know, education as a whole really start to explore and open up to different cultures, different historical information. You know, my memory of school is we learnt about the Second World War over and over, and yet, you know, there's a whole wealth of history out there from right the way across the world, you know, different leaders, different experiences, and I think, you know, all of that will shape all of our students to go on to be better human beings, really. You know, whether they are from ethnic minorities or not, learning about different cultures and experiences and suffering that people have gone through, I think it's really, really important to help them become, you know, well-rounded people.
Hi everyone, welcome back. Welcome to the education panel. This is our second session of the day. Howard should be joining us in a second.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hi.
There.
You okay?
I'm doing great. How's everyone today?
I'm fine. How are you?
Brilliant. Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Hello.
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 Hello, and very good afternoon.
Is it afternoon now?
I do believe so. Oh, nearly.
Nearly. It's so early.
Brilliant.
Okay. Very
Welcome everyone. Would everyone like to go around and introduce themselves, say a little bit about what they do and your names and everything?
Okay, so my name's Natasha. I'm a social media and marketing manager. I'm also a part-time instructor. I'm a little entrepreneur, but I'm a big advocate for injustices, and I like to speak up about them. I've always spoken up about things that I think are not right within society. I've got two little girls, 15 and 9, so I'd like to think I'm a role model and like to teach them the right way. A lot of things a bit going mental in society at the minute. So and also I'm a presenter on P-Town Radio.
Thank you.
Go on, Tende, take it away.
Oh, is it me now, is it?
Yeah.
Yes, hi everybody. My name is Tendai Madume. I do all sorts. If you want to find out, check me on Instagram and Twitter, Tendai Madume. I'm here to deliberate and talk about what happened in the Black Lives Matter year on. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being
Thank
here.
you for having me as well. My name is Danny Diamond, and I'm the operations director of P-Town Radio. Basically, P-Town Radio is a radio station that's looking to basically change and impact the lives of the Black, Asian, ethnic minority sector through the power of radio and reaching out through the community. So that's what I'm here to do.
Great, thank you so much, everyone. Right, so to begin the conversation, so the focus is going to be on education and looking at before the protests, during and after. So to start off, before, in terms of education, what do you think was happening in Plymouth from your perspective? What was kind of going well and what needs to be changed? I'll just open the floor to anyone who wants to speak.
Well, as an ex-teacher, there was quite a lot that needed to be changed. I've worked in many schools across Plymouth, some in Cornwall. Obviously, it's not, I think it's got better. I've lived here for 17 years. So diversity is changing and it is getting better at being diverse. But it was still really hard within the educational framework, like the lack of education that particularly white teachers had within regards to their black or brown pupils. I worked at, I don't want to name the school, but I worked at a school where there was predominantly for Plymouth a large cohort of black males, and what they used to have to put up with, the indirect racism and the microaggressions, I found quite alarming. At that time of my life, I wasn't ready and I didn't have the confidence to speak up about it. And I would to a certain degree, but I did find it very difficult. And I think within recent events and things that have happened, if I was in that place now, I would have challenged it and I would have spoken out. And that was the same kind of thing I got within the schools, but also in regard to the education system, the curriculum, it is a whitewash. We're not taught about our history. And it's not just our history. There's no such thing as Black history. History is history. It's everybody's history. And if everybody learns about history, I can guarantee we wouldn't have half of the problems that we had here, that we have now. But in order to do that, there's going to have to be a lot of people who suck it up and admit the things that we've done, like our colonial past, our empire, slavery, we have to have these conversations in order to progress. If we don't have these conversations, we can't go anywhere, because a lot of the problems we have today have derived from that. And that was my findings when I was a teacher. I'm no longer a teacher because I actually couldn't cope with it, how whitewashed it was. I used to teach English, and Michael Gove, you probably know the MP Michael Gove, he came in with a curriculum change in 2017, and my subjects was one of the first ones he changed. And his whole idea, which is fine, was to make it British. That's fine. But what he didn't include was the fact that we have Black British poets and authors, we have Asian, you know, and so on. And he literally whitewashed the whole thing. And I just couldn't take it anymore. I was selling a product that I didn't believe in, and that is why I left teaching eventually. But I still have my foot in there. I'm on the PTA. I still get involved in a lot of discussions and a lot of online forums like this. So that is my experience of education within Plymouth.
Mm-hmm. And did you find there were like any discussions about racism with the kids themselves?
There were discussions, but from my experience of senior leadership team, they weren't dealt with. And I've got a lot of teachers up the line in Birmingham, London, all over the country actually, who are of Black and brown skin colour. And it's not just what the pupils deal with within the school system, it's also what the teachers deal with. So you'll find that particular roles, they won't appoint a Black or brown person. You'll always see a Black person in the behaviour roles, pastoral roles, the caring roles. But when it comes to the educational roles like safeguard and team management and things like that, and curriculum leader, it's mainly always white teachers. And you rarely see that. I think there's only 3% of the population that are school head teachers. But that goes to show within itself the structure is flawed. So you can only get to a certain level, but they don't want you in positions of power, you know. And it's not just, if we're going to change the whole system, right, we need to go back to basics. So if you've got a school, for example, and even if you're in Plymouth or you're in Birmingham or wherever, okay, so you've got the TAs who are Black or brown, teachers who are Black and brown, the head teacher's white. But around the school, the cleaners are Black, the cooks are Black. So what is that telling the kids? Do you understand what I mean? So the kids who are there, it's almost like, oh, I can only be a cleaner, I can only be a cook. So the whole structure needs to change. I'm not saying they just need to apply white cleaners, but they need to balance it. They need to strip it back. It starts from the bottom and we have to work our way up. Do you understand what I mean? Because it's what kids see visually. Representation matters, doesn't it? And if they're constantly seeing cleaners who, like, for instance, in Plymouth, you see a lot of Polish cleaners, right? That's not a good representation. We know that Polish people can be better than just cleaning. Do you understand what I mean? So it's a whole thing, and it's going to take years. And unfortunately, with the government that we have in at the minute, the Conservatives, they don't want to. In fact, the education system is going very right wing. So they've denied the fact that we have this, well, they haven't denied that colonisation exists, but they don't want it to be taught in classes. That, you know, that's a problem within itself. Why don't they want us to be taught it? You know, that, you know, as the Sewell report came out a few months ago, they're denying the fact that racism still exists in England. It does exist. It does, you know. So that's my experience of the education system in a way. Sorry to go on.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you so much for sharing your perspective. Tendai or Danny, would you like to comment on that topic a little bit?
I quite agree with what Itasha was saying. It almost seems like you see like the cleaners and everything like that, and then you just kind of think, is there no kind of next step for you? You know, when there's always a next step, and there's a next step for everyone. Do you know what I mean? Otherwise, for instance, Tendai wouldn't be in the position he's in, for instance, you know. Itasha, you wouldn't be in the position you are. You know, Jabo wouldn't be in the position he is. So there is scope to get to that next level, but there is a lot of kind of brush it under the carpet, you know, kind of things going on as well, and that's what needs addressing. As a kid, I grew up in care. I did 4 years in Southampton, and I lived with a Jamaican guy, and there was a bit of racism in the care home. Not for me, because I think racism is like a cancer. You know, it just eats away and it gets worse as the time goes on. But it was, and it was quite nasty to see that poor guy going through what he was going through, you know, through no fault of his own. And it was because the other kids in the care home weren't feeling great about themselves, for instance. So they'd take it out on him. But I mean, in terms of like mainstream schooling and everything like that, I didn't have a black kid in my class, you know, and that says something, doesn't it? You know, so I mean, obviously we need to get the awareness out more. We need to give everybody an equal chance, and you know, it's very sad that it's taken as long as it has for the massive awareness of everything to have been raised. And that has only come from last year. Black Lives Matter has been going on since 2013. Why hasn't it gone off before that? You know, why hasn't it not taken off like it did with George Floyd last year? Why has it taken this long? For, you know, and I think, like Atasha said, if it was kind of like nipped in the bud quicker kind of thing, then it may be slightly different. But we are seeing gradual changes, you know. Obviously after the George Floyd thing, that's when I thought, right, let's get into a radio station. I had no idea that it was a Black, Asian, ethnic minority focused and driven radio station at that time. But when I found out, I was like, brilliant, you know, this is just what we need, you know. It is exactly what we need. Is more awareness raising, more stopping those comments, you know, pack that in, you know, and challenging, and making the black people feel equal, because that's exactly what they are. Why are we labeling them as something else? If you cut, you're going to bleed. It's as simple as that, same as me. And we all just need to be a little bit more equal, and we all need to be a little bit more mindful of how we're treating people and how things are actually going. It's the 21st century, you know, not the 18th.
Absolutely.
Hello. I support and fully support what Aitash and I mean, Aitash gave us a bit of a more insight in terms of school education wise, where every person in the world is entitled to education. It could be education in India, it could be education in Zimbabwe, it could be education in Botswana or Colombia. Education is education, and that's the school curriculum education we're talking about. But then I'm coming from a point of view of education that we get in life. Life gives us education. You don't become a mother without being taught how to be a mother by watching your mother, without knowing that you're actually being educated by your mother. So you don't become a father just because you just know things. You can't become a father by learning from your father or whoever is a guardian in your life at a particular time. Some people they don't know their fathers, so but they have guardians, they have people around them. They learn from that without even knowing they're learning. So education is a very strong word we really attempt to undermine. I was disappointed by the Prime Minister recent comments when it comes to the knee, which the footballers are doing at the moment, just to give a knee to show appreciation from the Black Lives Matter. And his comment that really touches me is the one that I felt like he when I say him, I mean his government. They felt he said he's so happy that he can now see black kids are now going to big universities. They're getting big jobs. He failed to comment that. I'm questioning, where was he coming from? Was he coming from a privileged place that he feels he is giving these kids the opportunity he has? And when I mean he, I mean the government. This is a natural birthright to be. If you are smart, you are smart. You don't need someone to take you there. So you don't need the government to take you there. So his comment was coming from, it sits with me strongly, because that's where the education starts. And that's the Prime Minister. That's the guy who's supposed to be educated. Because when he speaks, people catch. He's the last man everyone listen to in terms of law and order, for example. So if he's saying He was asked if it's going to take a knee, if he can take a knee for himself. He says no. He's more into gesture, more into numbers, which include more black kids are now going to bigger universities or bigger. They're getting bigger jobs. So he felt that's an achievement from a government point of view. That's not an achievement. That's not an achievement. That's I can come here and say, as a businessman, I've achieved. I've got some few white stuff in my office. I'm diversity. I've achieved. I'm not achieving. It's a birthright. If they're good enough at the job, they will get the job. They don't need me to authenticate them to become a number in my team. To say I have few black people in my team, I have few white people in my team. That's not for me to say as a person, like I'm giving you an opportunity. Who am I? It's a birthright to give an opportunity. So education, from what we are coming from right now, from P-Town Radio, is coming from this kind of conversations. No one has a right over anyone. No one has a right to tell me like I'm giving you opportunity. You're giving me because not because I'm black, because my credential from the birthright, I'm well enough, smart enough, educated enough, I can do 1 + 1 is 2 enough to get to what you want me to get. You give me a job, I run your business, not because I'm black, but because my credentials are reflecting that I can do the job. Now, if we want to educate people in terms of education, not the curriculum one, the society education, where I was talking about the father and the mother, you learn from them. We're talking about sitting in a table of people and see beyond color, see beyond blackness. Just imagine what I'm saying and I'm talking about. Is it from an intelligence point of view? Then we're allocating the fact that I'm black, Asian, or white. But since I came in this country, I've become black. I was not black before. I was identified as black. When I was in Zimbabwe, I never thought someone was being called black. Because it never came in my mind until I came here. I became a figure, I became a number, I became a statistics, I became a opportunity. We are giving these minority people opportunity. What do you mean to give me opportunity? If I was not smart enough, would you give me one? Because I'm just black. Why you not go cradle and whatever and pick up a couple of black kids and then give them a job in the commons to run the country? You can't, because you're basing them on their intelligence, which has nothing to do with color. You don't get a job because you are black. You get a job because you are smart enough to get a job. So for me, going forward, from my point of view, I'm coming from is where we are coming from a P-Town Radio. That's where this radio station come up, is we need to have more of these discussions of educating people to see beyond color. Okay, let's go back to curriculum, what Tasha was saying from school. I cannot teach my kids Cornish history. I'm not from Cornwall, so I can't teach them that. I cannot barely teach them that. You see around sitting people when they are making these rules, there's no black person or Asian person, and they come up with a portfolio or a report. Couple 10 white people sitting on a table, basing things on statistics. There is no even representatives. So, for example, right now in this panel we have, I'm talking about, there's black person there, there's white person there. We are cohesively putting constructive conversation together to come up with what we are believing could educate people from different backgrounds, right? If we talk about different color, then we are messing around. It's different backgrounds. I can only teach my kids what I've learned, what I've Googled, what to be Plymouthien is. I've not sat down with a Plymouthien face to face on a round table and tell me things that Plymouthien do. Tell me more about the Cornish past, which goes face jam or cream. All these little things for my kids to interact with other kids at school. I don't think at school they're going to teach them all these little things. They teach the British Empire's history, which is like way gone. Do you know what I'm saying? Which was also another level of racism back in the days. You see, of discrimination. So what I'm saying is education needs to start from us. These tables needs to increase. So we discuss, we talk, not argue. No, because my opinion, your opinion. And then by the time you leave this table, in your mind you'll be thinking, actually, Tasha was saying this makes sense. Then you go now, or what Danny was saying makes sense. Then you go now and educate more. Call it out. If you're in a bus, in a restaurant, and someone is doing things that you believe and understand that this is only based on color. You know, sometimes even us as black people, we also have a bit of what I would call in our own way, quick to put a racism card in the front. You go in a restaurant, you are being rude, you're actually being rude, and then you get response you didn't like it, and you say you're doing this because I'm being black, I'm black. But you're missing the point that you're actually being rude. So racism is not only like a one-way thing. I don't want sitting here and take advantage of saying because I'm black, I should just use the race card every time when a white person comes against me. Are you smart enough to realize what you are doing right now? What you're doing right now is wrong. So you take it as wrong as it is, and you fix yourself as a person before you quick to say it's happening like this because I'm black. We also need to educate ourselves as black people. How can we interact with the Europeans where we are? Like mainly, like I said to me, when I came here, I didn't know I was black until I came here. I realized actually I'm black, and I'm now identified as a black guy because I came here at age 24, so I was old enough. I've lived in Zimbabwe until then. So it's things like that for me, my dear, before so we can progress with the program. It's about educating, talking to people, sitting down on these kind of tables locally, on a local level. I'm talking about Plymouth, where we live. I would like to be sitting in these tables where I keep hearing this racial equality for the city council. I will never sit on it. Not sure who is on that table from a minority point of view. They can give their own personal points and personal experience and also their thoughts. So when they pass these bills out, let's say next year, a year later on, they can understand, listen, we've sat down with the minority team, we've sat down with, not to pick up one or two people, recycling them every year after year, which I've seen happening in this city. We get same people being called up by the city council as if they're the only people in the city. You can't keep on calling one person to come and represent the black minority or represent the Asian minority every time. Maybe the experience is different. Maybe you're not actually doing it for the purpose you're supposed to be doing it. You're doing it because you want to add numbers. You want to say, we had a black guy on our table called Tendai, so you should be happy. That's not the point. Recycle. Get to understand more people, hear more conversations, and then come up with things. And that's where education for me is coming from. And at P-Town Radio, which I keep emphasizing, we are trying to break that barrier. There is right now a mid-ground show coming up later on after this, on this program later on, mid-ground show where they discuss these things. We are looking for more panelists. Come and talk, even from the Plymouth point of view. If you're from Plymouth, you're not sitting well with your black neighbor, Asian neighbor, come and talk. Let's find out what things you're not liking. So it's not one way. I can't only educate the white people. They can't educate me. Who am I? So we have to be in the same room, in the same frame of mind to understand it's a discussion, it's not an argument, so that we can collaborate and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was really great to hear. It was really interesting what you're saying about having these conversations with people. I was kind of curious about how everyone feels about how these conversations have changed since the protest last year. Has there been a noticeable difference kind of before and after? What's your kind of take on that?
Well, for me personally, before this, I'm taken aback that white people didn't know that racism existed before George Floyd died. They didn't realise that black people faced injustices. Like Danny said, this has been going on for ages. I think now we all have our ups and downs about the pandemic and coronavirus, but I think because everybody, there's been injustices. Like I mean, there's names as long as my body. I'm very short, but there's names as long as my body of the black men and some women, young boys, who have died by the hands of policemen in America. And we have our own injustices here. In fact, one of my cousins, Mikey Powell, Google him. He had mental health issues. The police came to get him, and then he ended up dead, basically. So yeah, right. So we've always had these issues. But the problem is sometimes people turn the other eye and they don't want to discuss it. But because we were in the pandemic and most people were at home, if you weren't at home, where were you? You was an emergency worker. You were working at home. So you had no choice but to watch what was going on with George Floyd, you had no choice. It had to go in, you know. You had to sit there and watch it, and it opened a lot of people's eyes, and that's when I saw a lot of influencers and a lot of people talking about it. But for me personally, I've been on this journey for years. I'm Black, so you know, I'm 40, so I've always spoken about these injustices and always seen these things. If you go back through my Instagram, you can see I've always spoken about these horrible things that have happened. Sorry, what was the question again?
About how the conversations have changed before.
Yeah, so the conversation has changed because people have recognized that injustices do happen and they are going on. And, you know, it is constant. It's a constant thing. Like, you know, things happen all the time, and it has changed because it's made people more aware, and it's like, oh my God, you've been going on like this. And, you know, I'm friends with a lot of white people. I'm friends with everybody because I treat people by what they are inside, not what they look like. If they're a nice person, they're a nice person, and that's the reality. But so many of my friends were shocked at my reaction to the George Floyd. And I lost a lot of friends as well. I lost a lot of friends because it was like, actually, now that you can see what I'm actually going through, you know, seeing that those, I can't even watch the 9 minutes. I can't watch the 9 minutes. And actually talk about the trauma that it caused Black people. Seeing somebody as an image of my uncle or my dad, like on the floor, literally being murdered. It was like a modern day lynching. And it made me go into depression. It made me question. I couldn't stop crying. It actually had such a massive psychological impact on me. And the fact, because we were all at home and we were all accessible to all elements of social media, TikTok, it was getting spoken about. I had to express and share this experience with my 8-year-old. So even my child being an 8-year-old, somebody who she's supposed to look up to, the police, I had to explain to her why she was seeing this, what was happening. You know, I had to explain to my 14-year-old that these injustices unfortunately do happen. So it's raised a lot of conversations. A lot of people are still ignorant to it. But if anything, it's done a negative thing as well, because all the racists seem to have come out of under the rock, and they feel that it's free and they can speak confidently about the injustices of Black people. And I'm like, I don't understand how you can talk about these racist experiences when it hasn't happened to you. How do you know? Like, I can see the tree move by the wind. The wind blows the tree, but I can't see the wind. Do you get that analogy? The wind is blowing the tree, but I can't see the wind, but I know that the wind is blowing the trees. And that is exactly what racism is. And it has an impact on you. I seeped deep into depression. I stopped my fitness. I couldn't do my classes because it was just in the back of my mind. And I know a lot of Black people suffered with the same sort of thing. So it's had these conversations, and it's opened the doors and it's opened the conversations, but I don't feel like we've gone forward. I actually feel like we've gone back as a society. And it's because, like Tenda says, we have got a leader. We have got, you know, Boris Johnson in power. He's misogynistic, he's sexist, he is racist, he is homophobic, he's Islamophobic, he's everything that you would not want our society to look up to, yet still he's our leader. So if he's our leader and people look up to him, what choice, where do we stand? You know, we are banging against the door, and I will not stop banging against that door, but the bangs need to be harder. And, you know, as Black people, we can't change it. We can't change it on our own. We need allies. Danny, we need, you know, like Danny's white. Danny can see the injustices. You know, we need white people who are not of colour to speak up for us, because, again, we're not always in positions of authority. Mm-hmm. You know, we're not in positions of authority. Who is challenging Boris on his racism? It might not be direct racism, but it's indirect. But who's challenging him? Nobody's challenging him, you know? He's quick to come out about and condemn the footballers for kneeling, taking the knee. However, a couple of days ago, a cricketer said something in his tweets about black people, and he said that the Cricket Association treated the player harshly. Do you understand what I mean? So we need leaders and we need people in authority to speak up for us. And yes, it has opened those conversations, but how much conversations or how many conversations do we have to have until there is actual change? Systematic change, institutional change, curriculum change, societal change. What, you know, how long can we go these conversations? You know, like my grandparents came here as a Windrush generation in the 60s. Horrific what they suffered. No dogs, no blacks, no Irish. Yeah. 60 years later, we're still having these conversations. And then Britain have the audacity to put out a report saying there is no racism in Britain. It's a lie. It's a myth.
Yeah. Done.
Yeah. I mean, once again, like I said earlier, I think it's all very kind of swept under the carpet. There's not really much people challenging it, you know. And it like I say again, it's sad that it's taken so long for it to actually come to some sort of light. And even still, 20 years down the line, we're probably still going to have this conversation. I hope we're not, but I probably can see it still happening, you know. And that there has to be a change. But the question is what can we do to be the change other than continuously talking about it, continuously addressing it, continuously stamping it out? You know, Itasha turned around and said that because she's black, it means that she's not in, what was it, a position of authority. You're not, but you're in a position of empowerment, you know, and courageousness. You know, you're a beautiful person, so is Tende, so are you. You know, everyone's beautiful in their own way, and we all have a right to be ourselves without, you know, you can be in a wheel. I'm a homosexual male, right? People can take the mickey out of me for being homosexual. That doesn't make it right. And that doesn't mean that I'm going to change. Do you know what I mean? But I will say, pack it in, you know, leave me alone and get away, you know? And that's what we need to do. We need to keep standing up for the black community, and the black community stand up for themselves. And it just needs to keep, more awareness needs to be raised, and more inclusion needs to be created as well because of it, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Just to go back to your question that you just mentioned, since let's talk about, because the other point of this program is to kind of like give an analysis of what has happened since that day on that Sunday, 4 p.m. mainly in Plymouth. I'm going back a bit home here, which is Plymouth at present. You know, even though you might ask me where do I come from, don't ask me that question. But I want to focus mainly on that particular segment of the year from then until now, because I did spoke on that day here. I think it was a Sunday 4 p.m. march we did at outside Peakard here in Plymouth. And I was talking about people should get used to diversity in Plymouth, because the free movement, which is a world thing, which is a godly given, you're allowed to move from point A to B. You don't need, of course, by law, you're requested to enter the countries you enter. By law, you have to do that, but you have the free will as a person to move from point A to point B. I freely moved here, even though I asked a lot of questions. Why did you come? Which is, you know, it's a personal thing. I moved because I wanted to move. Whatever the reason that I moved for, are not a factor of why I'm here. I'm here because it's a free will of movement. I spoke about how Plymouth is increasing in terms of diversity, and it is increasing, and I hope that keep on going, because diversity, like I said, it brings a lot of things in a city. It brings jerk chicken, it brings Indian cuisines, it brings Polish cuisines, it brings Zimbabwean sadza if you ever ate it. So it brings all that. Besides just bringing a black person or a more brown person and things like that. So the city has gone better in terms of that. More people have come since, And please do allow me today. There will be more coming. So the city is going to be really very multicultural. It's behind in terms of that, like another cities like Leicester, Birmingham, etc. So I'm happy that the city is getting better. The more we are to voice out, the more the society will tend to understand where we're coming from. So I'm happy that's the change. You asked me about the roundtables, sitting on talking about these conversations. Since Black Lives Matter, like I just touched there, some people have taken it on board and realize that it is not about color, it's about living together. Some people are now starting to realize it. They never really realized it before. Like racism, you can't speak about it if you've never experienced it. You can't. You're not in a position to give me advice on it if you never experienced it. You can't read in books, because books are also written on fiction. So you can't be reading all these stories, because sometimes some of the stories are fiction. So you can't be based on things. Just being experienced in it, you can tell someone, listen, this is how it goes. And someone needs to be in a position to receive. If you can't receive Aitasha's cry, then you yourself have a problem. Aitasha is telling you she's racially abused because A, B, C, D. You should be in a position to receive. If you can't receive, then you are partially part of the problem. So there's more talks on this racial equality, racial diversity, this living together, Black Lives Matter movement. I'm impressed with the media. For me, the media, I watch Sky Sports a lot. Every morning I wake up, there's two black guys there, one Asian guy there, one English guy there, one African guy there, one. It's more like the way we are right now. This is fantastic. It's an opportunity for everyone to express their. And since the Black Lives Matter, these are the changes, the positive changes I have seen myself. And it's also, as a man, I should be honoring those changes. We can't all talk about bad stuff, not realizing the change you asked me to talk about. And the media have taken on board, especially the presenters, because you see some people on these panels before, which I talked. If you go my Facebook 2 years ago, there was I watch football a lot. There was presenters there, and all of them were white, and they were talking about how can they eradicate racism in football. And I'm like, these guys don't even know. If they know, they only watch the next black guy being bullied. So that's the only experience they've got. So they cannot sit here and try to figure out how they're going to eradicate things they don't know about. But now, since the Black Lives Matter, since George, you can now see the producers of these shows, which is the BBC and the Sky Sports, they are now bringing on table the people who have actually lived it. I've seen an advert 2 days ago after what Aitasha have mentioned about the cricket guy. So here is the issue now with the cricket guy. I'm going to try to talk about education. He tweeted 2 years ago, he was 18. He tweeted some tweets that were homophobic, that were racial content. And the argument is from 18 now, maybe let's hypothetically speak, he's now 25. They're trying to tell us he has learned from that tweet. That's what maybe Boris Johnson is coming from. It's 5 years ago, so nah, don't worry about it. He's now learned. I'm like, which school did you go to? Was educating this guy about things, not because he's not posted it, doesn't mean he doesn't think about it. He's become a professional since then. So he's now in a position as a professional not to tweet such things, not because he has learned. It's a difference. He's not learned, but he cannot now go on and say these things anymore because he's now a figure. His life has changed, but he has not changed. He can't go on as a footballer or Pogba going out there and probably typing in some racial stuff. He's a figure. He can't do that. His staff won't allow him to do that. The one who manages social content won't allow him to do that anymore. Doesn't mean this guy has learned. So they're now saying he has learned because of the time span. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what table is he sat down on, where there's one Caribbean guy there, one African guy there, one Asian guy there, and learn the racism, how racism works and what should be done and what should be expected from a human being to a human being. This guy has not learned. Time has elapsed, his career has increased, but he has not learned. So what we are saying is we need these conversations so that people can actually learn. There's no point of me telling me that because I was I came here at 24. Now I'm not telling you. I'm just 26. I've learned the British culture because I've lived here so much. That's not it. I could be only living here for financial basis, for financial economic benefit, nothing to do with my mentality I came with from Zimbabwe if I'm not educated. So we are saying it as the tables turned, not turned as such, as table now merged. But the idea is not, we're not saying white people should move out of Britain. We're not saying that. But we are saying, let's sit on this table together and share the same food like we do back home. Mom brings you, rice in a big bowl, then you get tipped one by one in a big table. So we eat from the same pot, same portions. So we're asking for. We're not saying now, oh no, white people should move and we step on. That's not what we're saying. We are saying we need education from both sides. You could probably find here, if we get these tables more and more, one white guy from, I don't know, Cornwall, for example, not Dan, but one white guy. He's never met a black person before in his life. He doesn't even know an Asian person in his life. It's never, because he lives in Cornwall where there is no black people, for example, or Asian people, for example, or Chinese people, for example, right? How can we get such a person to understand? Because he's going to breed a generation of non-multicultural family. That means it won't change for generations in Cornwall. It will never change because he never encountered. But if right now, through this social media platform, which Mark Zuckerberg started to go way back, thanks to him, you can now tune in and listen to this conversation and realize actually they are smart black people there, smart Asian people there, smart Congolese people there, also Chinese people there, that can actually become head of the teachers, head of the council, head of the police, even a president, which we see in Obama. Obama didn't go there because he was black. He's smart. A smart guy. That's why he went to that post, not because he was just a black guy. So let's give him a post so we make America look better. No, he was smart enough to go through stage by stage of life is a career to go to where he got. They had nothing to do with race. He happens to be black, and he's linked to black people because he happened to be black in America, where you actually identify yourself as a person as black, which we do here when you came in the UK. As soon as you enter the UK Heathrow, you're here, you're now black. Tendai is gone. Your name is gone. Now you're now described as that, that black guy, that black guy, okay, which I don't mind, because I've learned that I'm black. That here you have actually be called by by the color of the skin, but at the same time, it's not taking my values away. It's not taking my intelligence away as a human being. So that's what we are saying. We should be able to sit more going forward this year. My hope is these conversations stays alive. They've been effective. I tell you that since George Meda, there has been change, but it cannot be a change of centuries. We're talking about things that have happened over decades and centuries back then. It cannot be changed in a year. But I tell you that it has changed. People are listening. It's only because we cannot see it, because it's a really teeny weeny, but we should not stop from this year going another next 10 years. It's our job as parents now to educate, to empower our kids, so that they can now take this baton. But we have started it through George Floyd. They can take on now and take it forward. So this table, I would like to see in Plymouth. My challenge in Plymouth, I want to see the quality and diversity of Plymouth, which I don't even know who's on the panel. I like to see them to reach out to the people in the city and from the community background to say, please come on the table. Let's discuss. Let's talk. Let's just share conversation. Give us the powers to come and, sometimes we are all from different backgrounds. Let me say this before I just finish. We're all from different backgrounds. There's nothing fearful to walk in a room of 10 panelists and 9 are white and you're the black one. Tell me you tell the truth. You won't tell the truth because in yourself, you're already pressured. You're not feeling like, should I say this? Should I not say it? Well, how do I say it? What do I say? There's no open space. So what I'm looking for, what I'm hoping for going forward, open space conversations where we can speak. If it's 3 black people, 3 Asians, 4 white people, it's balanced so that the outcome can be also balanced. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, it's so important what you're saying about having these conversations to continue. And we're so grateful for you being here all of you being here to talk about this and keep the conversation alive even a year later. And to come back to what you said about media, I thought that was interesting. How do you think media has played into the education? Like, I guess we've heard about George Floyd dying through the internet and that video being shared around. How has the media kind of impacted that conversation and the education, especially with young people being so involved with social media and things like that?
Well, I used to, that's funny, the irony is I moved to Plymouth because I used to work in the media. I used to work at ITV West Country. So obviously that, we used to make small like regional programs. Obviously we had the West Country News. So when I moved to Plymouth, social media wasn't even a thing. It didn't even exist. And it's the irony now, I work in social media now. So media, I'm surrounded by media every day. So even when I don't want to go on my personal accounts, I have to work within it, and so on. So media is one of the most strongest entities that we have as a medium. You know, the fact that it's not just through radios, not just through TVs, through the computer, through our phones, you know, that we have access to it. You know, my 9-year-old knew that Prince Philip died before I did because she saw it come up on her TikTok, you know. So we have, so media is such a, you know, strong entity. The problem with media is, again, we go back to who are these corporations run by, okay? In high positions, especially a broadcaster like the BBC, it is very, very white, unfortunately. So you have something what is controlled by the gatekeepers, and they will allow certain things to go through and stop certain things to go through. Me personally, if I was the news producer on any of those programs that the George Floyd thing was going, I would have put out a warning. None of them put out a warning that this is you know, this is sensitive material. It was sensitive material. It was like watching a model. As I said, I still have never watched the 9 minutes long. Why would I want to do that? Why would I want to watch someone be murdered? Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't want to see that. And I think there's an injustice that they do that on purpose. It's almost like they like to see Black trauma. And that's another side of the media. In regards to awareness, I can see things slowly happening. Like, again, for example, Loose Women, which is a magazine-y sort of program. You've got women on the panel. First time in 20 years. Was it first time in 20 years? Was it last year? If it was last year or the beginning of this year, I think it was last year, they had an all-Black female panel. Okay. Why is it taking 20 years? So if George Floyd never died, you wouldn't have done an all that would put. Do you understand what I mean? It's things like that needs to change. Sainsbury's, they put up a Christmas campaign where they had a Black family in the campaign, and it was really nice to see. And it had it must have been a Jamaican family or Caribbean family because they had rice and peas, the traditional things that I recognise culturally anyway. And that was nice to see. And it's all good that they're doing this, but then in the boardroom of Sainsbury's, who's in the boardroom? Do you understand what I mean? So the media is changing, and I'm slowly seeing more diversity within programs. But we don't just want to see them front line as well. We want to see them behind. We need the producers, we need the directors, we need the script writers. And actually, I watched BAFTAs on Sunday, and a lot of the awards did go to Black actors, Black producers, and things like that, which is brilliant. So it's changing the narrative, because you know what? Black and brown people just want to show that we exist. That's all we want, is to show that we exist. You know, we exist and we're here, and we want to just be treated equally. That's all. But I think in the way that news is reported, that needs to change. You know, there's this whole thing about Oxford University taking down the picture of the Queen because it's showing colonization and it's dated and so on. I've seen more news articles, more news reports about it than I've seen about Dejan, a 14-year-old boy who was murdered by 4 white men in Birmingham on Sunday. That's close to me because, like, I'm from Birmingham originally. And the area is notoriously racist in a way. You do have the NF and BNP signs and stuff like that. That's an area that, as a child, I knew from a very early age, you don't venture around there. There's no need for you to go there, so don't go there. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is the news hasn't reported it. And when they did report it, they showed his mum breaking down again to show trauma. Like, why is it like constantly, like, who would do that? Show a mother breaking down. It wasn't a police appeal to get the murderers. It was showing her heartache. And I did see a few tweets saying, I'm not watching that. I'm refusing to watch it because why are they showing that? Where's the school? Where's the headmaster? Where's the headmaster? Why hasn't the headmaster said it? You know, usually when a white child dies or a white child goes missing, right, we usually see the headmaster or the head teacher or somebody come on and say this child was good. Whether he was a good child, whether he was a bad child, he's still 14. He didn't deserve to get murdered in that way by a big grown man. Yeah. So it's the way the media portrays Black people. It's the way the media portrays news events. That needs to change. But again, until we get people of color or white people that understand like the discussion and are open to have the discussion, it won't change the narrative. It's almost like they want to change the narrative to make it to be perceived this way. Again, another example, look how the media portrays Meghan Markle against Kate. You only have to Google the differences in the way it's reported and the way it always goes on the TV. Do you understand what I mean? So the media is a good thing and it is a bad thing, but I like the change. I like the diversity that I'm seeing. And I think eventually we will see more of that. It doesn't matter if you've got the haters, we will see more of that. But it's the producers, the script writers, the directors, the gatekeepers who are allowing the news events to come through. That whole needs to change because we are traumatized enough. We don't want to see things like that. And that's just my feeling, especially with the George Floyd. I don't want to see that. Like, there should have been a warning and there wasn't a warning. And anybody with a heart would have said, okay, we can't just put this out. This is going out on 6 o'clock news, 1 o'clock news. 1 o'clock news, the kids are watching it. They're doing their homeschooling. They are watching it. 6 o'clock news, the kids are still up. Yeah? There should have been a warning. So it's the way they deal with certain news items that I really do not agree with. But in regards to the representation, I am seeing people come through, and that is just amazing. And that's what we want to see, because the more representation, obviously representations matters, the more you see people, the images that look like yourself, the more it inspires the young kids. You know, mummy, she looks like me. You know, mum, he looks like me. Oh, mum, that looks like what we have for dinner. You know, those kind of things. So, as I said, it's a 50-50 for me in regards to media.
I mean, where you said that there wasn't a warning, do you reckon that the whole storyline of what happened is the warning? You know, that is the warning. Racism.
I actually found it traumatizing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
and I just think the whole thing, yeah, that is. But I think even if they didn't do it on the 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock news, but I just think at prime time when you've got young children accessible to the television, that is, you know, it was heartbreaking to explain that to my 8. She was 8 at the time. That, you know, a policeman is basically murdering somebody who looks like your uncle. Do you know what I mean? There should have been a warning, because I think if it on Instagram and I think on Facebook they put trigger warnings. You don't, like, this is a sensitive thing, and you either scroll on or you think, why is it different to the TV? Why is it different to news? You know what I mean? That's just my opinion.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. I totally get that. I mean, you see the 9 minutes, and they played the whole 9 minutes on, you know, the news, and it's like you're there having your breakfast. I'm not saying you don't want to see that, because it's an eye opener. It's an eye opener. Yes, you do, because it gives you the clear picture of what's going on. You know, you can talk about it and you can say a million words, but unless you actually kind of see it, then you know, then you don't visually retain it. And I still retain the image. You know. Yeah. And it was horrific to see on the whatever time of day news it was. But that also was the for me, that was the eye opener and the warning of this is not okay. You cannot do this on any sort of level.
Yeah.
You know. But yeah, I totally get you. Absolutely. And if I had kids, I'd be really I'd be sending in complaints, formal complaints, you know, saying why are you doing this? Because it's not right. And like Dixon says, even the media has been total bias.
Yeah,
on
it's so biased.
You know.
It's so biased.
Yeah, I mean, the media, it does come down to education, and like I said, it's a process. We have to understand that racism has been around. The white supremacy it does exist. It's white supremacy. I'll give you an example. If a white person drops in my village back home, it's like Jesus is turned up. Let's have a party. You know what I'm saying? Because there's also a notion that Jesus was white. So white supremacy has been there and is still there. It does exist. But what we say is society. It's becoming a society thing now. I want to touch on before I leave. So I'm afraid I might have to leave at 1 p.m. So before I leave, I want to touch on Black Lives Matter as a statement. Some people are politicizing it. They're making it political. It's a society thing. And when we hear people saying all life matters, let me touch on that a little bit before I go. Because that's where education comes in. Right now, my house is on fire. I don't care about the next house on fire. We are talking about my house that is on fire. I need fire brigade at my house. I cannot say now, fire brigade, please hold on. I think it's another fire next door. What else? My house is on fire. So fire brigade will come to my house first to put out the fire before they can move to the next house. Or they will send 2 vans that they will go and fix the fire. Black Lives Matter, we are saying as black people and minority, from a diversity point of view, we are saying our house is on fire, it needs fixing. Neither we are saying all lives don't matter. That's not the point. Let's get that straight. We are just telling people who are ignorant enough not to understand the white supremacy that there has been existing for many years. That for some notion, a white person by color is better than a black person or an Asian, not by smartness, by intelligence I mentioned earlier on, just by color. So what we are saying is that statement is, or that notion, or that thoughts, or that thinking, or that mindfulness is incorrect. That's where Black Lives Matter movement, Black Lives Matter slogan, statement comes from. We are saying we want to be heard. We want you to understand that your white supremacy does not exist, only exists in your head. And we are now trying to say this table is for everybody. And this food we're sharing is for everybody. These jobs, they are for everybody. This education is for everybody. These shops, they are for everybody. This society, this street, the city council, the police, the healthcare, everyone is for everybody. Don't ask me my ID, my national ID when I get to Danford. Give me service, treat me before you look at my status, if I'm legal or not illegal. That's what we are saying. Because health is important. No one gives life. Life is given by God, as we know, right? No one gives life. I don't want to ask Boris Johnson for a son or a daughter. He can't give me. We don't want to give life. So we are saying all these things which makes us as human beings are for everybody. That's what we are crying for. We are just saying the things that makes a human being: 5 fingers, 1 tummy, 2 ears, 2 eyes, nose. They are for everybody. So when we come and speak, let's speak as one. Let's talk as one, not to find out first where am I from. You see, the one thing that annoys me a lot in the society, I say, what's your name? They say Tendai. They ask me again, I say Tendai. I understand you're not from Zimbabwe, so you don't know Tendai, right? I understand that. Not by education. It just clicks in my head. This guy is from England. He's not from Zimbabwe, where I come from. Tendai is a Zimbabwean name, so you might not get it. But here's the problem. You ask someone, what's your name? He says, I'm John Smith. He expects me to know John Smith by default. How? I was not born here. I'm not English. How is that now? How is that now different? How is it now different that you expect me to know John Smith? You're actually expecting it. But me, I'm acknowledging, understanding that Tendai is not an English name, that you as an English person, you as an American or Australian or even Indian or even Asian, you don't know Tendai. I understand that, and in my body, I feel I should explain to you. Then I go Tango, Echo, November, Delta, so you understand. But don't now reciprocate that by expecting me to know that there's John Smith. That's the problem we're talking about. The expectation, because someone is black, is Asian, it's not the same as when someone is, someone is white. That's what we are saying. Just have in your mind, understanding this guy is not from my country, I'm not from his country. So there's gonna be a barrier of some sort, and I should be patient enough to understand that. If you ever walk in the office and you say your name, and they say, huh? And then you say it again, say, huh? Then you say, let me spell it for you, right? And then they say something. They expect you to know what they're saying. It's like, listen, I'm Arabic, for example. I didn't learn English. So you don't expect me to know. So this table is for everybody. Be patient with people. That's where education comes in. If you listen to people and be patient with people, there will be no notions that people start to feel because I'm black, so I'm being treated like this. Be understanding, be knowledgeable that we are different as human beings based on our culture, not because of our color of our skin. No, I'm not different because I'm black. I'm different because my background, where I come from, has made me who I am to get to speak to you today. Same as your background, I don't even know if you are from, I keep saying Kono because we are down here in the southwest in Plymouth. If you're from Kono, I will not know how you do things in Kono until we discuss, me and you, and talk, have an understanding and educate between me and you, and understand, listen, actually, we are the same. All our likes, all of our views, we shop both in Debenhams, only me. If you shop in Primark, it's okay. It's okay too. But we all shop in one shop. We all go to some shops. We save in the same corner shop. I buy bread, you buy bread. So we are all one. What I'm saying is, let's be patient with each other and understand that by culture we are different. So let's embrace that culture difference, and the society becomes even better. Going forward, before I leave, I would like to see more of this conversation on the table in Plymouth, where I live. If it goes countrywide, if it goes worldwide, it's another matter. But where I live, where my kids will grow, I want them to know that my father has tried something to make this table an even table. Right now, it's not even. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much for being here. It's been so great to hear your passion.
Once again, totally agree with Aitasha and Tende. You guys are taking the words out of my mouth today. You know, at the end of the day, it just all needs to be a little bit more brought to light, and the only kind of limitation is the other person's ignorance as to willing to learn or wanting to learn, you know, or wanting to adapt or wanting to help make things grow. Thanks, Jabbo. But you know, at the end of the day, you just need to buy Tende. You just need to kind of just go with it. You need to embrace, you know, you need to ask questions. You don't need to go, oh, where do you come from? Because that's derogatory, you know, that can be seen as really derogative. Hi, my name is Danny. Hi, my name is Aitasha. That's all I need to know, you know, really, isn't it? And then it kind of goes from there. You don't need to go probing questions. You don't need to make the other person feel uncomfortable. But if you're doing it in the right sense, you know, then it can work.
Absolutely, yeah.
If people say to me, what am I turn around and say, what do you mean? Well, what are you? Well, I can be many things, you know. I can be a white male, I can be a gay male, I can be a Cornishman. You know, what do you want me to be? I'm Danny. Nice to meet you. And that's how it is for everyone in the world, you know. And everybody has something different to bring to the table. Yeah, and absolutely. You know, just because I can't do this, it doesn't mean that I can't do this. You know, maybe we can work together and make this instead of two little things, you know. And that's more or less what's happening with the radio as well. You know, people coming together from different sectors, different communities, different minorities. I think we've got 26 or 27 presenters, and there's more minorities than there are presenters at our radio station. So that just goes to show as well, you know. So it's all about being inclusive, making everybody feel equal, giving everybody the same opportunity and the same chance to grow and succeed.
Absolutely. Great, thank you for that. The conversation's been really interesting so far. I kind of want to shift it though in the direction of talking about what positive changes you think have happened since the protests. We talked a lot about the issues happening in Plymouth and the world, obviously. But I kind of want to touch on what you think went well since the protests last year.
I think more awareness. Sorry.
That's okay. You go, Dan.
I was just thinking that more awareness has kind of been raised about it. You know, that there was never really kind of as much awareness as like a year ago. You know, when this all kind of happened. But like when I was a kid, there wasn't really too much in terms of racial awareness and this is wrong and everything like that. You know, and obviously, in the time when my mum was a kid, it was a lot worse then. You know. And this has been going on for generations, and we're getting slowly kind of, I want to say we're kind of getting around it to a point, but I don't think we are as well, you know. But if we are the change, then hopefully other people will see that and follow us, you know, rather than setting their own trends and following the trends that have been going for centuries of years. You know, we need to be the change, and we are the change, and we will be the change.
Yeah, I think was it the positives? Did you say? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the positives are that, you know, we are seeing diversity come through within the media, and I think that we are having these conversations. It's nice. I mean, I'm a geek. I love learning. I'm always learning. I love doing little courses and, you know, always willing to learn. So it's, you know, if people aren't educated, there are resources out there. There are books out there. There's Google. There's things. You know, it's just the fact that I think the main positive is that we're having the conversations. Mm-hmm. I think the main thing is we're talking the white elephant in the room, black elephant, whatever I call it, rainbow elephant. You know, we're talking about the elephant in the room, the awkward things, and I think people need to keep having the discussions as much as they're uncomfortable. It's not nice and it is awkward, and nobody likes it. Nobody likes to feel awkward, but we do, in order to progress, we do need to have these important conversations. In regards to Plymouth, I don't know as much, because I still feel like, because I feel, me personally, I haven't been out, so I'm still not catching the vibe, because we're still in that weird lockdown situation where it's easy. It's not, so like within my friendship circle, I'm quite happy to talk about things or injustices and whatever and post them on Instagram and my Facebook and so on. I still don't know what the vibe, I don't know what the vibe is yet. I think we'll just have to see when lockdown is, you know, properly eased. Obviously we've got the Football European League, not the European League, sorry, the European Championships coming up. So I'm sure there'll be a lot of talk around that locally and nationally in regard to them taking the knee. I think another thing that will be raised is the St. George flag, you know, again, because it is seen as football. You know, it represents football. That's our team. We are the England team. However, there are negative connotations associated with that. You really have to think about, you know, the BNP. Well, the BNP, do they even exist? But what are they called? The EDL. They use that as their symbol, don't they? And it's a shame, really. It is a shame that they use that as their symbol. But I think in the next couple of weeks there will be a lot of talk about that. So I'll just keep my ear to the ground, I think, and listen out. But I think the one thing is the diversity coming through, and definitely the conversations that we're having. But yeah, that's it. Yeah, really, the conversations, and they're important, aren't they? Because when anything breaks down within a relationship or an organisation or anything, it's always the lack of communication. So if you keep the communication going, I think you're sort of on the right path, I think.
Definitely, yeah. Sorry, Danny, did you want to say something?
I don't know. I just said definitely. I was agreeing again.
Brilliant, cool.
I mean, I was just thinking it's one of those things. It's no good, say myself telling you about racism, because I've never experienced it. You know, what we need to be doing is asking people from the Black and Asian ethnic minority. You know, it's like Tende was saying, when he lived in Zimbabwe, he wasn't a black man, he was Tende. Comes to the UK and it's all changed, right? Now, why should he have to feel the need to label himself as a black man or a Chinese man or, you know, a Nigerian man or a Zimbabwean man? Why do you feel the need that there shouldn't, that the opposition, if you like, you know, the other people who are hating, that they'll label and judge and everything like that, but there shouldn't need to be a reason to judge, you know, because we're all equal, and that is what it all is. And like Tasha said, the more we keep getting the word out and the more we keep kind of shouting about it, the more noise we make, the louder it will be heard, you know. And it's as simple as that. So we'll just keep getting the word out, and we will jack it in the bud somehow.
Someone's just put a question up about what would you do about the booing during the England football games, the players kneeling? How can you educate them? Me personally, I don't have no tolerance for that. If I was Gareth, I don't want to call him Gareth Gates. What's his name? Gareth. Gareth, in the way.
Gary Lineker?
No, Gareth. Oh, what's his name? The Gareth. I do actually like him. Oh, well, anyway, if I was the England manager, as soon as they start booing, I'm off. And I've already tweeted this already. I've already tweeted it, and it did get a lot of retweets actually. Premiership, Championship, Conference, Township, whatever footballers, as soon as they hear booing, off. Because if we keep doing that, we'll see how much money it's worth, because a lot of things are associated with money. We'll see how much time it wastes. I would just not subject my players to booing, because at the end of the day, if I went to work and I did something to do with which I think is a statement, I would not expect them to boo me. Is on top of what Black and brown footballers have to put up with within regards to their social media, right? Like literally, you just walk off the pitch. You don't accept that, because at the end of the day, they're footballers and they have a lot of money. That's neither here or there. They are going to do a job. That's their job. Their job, that they are footballers. So if you're going to boo them, they can't do their job properly. As a teacher, when I went into the classroom, if my kids were going to boo me, okay, you can't exclude all of them, but the one who instigated the problem, you get rid of them. Do you understand what I mean? You can't be, I just don't think it's fair. In regards to educating racists, most racists are so stupid, they're so ignorant. And it's because you have different levels of racism. Like racism is racism, but you have different levels. So you have the people at the top, like the politicians and the people in power, who, they basically push the systematic and institutional racism and so on. But it's the people at the bottom who are so stupid, they don't even know why they're booing. Like I listened to an interview yesterday, and the guy didn't, I'm booing because the Black Lives Matter is to do with Marxism. Shut up. Like, what are you talking about? Like, they are that stupid. So unfortunately, in some circumstances, you can't educate racism, because again, it starts from education. If we started it at school right from the beginning, then I think that a lot of these issues would be ironed out, because they wouldn't be so ignorant. It's things that they hear and stuff like that. The whole thing is, you take the knee, I just wouldn't subject my players to it anyway. That's all. That's me personally. In regards to them being stupid, again, do they not realize that booing them as sportsmen, sports is about psychology. You're getting booed. Imagine what that's doing to you before you start the game. So if you want to, it's coming home, football's coming home, it's not going to come home, and it doesn't deserve to come home if you are going to boo your players who are representing you on that field. This is mixed or dual heritage. What is the best domination say. Well, I have a mixed race daughter, and she classes herself as mixed race. Language, I'm an ex-English teacher, so language is forever changing. It's changing constantly, daily. Years ago, my granddad used to say the word coloured. No, it's not right to call somebody coloured. Brown person, black person. I know that I don't like BAME because I don't like that umbrella of being included, because at the end of the day, when they say BAME, they're just including all us together, and we all have differences within our own right, sort of thing. My daughter prefers to be called mixed race. She's only 9, but in fact, she knows that she's mixed race by by birth, but it's strange because she classes herself as black. She's grown up more in a predominantly black environment. She doesn't really have much to do with her white side of the family, so that's probably why she associates with being black. And we've already had the talk. Unfortunately, you do, as a black mother. In society, she will be identified as black because that's naturally what society does with a mixed race child. However, she doesn't quite yet, but I have spoken to her about there are certain privileges that come with being mixed race, that she is lighter skinned, so she is easier on the eye towards white people and so on. But again, that's another conversation to deal with when she's older. But yeah, I don't know about the football thing. That just baffles me. Why would you boo them? It makes no sense. It just makes no sense to me. What do you think about that, Danny?
I don't support football.
Yeah, but just in the fact that the footballers.
Ultimately, no, you shouldn't be booed.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you are paid that money because you can play at that level. We go back to where we started earlier on in the discussion, right? You're in the top position because you've got the education, you've got the know-how, you've got the power and everything like that. They wouldn't be playing on a field if they were just part of their local community team. But even still, as part of their local community team, they probably still experience some form of level of that, either in the changing rooms, on the pitch, down the street.
Well, they do on social media, do you know what I mean? So
social medias as well, What's this? What do you say about those booing during the England?
Oh, we've just discussed that. Yeah. That's what I was
I
about,
think I've got a bit of a delay, so sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's cool. The next question is: since BLM, has there been any change in the UK curriculum, especially primary school and curriculum on Black History Month? I'm speaking from my daughter's school, my daughter's primary school. They did a massive thing on Black History Month, which was absolutely brilliant. And actually, the teacher did feedback and said, "Oh, Shiloh's my daughter's name. Shiloh's so knowledgeable. She's really she really knows her identity," which is fantastic for me as a mother, because I know this world is not going to be easy on her. In regards to the curriculum, there's been no changes no direct changes. There were loads of white papers passed through Parliament and loads of petitions, but Gavin Williamson, can't stand that man, is the worst education secretary we've had to date. He rejected all of them, and they've all been rejected because they think what they're getting is enough. And obviously we know why they don't want to teach Black history and things like that. We know they do. I mean, they'll cover it because part of PSA, personal social education, they have to tick a box. So they'll cover it briefly and tick a box to say that we've covered it. But in regards to covering it in detail, I don't think they will, Jabbo. But I do know that obviously Wales have a separate curriculum to us. Wales are covering Black history, and it is going to be written into their curriculum right from reception right up to the 16th. So they will cover it in detail. But England's curriculum, there has been no change.
No, I mean, even when I was in mainstream school, do you know what I mean? That they did a little bit on Black History Month, but the only real thing you learnt about was people like Martin Luther King. You never really learnt, what actually goes on.
Yeah.
That there was no awareness of.
Yeah, there's more to Black history Martin Luther King and slavery.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And we have our own British heroes here. We have so many British heroes here.
But that's all we learnt about.
Yeah.
Really. So where was the education then for us?
Wow.
That's probably why it is at the level it is like it is now. Because if people were more educated and they weren't so obnoxious and, you know, then we would, it may be a little bit better than what it is. I don't know.
Yeah.
But there was no real kind of.
I did see, well, I shouldn't laugh. It was like a really bad thing. A primary school, I don't know where it was, some part of the country. The kids were, I didn't see any black children. They were all predominantly white, and they were doing about slavery. So the teacher got them to walk around all close together around like a classroom to imagine that they were in a slave ship. It was absolutely horrendous. So, and that's why there needs to be some standardized level, because what that teacher did is just not right at all. Do you know what I mean? So, and I would like, if they are going to do an emphasis, because they'll always keep the Britishness, especially the Tory government that we have in. Why can't we learn? There's so many black heroes that we have here. You know, British black history. I hate to say that we have our own history, but it's not the same as America. They have their struggles. We've got our own struggles here. They are similar. You know, police brutality. You know, the institutional racism and so on. But we have our own things here. Culturally, we're different. You know, rap's not our thing. We have grime. You know, all those kind of different things. So it would be nice that if they were to write it. But again, we've just got to keep pushing and keep knocking. When I was a teacher, I would subconsciously do things to do with black culture, and the kids didn't know. The kids wouldn't know that it was subconsciously black history, or it was a black poem, or you know, things like that. There are things that teachers can do without having the yes from the government, but it's how willing you are as a teacher to do that. So.
Yeah. So in terms of like educating younger generations, obviously people have been doing petitions and stuff, and it hasn't yet been written into the curriculum. So how else do you think people should go about trying to get these changes to happen?
It constantly write into your local MPs, write into the education minister, petitions as well.
Diversity officer of the police force.
Yeah, things like that. You've just got to keep the conversations going. Like you've got to keep the conversations going. Without a doubt, you've got to keep the conversations going. Because when it goes silent, because I think people think it's died down, but it will. I kind of guarantee it will erupt again because of the football. And you know, like people say that it's not a political statement. Unfortunately, racism is in all aspects of our lives, so it affects everything. Politics is society, society is politics. So if it's a political statement, it's just own it and say it is a political statement, because you can't get away from it. Do you know what I mean? Like, why when I go to work, there's a team of, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8, but I'm still the only black person who works there. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I know Plymouth's not diverse, but still, why am I the only black person who works there? Do you understand what I mean? So it affects, to me, like every day there is an aspect of it. Like even from when I send my daughter to school, you know, like what is she accessible to? And she has had racism at her school. Fortunately, the head teacher's brilliant and dealt with it quickly, but she has dealt with it. So again, in regards to the change, you've just got to keep the conversation going. But I feel like until we get sort of like a government that is going to challenge, Labour are supposed to challenge the Conservatives, but at the moment he's not an extreme, he's not like Jeremy Corbyn, so we're not seeing that challenge. We're not seeing the challenge. So Boris and his little merry men, he's getting away with a lot of things, unfortunately, so we won't see the challenge. But yeah, we just got to keep going.
Just keep pushing, yeah.
Yeah.
We've got another question through. Sorry, Danny, would you like to add anything to that?
No, I was waiting for the question.
Okay, sorry. So the question we got was, what would you say about the name of Jack Leslie being on the street of Plymouth, replacing a white man name?
Danny, do you want to do that?
Leslie. Am I being?
He's an old Argyle player, like one of the first black players.
This is the education section kicking
Yeah.
in now. I'm being educated as well. Yeah, no, ex-football player.
Yeah. So so basically he was the player. He was one of the first black players in Plymouth, and so on. It's just quite a shame how it ended up actually, because he ended up just like cleaning boots or something. I saw on some news report. I think that's fantastic. I know that it's heart-wrenching for some people to think that it's replacing a white, like a white name, but I think he should be replaced because that's part of Plymouth's history. Absolutely. Not just because he's a black player, he is part of history. He's contributed to the local team in Plymouth, so why shouldn't he be hailed as a hero?
Back in the 1920s, when it says that he was a footballer, that was really the sort of time when it was.
Exactly. Can you imagine what he went through? It must have been absolutely horrific to think that our boys are still going through that now. But yeah, and so it comes after the council agreed to change the name of the 16th century slave trade, Sir John Hawkins. And I think it's absolutely right. I don't understand, but only in Britain and places where they've been colonized would they have street names and hail statues of ex-slave owners, And I briefly did about Sir Francis Drake when I was at school, but it's only when I worked for a company a couple of years ago, and I had to do something about the history of Plymouth, and when it actually hit home when it said he traded human cargo across the South Atlantic, and it was like, oh my God, like this is crazy. So Francis Drake was a slave owner. You know what I mean? Like it's even chilling just researching it and doing it myself, and look how many hundreds of years that that was. Do you know what? Here's my stance on it. If you are going to hail those people as heroes, tell the real story, tell the truth. They're not heroes. They were quite brutal. And okay, that happened in that time. But because of that, what's happened is why we're in the situation now. So tell the truth, because I guarantee if you go on the Hoe, because my daughter, as soon as we go on the Hoe, she always runs up there, she always looks, and the real truth isn't there. Don't just tell one side of history. Tell the whole side. Like in Whitehall, you've got the statue of Winston Churchill. Like, yes, he led us to victory, yeah, but he was also a racist. He was horrific, actually, and he played a massive part in a lot of the black soldiers from the colonies. I hate to say that, the colonies, or from the empire, not having proper gravestones. So a lot of them were just all put in mass graves. They didn't have the same rights or respect as, say, the white and the European soldiers. So some of them have just been put in mass graves with no headstones. Like, come on, like, tell the real story. Tell the real story. That's all I say with history. So in regards to Sir John Hawkins, yes, his name needs to come down, but if they're going to keep his plaque up, just tell the whole story. He wasn't a hero. He wasn't great. This country was built on the back of slavery. I come from Birmingham, so Birmingham was massive about in regards to the Industrial Revolution. As a part where I actually grew up, it's called the Black Country, not because black people lived there, but it was named the Black Country because by day it was still smoggy, and by night you could still see the fires burning in the factories. So Birmingham played a massive part in the Industrial Revolution. A lot of the things were made there and then distributed to the rest of the country. And again, like, tell the real story. My daughter was talking about the Industrial Revolution the other day, and I was like, do you know that a lot of the money from that came from slavery? She wasn't even aware, because the teacher decided to skip across that in thingy. But and that, again, it goes back to education. What are you choosing to educate our kids with? And when you know your history, you have self-worth. I belong. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's so important. Somebody said about the Francis Drake statue. What do you think about the Sir Francis Drake statue, Danny?
Well, in terms of that, I was just having a little read up of the Jack Leslie campaign, and the aims and objectives of the actual campaign is to raise funds to build a statue for Home Park. It's also to promote and share Jack's story, so they want to get the word out, and also it's to celebrate diversity and combat racism, which is why we're here today. Do you know what I mean? So yes, I do think that we should put one up. You know, I also think that we should put a disabled one up as well as a homosexual one as well, because there is so many different types of diversity and equality that needs to be encouraged and isn't really. But yeah, no, I was just having a little, that one went out of my head for a minute, but yeah, no, totally great cause. And I think that we should. As for Francis Drake, I mean, I won't get into the politics, but
go on, get into the politics. It is
no, we've only got half an hour, but basically he did quite a lot for the city of Plymouth, but he also did quite a lot of racism as well, you know, and you can't reward the good with the bad. The bad with the good, sorry, you know, you just can't do it. You're either a good person or you're a bad person, you know, and you can't be a racist, but look, see what I'm doing at the same time, you know. It just can't be like that, you know. You've got to be consistent, and you've got to be robust, and you just got to keep going. So I mean, I think if we're going to have a statue, then we need 100 statues, because you know it's just what it is, because it's also that thing about having an opinion as well, right? I've got an opinion, you've got an opinion, you've got an opinion, you've got an opinion, and it may clash at some point. So if we all have one of each, right, and everything's all fair, then but yeah, I think we should get a little Jack Leslie statue up. Absolutely, you know, because back in the 1920s, that level of racism was on a different level, but the same sort really as to what we're experiencing 100 years down the line.
Yeah, definitely. It's so well deserved. But somebody again, Dixon says about Sir Francis Drake statue. Again, in regards to that statue, like I've said previously, it's, you know, I don't want to change history. You can't change history, and I get that you can't change history. It is what it is. It happened. Some parts were good, some parts were bad. However, I just want people to tell the truth. I don't want my children to be misguided and think that Sir Francis Drake was a hero, because he was an arse. Like, he enslaved people, and he might have been good at his time and for what he did for the country, but there's always an however. Do you know what I mean? And let's include the however.
Or a but. There's always a but.
Yeah, or a but. Yeah,
that education and helping children to understand the context.
Yeah, definitely. Because you know what, as well, like from a teacher's point of view, like, if you don't tell the truth, and if there isn't and however, white supremacy percolates, and you will have this status thing where white children think they're better than the black kids. You know, it was only a couple of weeks ago that somebody said to my 15-year-old daughter, "Shut your face, you stupid N-word, or I'll do what they did to George Floyd." Do you know what I mean? So, you know, you teach the truth, and you teach what is right and wrong from the beginning, and don't make it seem, you know that you're not proud of your past, because who would be proud of a colonial past like this? Like, who would? But if you teach it and educate people, we can move on from there. Accept it, you know?
And embrace it, you know?
Tell the whole story, like someone just said. Tell the whole story. Right.
But I mean, the thing is as you probably know, people tell you what they want the other person to listen to. Do you know what I mean? And it's not always, it isn't always factual, and it's not always concrete evidence. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. It's all fabricated, because they say history is told by the victories, the people who win. So, you know, England somehow think they've won, but it's come back to bite them. Because I think also as well with education, I think there's a generation who are coming up and they're different. and they're not going to stand for it.
I almost think that the black community are conquerors. Do you know what I mean? Because they're not, you're not going anywhere. You're not going to back down on this. It's going to keep escalating until something gets done. And so it bloody should, because there isn't enough awareness. I keep saying that there's not enough awareness. There's not enough word getting out, But how do we be the change? Keep getting the word out. Keep having these sort of debates, these podcasts, doing these sort of protests. Okay, I mean, a little bit silly doing it during the first wave of the pandemic when everyone's meant to be self-isolating at home and they're all congregating together, but the word had to get out. Do you know what I mean? And you can't get the word out when you're sat at home in front of your telly, can you? You've got to be there, and you've got to, what is it in the Bible where 2 or 3 are gathered? I'm in the midst of you, and the energy was there, absolutely. So just keep getting the word out, keep sharing, keep spreading, and keep stamping out the trolls.
Definitely.
We just had another question come through. So as the BAME Business Awards are coming soon, whom will you nominate, or who do you think is a role model, someone that we can teach about in the future?
Probably somebody like the Diversity Business Incubator, who's there to help the diverse and BAME community. At the end of the day, if it wasn't for the DBI, what support would be there for the black businesses, and the people who are starting off who are in the black community? There wouldn't be any, would there?
True. Yeah, probably. Yeah, definitely.
You won't get the help of Plymouth City Council.
Yeah. Do you know what though? Plymouth City Council, I'm just put it out there, they're a bit wayward. I don't even think they get support. I don't know, they're just, I think that a lot of change needs to happen with the council, and that's why the city is about 20 years behind.
It's worse the further south you go.
But it's just, there's just not enough investment in our tourism and things like that. It's just, it's a bit wayward. So it says, what would you advise ethnic minority parents whose children are subject to ongoing racism, name calling, schools aren't equipped to deal with or can't deal with? I would challenge the school. First of all, challenge the school and make sure you've always got a paper trail before you even phone up. If you do phone up, follow the phone call with an email. If you can't go direct, whatever, follow it up with an email. Keep the paper trail going. See how they react to it. Always ask for, if the schools are a bit weird, because again, we're in the Southwest and the teachers themselves aren't always educated. Make sure that the child obviously gets punished for being racist. However, let the I would say, oh God, what's the word? I would always let them know that you want the child to be educated, not just punished. Do you understand what I mean? Because especially, you have to think about it. If they're in primary school or reception, they've learned that from somewhere, their family environment possibly. So I would always phone up the head teacher. Don't go straight to the head teacher first. Follow it up with an email. Say what you would like to happen, child to be discussed, but also educated. And at that time, why don't you educate the whole class? Because they might not know that this word is wrong. They might not understand why the context is wrong. And then if the school won't do anything about it, contact the police, because it is a racist offence. And I know it sounds bad, but we need statistics as well. How many racist incidents have happened within a school education, and also contact Ofsted because Ofsted needs to account this. And if it's really bad, Ofsted will go in and intervene if it's really, really bad. That's my advice. I definitely would do that.
I've just had a little look, right? There's a news report from The Guardian on March 2021, and UK schools record more than 60,000 racist incidents in the past 5 years, and that's just in the past 5 years.
Yeah.
Right? And that is genuine statistics. So obviously, it's not down to the number; it's probably more.
Oh yeah, because you don't report everything.
Is starting off with racial equality and racial awareness does come at those fundamental key stage learning ages of 4 and 5 when you just join reception in year 1. It's no good doing it when you're in year 6. You know what I mean? There really isn't. And most schools now, I do believe, have an equality and diversity officer on the premises. Do they?
Sorry, say that again.
Most. It's been a little while since I've been in school, as you can tell. But most schools now have a diversity and equality officer, right?
They should do, or somebody should take that role. Yeah.
Now, why are they not doing a mass school assembly with that, you know, and raising awareness and then taking it into the classrooms? Because it's a continuation. It's a continuation of learning. You know, you don't stop learning at 3:30 when you finish school, do you?
But I think what it is that most people who are like in the positions of trust, they just feel, because obviously working in school, it is so demanding. I'm not saying, oh, they shouldn't think about it, but what in their heads, because you've got safeguarding, you've got teaching and learning, you've got all these different like things that you have to think about, and they probably think of racism, but they think, and their minds get blown. But if you just weed it in and make it be so natural and so a part of the school environment, there won't be a need to make it such a big thing. Like Black History Month, yeah, we'll make more of an awareness of it in October. However, every month and naturally throughout the subjects that you are learning, you will cover, like when it was lockdown, my daughter did about the Roman Empire, and she was like, she asked me, she said, Mum, I don't see any Black Romans. So we Googled, and there is a history of Black Romans. In actual fact, Black Romans in the 12th century were the first to touch Britain. So they were here. Do you understand what I mean? So it doesn't have to be such an obvious thing. Like they make a big deal out of it, but if it's just intertwined with other things, then it doesn't become, oh, look at me, it's Black History Month sort of thing.
Yeah, no, I see that. Absolutely.
Yeah, I've had another question come through. We're seeing a rise in violence, knife crimes, and gang culture within the Black community mainly. A simple example of the shooting of Sasha Johnson, one of the founders of the Black Lives Movement in London, by a Black young man. How can education play a role in addressing this?
Danny, do you want to go first? I feel like I'm talking too much.
Well, it's like I say, it's a case of getting the word. And the thing is you can tell somebody something, right, and they'll retain it. You can tell him something and it falls on deaf ears. You have to want to listen. You have to want to be educated, and you have to also want to be the change. If you're just happy following because it is really the majority, isn't it, that's quite racist. It's not a minority, it's a majority. We you know, it is one of those sort of worlds. And if people keep getting educated and, you know, they keep listening and they keep retaining and they keep wanting to be the change rather than just living their life and not letting anything change, then there may be some change there. But there has to be a want to change, there has to be a want to learn, and there has to be a want to listen, you know, because when you don't, what's the point?
Yeah.
It's like checking at a wall.
I think in regards to the violence, actually it's in the late 90s, 2000s, when I was living up in Birmingham, it was like this again. It was so massive. And then it sort of died down, and it's almost like now you've got a generation of guys who were like my age, and there's almost like a deficit. And in years to come, London will see a deficit because the guys who were killing each other, whatever, or stabbing each other, and going through all this in the late 90s, 20s, they're either dead, unfortunately, or they are locked up. So it will have an impact, like in 20, 30 years' time. That's what they'll see. In regards to tackling it, to me, knife crime is an epidemic within itself, and we need to tackle it head on, like how the government, the Scottish government, did in Glasgow. Zero tolerance on knife crime. So we need to have zero tolerance on knife crime, and we need education. We need the youth clubs back. It's obvious that these things, the rise, Priti Patel said it's gone down, but the rise, if we look at the stats and stuff, they've gone up since we've had this Tory government in government, and there has been a cut on youth clubs, youth workers, safeguarding officers, all those things that you need in a society of a structure. Because unfortunately, we have poverty in this country. Child poverty is high, and I'm not justifying these men going out there and killing each other and so on, but a lot of the times it comes down to drugs, right? Drugs, money, having status. If your mom can't go to work, or your mom's working all the hours God sends to keep a roof over your head, to feed you and your siblings and so on, and dad, it doesn't necessarily mean that dad's not there and dad's left. Maybe dad's working all the hours as well, and the ends can't meet, because we always have this stereotypical perception of black men leaving the homes and things like that, and it happens in all cultures. So I don't want to put that there. Right, families are struggling. Before the pandemic, it's even worse now. The easy, quick money is drugs. Also, people see this lifestyle that it's glamorized, but it comes with a price. So we need education, we need money, and we need resources, and we need to support the family structure. If you're out working all day long, you are not home, so you don't know if your child's in the home or out on road. You don't know. And that's why I fight so much to work part-time. It's not because I'm lazy or lack ambition. I need to be able to work around my children, so I'm here when they get home from school, so I can help them with that, so I know where they are. A lot of parents are in a situation where they're doing extra jobs, or they're working extra hours to fund not their lifestyle, but just to keep a roof over their heads, because the standard of living is so wayward. So we need education, we need structure back in, and we need support, and we need to tackle it like how the Glasgow government did. And part of me feels like they don't want to tackle it. That's why it's going to continue, because they're not saying anything about it. They're not saying anything about it. They're not doing enough about it. So it's almost like they like killing. And let's just put it out there. There's no such thing as black on black crime. It's black people murdering each other, because this term is only used with black people to do with knife crime. We don't say white on white crime. We don't say Chinese on Chinese crime, or Italian on Chinese crime. We don't say that, right? There's no such thing as black and black crime. Okay, and we need to look at the prison structure as well. Is locking them up for a long time the best answer? Are they getting rehabilitated? Are they getting education whilst they're in there, so that they can come out and maybe set up their own business? Are they getting that support? We need to do what they've done in Scotland, because the knife crime in Scotland, they were actually worse than actually London, which they won't tell you. And actually, the worst in Europe is Paris, because I have looked into this before. Paris is the knife capital of Europe at the minute. But it's not going to happen overnight. It takes years, and it takes education, and it takes time. But if we start it now, we'll see it in the long run. But until this happens, the government don't care. They don't care, and that's the reality. They do not care.
That's so true. Right, well, we've got about 15 minutes left, so I'm going to start rounding up a little bit. Thank you so much for your brilliant answers as well. So just to kind of get a general question, just to round up, what would you like to see change in Plymouth in terms of education? Quite an open question, but just generally.
I want there to be more inclusion. I want there to be more acceptance. You know, I was speaking with Alison Hernandez, the Chief Crime Commissioner for Devon, Cornwall and the Isles of City Police, as part of a radio interview just before she got nominated as the Conservative leader for the South. And I was saying, like, what can we do? And she was happy to come back on the radio and talk about it and bring in the equality and diversity officer and stuff like that, and get the word out from their end as well. It's just a case of getting the word out more, getting sharing, getting, you know, the awareness out there, and telling people that this is not bloody okay. It needs to stop, you know. And the only way of stopping it is stamping it out and continuing to have these type of debates, you know. So in terms of the education section manifesting because of this, I think we'll see that in a couple of years' time when more things have happened. We're not going to see it overnight.
I agree, Danny. I think that. Sorry, just say the question again. Sorry, I was writing down the question. Say the question.
What changes would you like to see in terms of education?
In terms of education, I would like to see white allies coming forward, white teachers. I'm on a really good network on Twitter. I've been on Twitter a lot. Sometimes visually, Instagram's too much. Twitter is just straight to the point and get to it. And there's a lot of negativity on there as well. It's through social media, isn't it? But there are a lot of white allies coming through, like white teachers saying that and challenging. So if they hear racist behaviour, that's it, done. It's dealt with. They're educated. Allies coming forward to not just challenge the children, but if somebody is in a position of trust, like a head teacher or senior leadership team member, like, you know, challenging them on certain aspects of the school, the way they run the school, and challenging them on certain aspects, like, well, why didn't you give it to the black teacher? If a black teacher went for that role, why didn't you give it to them? Like, do you know what I mean? It's things like that. Like, I just feel like as a black or brown person, you can't fight the fight on your own. It needs to be collective. It needs to be a coherent of voices saying, this is not good enough. This is what we would like. How do we get to that place, you know? And I think that if we run forums like this in safe spaces and have open conversations, again, you know, you learn something new all the time. I've learned something from Tenda, I've learned something from Dan, you know, learned something from, you know, the questions, and keep having these discussions. And in regards to Plymouth, like Tenda said, it is getting more diverse. And when you do open your arms to diversity, you do get the food and you do get the richness. You know, Plymouth is behind, but I don't feel like Plymouth's a bad place. And you can encounter racism anywhere, not just down here because it's not diverse. But I think as a city, it's growing, and I think it will get better, and I think it will get enhanced. But I just think it's very, very important to keep these conversations going, keep education going, and keep, if you're not brown or black, keep being an ally, because we need allies. And yes, it does get exhausting, because that's how black people feel. We feel exhausted by constantly fighting, and as an ally, it's the same thing.
Yeah. And it's actually, you do a sister radio show.
Yeah, Mondays, 10 to 11:30 on P-Town Radio, and we often raise discussions about this. We talk a lot of other things as well, many women things. The odd occasion of football thing gets mentioned, but Sean's not into football, but I blabber on about football. But yeah, so we do a show 10 till 11:30 on Mondays. Yeah.
Brilliant. And where can people reach you as well? And
God, they can reach me every Monday to Friday. I'm available, me. No, you can catch me 8 till 10 for the breakfast show, where it's mainly news, weather, time saver, travel, and a bit of music in between. Obviously, do stay tuned for Itasha's show, because she does really It's like the other week when Piers Morgan was kicking off, you addressed that, you know, and it's stuff like that, things that we don't really talk about on community radio that we should, you know. Obviously, I do kind of like a news headline for the top of the hour, but that's kind of like a minute long. It doesn't give you the chance to vocalize your opinions and have a discussion or anything like that. And occasionally, Sean and Natasha have guests in as well, and they'll sit there and have a conference live on air. Another good one to listen to is the Midground show. That's on this evening from 6 to 8, and also the Noisy Neighbours as well. They talk about equality and diversity and getting everything kind of on a more even keel. But yeah, I mean, we will stamp it out, and P-Town Radio is dedicated to basically impacting the lives of the Black, Asian, ethnic minority and diverse community, in order to give people a voice, which they've already got, you know. Everyone's born with a voice, you know, but unfortunately it feels that sometimes that voice has been potentially stripped away from you in certain situations, and that's what that's for, is to give it back and to keep raising the awareness effectively. And obviously you've got Super Dixon on later. He's another one of our presenters, Saturday 5 till 7. Really cracking guy, love him to bits, and he's very passionate about being the change as well. So we've got a good team on board here at P-Town Radio, and we're going to continue to grow and get more good team members on board who are even more passionate, you know, and eventually, hopefully, P-Town Radio will be hopefully the change within the community. I'm hoping, but obviously I can't say that, do you know what I mean? Because you've got people like the Diversity Business Incubator who's there for the businesses and everything. So if we all work as a team and we all collaborate together, then eventually they will be the minority. Do you know what I mean? And everything else will become the majority. You know, that there'll be no more racism, there'll be no more stigma, there'll be no more discrimination, hatred, homophobia, discrimination because of your disability, whatever it is. You know, I'm a very equal rights person. You know, I've got just as much chance in this world as both of you ladies. You know, and at the end of the day, it's just what we got to keep doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so glad to have P-Town continuing this conversation and being
Dixon
here.
bigging himself up.
I'd like to ask if there's any last words before we wrap up today.
Just keep the conversation going.
Yeah, keep it going, keep loving. What is it they say? Love as if you've never been loved before, you know, and make people feel wanted, make people feel included, you know.
Yeah, and learn, educate yourself. You know, Google's there. There's so many books. There's so many. I've read, you know, there's so many books these days. Like, and if you're not a reader, download audio. You get 1 free book a month, and it's $7.99. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you're not a reader, like, you know, just listen to it orderly. You know, orderly, because I know as an ex-teacher, I know that not everyone likes to read, and not everyone has the time. Not even likes to read. It's the time. But at least with audio, you can go out for a walk. You can listen to it in your car, or riding on your bike, or in the bath, on the shower, whatever. But just educate yourself, because education it opens your eyes and your mindset. So, you know, you've got to educate yourself and keep the conversation going. That's my final words. And thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for being here.
Keep spreading it, keep getting the word out. You know, if you've got any questions or you want some support, get in touch with either P-Town Radio or DBI. There's plenty of channels out there. Just like there's plenty of channels for like domestic abuse and stuff like that. Just get in touch, get the word out, see what we can do, and yeah, follow P-Town Radio. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Right, thank you both so much. Have a lovely rest of your day.
And you.
And you.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Hi everyone, welcome to the 1 year anniversary George Floyd Hackathon. I hope you can all hear me well. I'm Stella, and today I will be taking up the Youth and Millennials session. Hello everyone, hi.
Hi.
Hi. Hi.
How's it going?
Yeah, it's all right, how are you?
I'm good. I'm ready to just say what I have to say.
Yeah?
So pumped.
Yeah, so if we could just go around and you introduce yourself, say whatever you want to say about yourself. Yeah.
Cool.
Sure. I'll let Vincent go first.
Okay, cool. So, hi, I'm Vincent. Currently a master's student at Plymouth University. I'm happy to be on this today. I've got a lot of things to talk about, and I'm happy and excited to listen to what some other people have to talk about too.
Cool. I'm Azza. I'm a creative here in Plymouth. So I was obviously born and raised in Plymouth and spent pretty much most of my childhood here. But then when I was like 15, 16, I moved to the Middle East and then to Dubai actually to study fashion. And then I came back here, and this is where like I've kind of been based per se, and kind of just been trying to navigate life and figure out my creative ability really.
Lovely to meet you guys. So let's just get into it. Let's just get the conversation started. You can start with whichever topic you want to start with. Just keep in mind to keep it about George Floyd, how we've progressed since the year, the protests as well. So yeah, if you want to take a time out to think before you answer any questions, that's completely fine. So yeah, just feel free to discuss. It's informal. It's not formal. So feel comfortable. Yeah.
Cool. I think we're just starting.
Yeah.
If you have anything to say, just jump in. It's fine.
Yeah, jump in.
Cool.
But obviously, starting off from what was it, the 25th of May? Obviously, that George Floyd did die. Taking was it just under a year to prosecute the killer. What were your thoughts on it taking that long? The charges that obviously were put on him, and do you think that justice was served essentially?
I think there's steps in the right direction in accountability. So I think obviously this is like the first of like many cases that have happened, not just here in the UK but in America as well.
Absolutely.
But it's not because of COVID. We were the ones that were seeing it throughout social media. Everyone saw it. You could not escape it. It was in the newspapers. It was on social media, radio, any media you could think of. It was there. People could not escape from it. And like I said, it's not the first time it's happened. Like the first big incident that happened was with Trayvon Martin way back when. And until now for people to actually see it and to slowly start taking accountability for it. So I think there just needs to be more cases and more obviously people taking accountability at the end of the day. And that's the only way we're going to see change. And I know we're not going to see the change now, unfortunately. We're seeing the steps that are being taken to make that change.
Definitely.
But I know for a fact that I'm not going to see this change until I have grandkids, to be honest.
Absolutely.
But knowing that I've made those steps into making a big change, especially here in Plymouth, somewhere that I've grown up in. Like when I was back in school, it was just me, my brother, and maybe like couple of black people like I can name on my fingertips in school.
Absolutely.
And having to actually distance myself from Plymouth and come back especially with the uni students. That's why I'm so happy to be on this panel with a lot of the other students as well, because this is when I came back, I was like, okay, where are all the minorities at? I noticed that most of them were all university students, and it's great that I can actually find like-minded people to speak about it. So that's kind of just like my 2 cents on that.
No, absolutely. And obviously, was you partaking in Plymouth at the time of BLM, or was you in a different city?
Funnily enough, I was in a transitional period. I was living in Bristol for 2 years, and obviously with COVID, I came back home, and it was during the time of Ramadan. So I spent that month fasting with my family here, and of course, when George Floyd died was when I was at home, and it was when I was preparing to go back to Bristol.
Right. Okay.
So that same day of the protest, I was actually supposed to be going back to Bristol. And I was like, do I go to the Bristol protest or do I make a statement and be at home? I think I'm going to do the right thing and be here, say what I have to say, try to make a huge difference. And then obviously throughout the whole car journey from Plymouth to Bristol, all I kept seeing was the Colston statue's been taken down, the Colston statue's been taken down. And I did get a couple of like accreditation from for me speaking out to the people of Plymouth over a couple of days afterwards, but I definitely think me making the decision to stay and say what I had to say made me feel so good.
And then obviously with the statues being taken down, do you feel like, now obviously it's a lot of controversy behind it, now there are obviously right reasons to do so, do you feel like the backlash from it was justified in the terms of people saying it's for history? Now we all have our own views, and I personally feel like my views on it is that it's a piece of history, but for a negative reason. So the reasons were justified for why it was taken down. But obviously there's a lot of people who don't have those similar views of a particular mindset.
Yeah, definitely. There's different mindset. Can we just introduce Win a moment? Yeah, I wonder if you could just introduce
how you doing?
quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so Win's in Plymouth as well, right?
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
I have another perspective for somebody who's grown up in Plymouth and seen the change since the protests and how things have evolved. So Win, do you think anything that has changed in the year between the protests since George Floyd's death and now?
From the protest of George Floyd till now, no, not really. I feel like there'd been better progress between the earlier years till now, for sure. But I feel like the George Floyd protest, obviously I think during when that period was going on, during that protest, there was a few other locals a bit angry about it because they thought people were gonna go march on the Hull, on the monument statues, or those people fought in World War II. So I feel like some people had the wrong idea, but the overall reception of it was positive. But I feel like recently, because I've lived in Plymouth most of my life anyway, from I think 2004 onwards, I feel like you started to see a shift post 2011, 12-ish. The reception towards minorities in Plymouth was a lot better than it was prior. Was way better prior, and it's always gradually improved since then. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I feel like
I can agree with you on that one. Obviously being born and raised here in Freedom Fields and literally living in Plymouth my whole life.
You know.
I know, trust me, I know, I've seen it. I've lived it. I'm still living it now.
Yeah, because back then it would be a lot more overt, pre-2011. Some of the things they'll say was wild. This was to your face. It would be a bit mad. But since that period, post 2011, post 2012, I feel like it got a lot cooler to be black. If you see what I'm saying, there was a lot more urban representation within the media. Most of the music that they were listening to was from urban culture. A lot of people they were seeing on screen, on film, were urban. You see what I'm saying? So black and minority was kind of leading fashion and culture at the time. You see what I'm saying? So it kind of helped towards the perception of minorities being seen as equals almost. So I feel like from
sorry.
Hello, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to ask you and Alva, do you feel more comfortable since you've grown up in Plymouth and you've seen the change, you've seen the protests? Would you say from when growing up, when you were younger and you faced all that injustices, maybe in primary school where there was overt racism or subtle racism, would you say that you feel more comfortable now in 2021, a year on, or would you say that it's more of a progression of a change through the time, or would you say it's just happened instantly within that year?
I would say it's been a progression for me. I'm just speaking on like my own truth and my experiences, but definitely from like I've grown up in like a Muslim household. So the only other minorities that I would see is going to Arabic school on the weekends, or my family friends or cousins that would come down from wherever just to visit me, and that would be it. But it's been like a slow, like I would say, yeah, progressional thing. So seeing some of the young kids that I know in Plymouth going down the careers of like creativity or music, etc., 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 which I'm currently like helping out now, which is a really good thing, and having those conversations with young kids now and being like, whoa, well, when I was back in, I hate to be that person, and I know like we get to that age where we're like, oh, when I was in school, blah 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 blah, but it's an honest truth. Like when I was in school, there was literally like fingertips of Black people in my school, and I went to a private school. They had like a very small lack of knowledge when it came to like Black history and Black education. And I'm certain that Win and Vince can, and even yourself being in Plymouth, like going to school and learning about history, what's the one, they only introduce Black history in slavery, that tiny little bit in history, that's it. Watching Roots, that's it. Well, not even watching Roots, I watched Roots at home. My dad had the DVDs here. I didn't even learn that in school. I kind of had to do my own history, like my own learning, hence like the giant bookshelf above my head.
You look like you look like you're a lecturer.
I might as well be, but I mean, like I had to do my own history, like my own education, learning from like my cousins and their experiences, or learning from friends, family, etc., etc., and doing my own research. And now I feel like I'm in a place where I can help these young kids, and this is one of the things that I said in my speech actually, that I gave on the steps in front of Plymouth University, the police steps, PCAD area, where I put these kids deserve more. They deserve to have a chance to learn about their heritage, their roots, inside and outside of the classroom, as well as learning about reality of British imperialism and colonization. It helps them have a further understanding for themselves and create better ways on how to make the world better. They are our futures. So for me to kind of be that person and slowly seeing the progression, I can have conversations with these kids now and be like, oh, so what happened in school today? X, Y, and Z happened. We're learning about this, we're learning about that, but there's still not enough yet. There's still so much we can do. So much more.
I agree, yeah.
For sure.
So Vincent, coming from, you said that you didn't grow up in Plymouth, right?
No, so until I was around about 11, 12, I used to live in London.
Okay.
Now, obviously, living in London, completely multicultural. You don't even notice it when you're growing up. But then when I moved down to Plymouth with my mum, obviously you go walk around the streets and you have people looking at you, and you're like, why is everyone looking at me? Like, what's different to me to you? And obviously growing up with that, you don't realize it in London because everyone's different. It's so diverse that it's not something you ever take in, and because you're a child, you don't normally process that stuff anyway. And obviously because my mother's white, walking around with a mixed race child, obviously she's now getting looks in an area where never done. But Mum, why are they looking at you like that? Mum, why are they looking at me like that? And then a few years after, when my dad came down as well, people accept you, as it were, like in the community. They're like, oh, it's just Vince, a kid from London. And then my dad comes down and it's like, oh, who's this 6'4" Black man who's moved into the area? We don't normally have this here. And you feel that tension between people when you're walking around. You see people look at you differently. You see people say hello to people, but then they don't say hello to you. So it's quite a cultural change. It was weird because when I was in London, I never had any kind of racism whatsoever, never anything. And people down here, even the things that they would say that would be considered racial slurs, I didn't quite understand because it wasn't correct. Even in the racism that they were giving, it wasn't correct.
I know what you're talking about.
It doesn't make it any better, but like
it wouldn't even be racial slur, like.
Yeah,
it wouldn't even.
It's like a backhanded compliment. You don't know how to take it. You're like, okay.
Absolutely. And then as you grow up, so in my primary school, it was just me and another black girl who was in the whole primary school. Like even when you look through like yearbook photos, like there's no one.
That was me.
Yeah, literally.
Same here.
Yeah, that was me for my whole experience in primary school. Yeah, carry on, Vincent.
And then moving into secondary school, again, you'd think it'd be like moving to more diverse. And I'd say in like a school of maybe like 1,000 people, there might have been 4, maybe 5 people of like ethnic color. So, or just ethnicity in general, no matter what it be, whether that's Asian, Indian, black, mixed race, anything. But like, you don't, even in school. So I wanted to be a police officer when I was younger. And my teacher advised me that people of color won't do well in the system down here because it's just not diverse. Like that's what they said to my mum. So I was like, oh, well, if that's the case, if that's the only thing stopping me, I mean, should I go into it? Should I not go into it? And I feel like those kind of things should never be an issue in a career that you take, let alone in normal day-to-day life.
Yeah, definitely. So with going off what you just said, Vincent, not feeling like to go for an opportunity because you don't see yourself there. So right now, because you're older now, how would you like to your younger self, would you like encourage that person to go for that career even though they don't see themselves there? Would you say, or do what you want, or would you be the person to be bold enough to go into those places where you don't see yourself or anybody who looks like you to make the change? Because it only takes one person, because somebody else is going to be looking into that career, into that job, and they're going to say, am I going to apply because this person works there who looks like me? Because if it was me, I would definitely apply if somebody else looked like me. It will be an encouraging thing. So speaking to your younger self, would you encourage yourself to go for those roles?
Absolutely, because when I was younger, although I moved from London, my world is now Plymouth. But the world is so much bigger than Plymouth. So I could have got that job role and moved. I could have obviously diversed down here, but my world isn't limited to just Plymouth. So 100%, if that was the goal and the career that I definitely wanted, I would 100% advise myself, my younger self, to go back, do that job role. And then obviously the world's your oyster at that point.
Win and Azza, what's your thoughts on like inclusion in the workspace?
I mean, I'm speaking from like a creative standpoint. So initially, like when I first started off, I wanted to be a fashion designer, and that was like my main goal. I wanted to like design a massive collection, etc., etc., etc. And I felt that I would rather be comfortable within myself and my craft if I moved outside of Plymouth. So that's why I took the opportunity to move to Dubai and go to like a multi-diverse country to be around other ethnicities. And I kid you not, and my friends that I'm still very, very close with were the most diverse group of people you ever meet in your life. It was like the best feeling of different walks of life, from America to Ireland to India to Iran. It was the best melting point I ever had. And I'm still very close with now, so it's kind of given me that open mindset. So when I came back to Plymouth, I didn't want to be like that close-minded person from being in school or whatever, just having an open mind and being a lot more accepting. And I feel like that's definitely opened up like my creativity even further. Like instead of closing myself into one box, I'm doing like different things. So speaking out about causes that matter to me, so about Black Lives Matter, and showing more about representation in the industry. So if, for example, if I see like a young kid who wants to go down the line of art or whatever, they can see me as an influencer and be like, oh, but Azza's doing this, you might have da 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 da. It's, again, it comes down to like representation, and I feel like there needs to be more of it. And yeah, so that's like, sometimes it's better, like Vincent was saying, like sometimes you do have to go outside of Plymouth. Plymouth is literally like that big. And I mean it just from like obviously growing up here, you know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody. But then when you go back, you leave Plymouth and then you come back again, you kind of just have like this whole new mindset. You want to show people how what you've learned in these outside areas and what you can do to help bring that change. which is one of the reasons why I wanted to have like be part of this conversation and be like, I have 1,000,001 ideas, especially for BLM and changes that we could do for like, especially a year on. Your question earlier that you mentioned about do you think that there's any change within the last year from that protest? For me, from what I've seen, yes, it was amazing of how the protest turned out. It was insane to see so many people turn up from all different races, from different boroughs of Plymouth or whatever. It was the most insane feeling I've ever felt. But from then until now, I personally haven't seen any big changes. So it could just be like little changes of meeting somebody who knows somebody and building that connection, building education and stuff and knowledge. But when it comes down to actual change, I haven't seen anything. And there needs to be more workshops, more events, etc., etc. Like, for example, Black History Month is not that far off, a couple months away. I know that there's the US Black History Month and there's the UK Black History Month. If there's a way that anyone on here or even the DBI team are interested, I literally have a notebook full of ideas to change for Black History Month. Like, you could do art nights, include food vendors. Like, they have the Plymouth Food Market that I'm sure you guys have seen every single year in the middle of the city centre. All these different people cooking up different foods. If you bring all these different ethnicities together, that's one idea. Books, building education. I've got a whole library of books that I'm happy to like donate to kids for them to be educated with. Like, I can go on and on and on and on. But from what I can see, the only changes now is having this discussion throughout the day, and it's coming up with what's next.
Just to jump in if I can on that
question.
For everyone's sake, like, again, I feel like if anything, since the BLM, I feel like there's been more of a divide, if anything. Excuse the noise. I feel like there's been more of a divide because there's people who are like, oh, like, when will it stop? Or, oh, have you been dragging it on a bit too long now? Like, I've had people say that to me, like, oh, do you think it's going on a bit too long now? And I'm like, no, of course not. Of course it's not going on too long. If anything, it hasn't started soon enough.
Exactly.
And then for people, because I feel like as soon as it started, people instantly were like, you have to pick a side. There has to be a right, there has to be a wrong, which there isn't the case in this. You can't, there's no need to pick a side. Like, there shouldn't be a side with the thousands of years that have been prior to this now.
Yeah.
And I think we all just need to be on the same page, as it were. But I don't feel like I don't think, for a personal opinion, I don't think that'll ever be a thing where everyone's on the same page.
Not now, anyways. I don't think it's gonna happen until like
way
down the line.
Years,
in the future. Wynn, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I think your original question when you threw it to me, like, when you were saying, I think you talk about like your career path you was looking at when you was younger. Yeah. And I feel like you was right. Within Plymouth anyway, there wasn't, like, growing up, there wasn't really a lot of in the positions I was looking at anyway, like in business and stuff. I wouldn't see like Black businessmen growing up. You see what I'm saying? So I would think like in Plymouth, I would see it obviously in other cities. So at first I would feel like, oh, you probably have to move out to be able to like achieve what I wanted to do, like in like business or accounting and stuff. But growing up and as Sis said, like traveling and you meet different places within the UK or you go abroad and stuff. It broadens your horizon. I was lucky enough, like growing up here, still to like so I'm hearing like some of you guys' experiences, like where in like school, wherever, or like within your own community, outside of school, there wasn't a lot of minorities around you. But luckily enough for me, I had like a pretty wide network of Black people around me, like from young here growing up. I think Stella has as well, outside of school sometimes. But mine I had some as well in school. I was pretty lucky in that, like within primary and secondary, that like there was quite a few minorities in the choices I went to. So, and as well, realizing, you know, there's a lot more when you get older, you see a lot more. So I know like David does quite a lot of good work down here. He's with Red Cross, you know. Uncle Jabo does good work here as well. There's Akeem who does accounting. So you see it a lot more. I feel like the more you grow up, you know, where there's different people in positions that you can turn to that look like you a little bit. But when you're younger, you're kind of looking at first point. You don't really search around a lot more. You see what I'm saying? If you don't see it right in front of you, you're not really looking. You're not going around to look. But I think that's just the case with youth, innit? That's just you know, a burden of youth, something like that.
Yeah, just going off what you said, Win, it's interesting because you know each and every one of the names of the professional Black people here in Plymouth.
Yeah.
Pick up on that? It shouldn't be a
Pardon?
thing when you don't know the names. That's what we're trying to achieve, right? When you don't know, there's so many that you can't actually name each and every one of them. Yeah.
No,
so
yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's a few more, but like the ones that I can see. Yeah, the ones that I can see, it helps in it because then you've got people you can access here to kind of like talk to about. Oh, if I was looking to do this like this on if I was looking to do, I don't know, accounting or something, I could talk to, you know, Akeem because I've seen it now, like growing up. You see what I'm saying? But those sort of faces, they're not always accessible to everyone down here in Plymouth. You see what I'm saying? Because they're not always as advertised. So like, it's just about, you know, getting the names out and seeing the faces sometimes.
I hear you. Like, I know for me, like there was no one in the creative industry that I knew here. It was literally just there wasn't anyone. And the only people that I had around me is that people that have done medicine or dentistry or accounting, all these other outlets. Like I could literally give you
exactly.
a whole scroll of names of like Muslim or Black doctors that I know that work in the hospital and are all in Plymouth. That's it. As far as anyone branching out into doing stuff like this or creativity, there's not enough. And there needs to be more, and I guess it's kind of up to us really to be those people and then just be the seeds to kind of influence the younger generation, and it just kind of expands from there.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
It's all about exposure, isn't it? And how much we can do to get it out there. And like you said, Az, it's about all of these events. Like I'm sure you've got hundreds of ideas, but then you just need someone to hear you. That's what it is. Someone to hear you and get behind you on them.
Literally.
So I just want to segue into this question here. Forbes wrote and they said that Gen Z can lead the fight to end racism. So what do you think about that? Gen Z being the generation that ends racism.
You know, like I think it's fine and nice. I don't think racism could ever die. You see what I'm saying?
No.
It's like
it won't ever.
I feel like people just need that. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying that they should need it, but it's always going to be there. Even recently here, you know, when Vince was touching upon when he was saying during the Black Lives Matter thing, he saw a bit more of a divide. Like there was like down here anyway, locally, there was some of that as well within like the younger kids, because I think there was like an Instagram account going on. Or like and they was targeting like younger black girls and boys in like school, saying, oh, you know, they made like a Insta page saying, oh, you know, keep Plymouth British or something like that.
Yeah, I
you see what I'm saying?
I'm pretty sure I saw it somewhere, like when I was reading through like the Herald on Instagram or something.
It was
I don't think it's gonna end. And to be honest, I feel like for the next generation of kids, it's a lot worse now.
I think the more we speak out about it, the more people are then going to react to it. So, like I said, there's always going to be sides, no matter what. There's no one could ever agree and say and hold their hands up and say, "Yeah, we need to end racism." And people would be like, "Oh yeah, I'm not racist," and then because, or "I'm not racist," but there's always a rebuttal to it. So.
Exactly. So I feel like obviously it gets better with each generation you get, but I just don't, for it to like completely end, I just don't think it's something In my
Had to
lifetime, anyway, I'll ever see.
yeah, yeah,
Huh?
definitely. It had to emphasize it. The end racism part had to emphasize it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Because
Yeah, I think what we can do is
it will steadily decrease. Which will go
yeah,
on.
Yeah,
and I
it will
the
slowly go down, but it won't fully end until, like I said, until we have great grandkids later down the line. I mean, things have obviously improved, and I mean that slowly from obviously when our parents and grandparents, etc., were around, and it's we're still heading in the right direction. It's just we still have a long way to go.
For sure.
Yeah, I think that when I think about that question, the number one thing that comes into my mind is education. Because in order to change something, you have to educate the next generation, because the next generation is going to be the next leaders. So in terms of education, so we've all grew up in Plymouth. Some of us have gone out and we've encountered different cultures. So what would you think would be the number one thing to implement within the curriculum, or even setting up projects within the community that would educate the next generation coming up to be the leaders that we wish we had? We wish that made the spaces for us to feel comfortable or to feel included in places like the Southwest, which is a very well, it's not very
heavily populated with minorities.
It's not very culturally diverse. Yeah. So what is the number one thing you think could be implemented in curriculums and also outside? Because the learning continues outside of the school.
For me, it's got to be history. See what I'm saying? Because most young kids, it's not every day, unless you got, pretty decent parents, that you know a lot about your history, especially if you don't live within the country that you was kind of born in, if you see what I'm saying. Like, I'm from Congolese descent, but I'm not living in Congo at the minute. You see what I'm saying? So unless I look or I ask my parents, I'm not going to know about Congolese culture, or culture maybe, but not like past history about it. Because when you do history within school, the closest minority you may get is the Egyptians, but you're not Egyptian. You see what I'm saying? So like, I feel like if they had more diverse historical background, it would really help not just the minorities, but others within the classroom to understand different people's cultures, because that's a lot of where arguments start within school, is where someone misinterprets someone else's culture. They don't understand why this person's offended by what someone else has said. Now a fight breaks out, and that just goes throughout the system. But I feel like history is the biggest one. If they wanted to see like a most effective change, would be in history.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I will jump onto that. Like, when I was in primary school, one thing that they used to do is we had like an international week. Although like I was pretty much the only like international like student there, basically. Yeah. But they would bring in like different foods. So we had like, it was the first time I think my friends ever tried like pita bread or like Mexican food or this and that. And I think they need to bring that back to school these days, especially because there's also like a big Jamaican and Trinidadian community here in Plymouth. There's a huge Arab community here that I'm part of, especially like my culture. I'm from Sudan. So there's a lot more Sudanese people here in Plymouth as well. And there's a lot of like, I know for a fact of going to a lot of the Afro-Caribbean societies or ACS events in the last couple of years. There's a big African like diverse community here as well. If you tap into those and have like a big international day in primary schools, in secondary schools, and even in a university as well, and show and celebrate that level of diversity, maybe things will probably be a lot easier for kids and be a lot more open, and you can kind of celebrate and explore these different countries and explore these different traditions, etc., etc. I noticed that when a few years ago there was the big protest that happened for Sudan. I'm not sure if you guys ever came across the news that happened. There was a big massacre that happened, and it was yeah. So obviously that kind of hit home for me, and I spent a lot of time in Bristol. This is the time when I was in Bristol, and I was lucky enough to, through the power of social media, be part of a group of Sudanese creatives to get the word out. And eventually what happened was I managed to actually come home for the day and do a protest here. Bring the whole Sudanese community, march from the top end of town and march all the way to Luke Pollard's office to sign a petition to help everything that's going on with Sudan. And with that, the beauty of it, and I still have a picture of it actually behind me of the little kids that and they're probably under the age of, I want to say 12, 13, maybe a little bit older, but all of them now have their own knowledge of Sudan and what happened and how did it get to this point.
For sure.
And it was the most humbling and beautiful feeling to see a little kid at the age of 4 walk around with a big Sudanese, like, big sign to say, like, help Sudan, help Sudan. If you bring stuff like that to the little kids from a young age and introduce history to them, especially, like, I know in America or like the US system, I'm not too certain of the logistics, but they would have like world history lessons. Imagine if we had a world history lessons in school, things would be so much more different now.
For sure.
So I would say, like, even for the young kids, possibly doing workshops with older older professionals. So obviously it would be great to have them in Plymouth, but obviously if there's not enough, you kind of have to expand the circle a little bit, look into Bristol, London, bring some of these professional people to come down and speak to the kids and say, hey, you could actually have a really good job in accounting. Hey, you could have a really good job in business. You could even have your own clothing line. If they see these figures, they can aspire to be the best that they can possibly be. And then going back to my point about Black History Month and incorporating all these different things in there as well.
For sure.
Vincent Wynn, anything to add?
Yeah.
So I was just listening. I was just listening to the whole thing. But like I said, yeah, bringing characters down from different areas, I feel like that probably would be not necessarily better than bringing in from the Plymouth. So we have to give a lot of exposure to minorities in Plymouth who are doing well, who are in these big careers that not necessarily would have been shown or been able to relate to anyone from when we were younger. But if you bring them in from different cities, it shows that there's a lot more to life than just Plymouth. And there are people outside of here, not saying to take everything away from Plymouth, but like you said, Plymouth is only this tiny, tiny place.
Yeah.
Even in the UK, let alone on the earth. So there's so many more countries that you can travel to. And it's not to say that you have to stay away forever. You can go and learn your skills, learn your career, and then bring it back and then diversify here. It's just really knowing about what options you do have and, more importantly, having a relatable figure to compare all of those to.
Sure.
Definitely.
I mean, I'll just add one more thing is that obviously when we were in school, I know from, like, culturally speaking, the only jobs that I could see was lawyer, doctor, accountant. There wasn't enough of a bigger scope to kind of be like, oh, okay, if I go into design or go into whatever, is there anyone that looks like me? Is there anyone that I can aspire to be like? There wasn't anything like that.
So, like,
and I thought
sorry, carry on.
No, I was gonna say, like, if I can't find that person, I'll become that person.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. But that's not a lot of people have a mindset like you to be that person, to make that change, to be that one, say, in 100. Because obviously, when you're in that school and you're in that conform, you're not expected to be different. You're expected to act a certain way and follow certain rules. No, when you perform outside of the box, people look at you differently. They wonder why why do you want to be different? And until you have someone to follow that's stepped outside of that box, you just conform to it and continue to act as everyone else, really. Like in my family, so my dad's side of the family is from Barbados, but all of my family live in Barbados. So I've only ever been to Barbados once, so I've never had that side of my family to relate to. It's
Mm.
all like my mother's side of the family, and for their careers, like they've been in the military, they've done whatever they've done, but then to conform to someone whose the career would just be whatever my dad's career was, to see someone
Yeah.
like me in a certain field, and then my dad would tell me, you don't want to be in this career
Yeah.
because there's so much more to life. But then who do
Mm.
you have to relate to say, who can I follow, who can I look up to? Because normally you don't have anyone, you just look up to your parents.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like you said, it does come down to a lot of role models.
For sure. For sure.
Yeah. So going off what Vincent just said with role models, for me, growing up in Plymouth, anything that I saw or that inspired me would always come from social media or YouTube, because that's where I would see people on the outside who look like me. So for people who are growing up right now, like in Plymouth or in places where they don't feel as if they have a place, or they have somebody who looks like them that's going to encourage them. What do you think that the resources that they could use wherever they are, whether here in Plymouth or outside in some other place that's not culturally diverse, what would be like the one resource you would give to them?
The internet, dog. The internet. You can find everything on there now. There's literally everything on, and these kids are, I feel like they're way more advanced in what they want and what they know. Like they grow at a quicker rate.
There's like a yellow sign.
Sorry.
That's right.
Yeah, but they grow at a much quicker rate than we do. Like my youngest brother, he's like what 13, 14, but because he's got a lot of older brothers, it's like the way like they grow, he's probably mentally already like 17, 18. Like I just feel like these young people, they grow a lot more quicker. They know what they want a lot more quicker. There's a lot more representation for them that they can see online. A lot of what they watch on YouTube is literally just urban things. Like there's a lot of podcasts they can see if they wanted to go on podcasts. There's a lot of urban podcasts. They want to see football. Almost a majority of good footballers within the UK are urban. There's just so many career paths that they can already see. If not within Plymouth, it's out there and accessible to them on the internet, and they can see it. And everyone's got a phone these days in their hands by the time they're like 5. So, you know, there's always something to search up to look. Like literally, it's a vast place out there.
Like you said, like on the, sorry to interrupt, but like you said, on the podcast front, that's probably one of the main sources that people use for anything, whether it's information, learning, because you want to make it, like, as they always say, that you want to make learning fun. But like with podcasts, you might be like, oh, I want to listen to podcasts on like physio or a new creative in a certain style, football even. Like, how do you get into the football world? There's a podcast on it.
For sure.
And then you relate to those people, and then they become your role models. And these are just average people, like or us three. They're not nothing special, and they've just seen that niche that they can talk about their experiences. And again, like you said, it leads to everything and anything that anyone could ever want to do.
Yeah, I totally agree with both of you guys. Like the power of the internet is so strong these days. Like it's crazy. Our only resources probably for like growing up was like the thing that I've got behind me, and it's still expanding. I'm a huge like bookworm, and that's been my resource for years. And that's something like I developed from my dad, who has, you think this is bad? There's about 4 different bookcases downstairs, and that was like my sense of resources. But we're lucky enough to just have it on our phone, laptop, iPads, etc., etc. And obviously, like that is probably like for me the number one place. What I ended up doing for a couple of kids at I want to say during the lockdown, I was part of an Islamic group. So what they would do on every 2 weeks, they would have a Zoom session to kind of just discuss like different stuff that's going on in like the Muslim community. And I ended up creating a digital guide, and it had all these different book recommendations, all these different film recommendations for them And I was like, okay, this is me using my knowledge of the internet and being able to have it for parents as well, so they can click through and be like, oh, okay, this is a really good book for this person, for my kid to read. Or, oh, let's have a movie night and we can watch this movie. And I managed to attach the trailers, and I'm happy to share it with you guys and the DBI team as well to keep sharing.
Great, that would be great.
Because that was just like my way of coming up with some sort of creative resource for them that will be online forever.
Like even just something like that, that's just so simple yet so effective. Like say if a school had that and they were like, oh, we've got so and so that wants to learn about this, and it's like, okay, we can give them this list of books, this list of movies, even these list of people that they could just go home and if they want to just immerse themselves in research. But you don't have that. You could be like, oh, miss, what's this? And they'd be like, I don't know, or whatever. It's just like, just brush it off. We're not learning about that. So, and then you miss out on a whole chunk of something that might have interested you, and then that might spark something to want to do more. But again, it's about having those people who are willing to make stuff for kids to enjoy and learn.
Yeah, the connection went out, so I don't know if everybody's spoken or not.
Yeah, no, we kept it rolling.
We kept it rolling. We had our own mini podcast going.
Yeah, I think for me, if anybody else has Clubhouse, it would be the number one thing if anybody's on that, because you meet so many different people, and there's people from different walks of life, different professions, and you're learning. That's the number one thing, learning from different cultures. I think that would be the number one tool that I would give to anybody. Something else I wanted to ask was, with the protests that happen, with anything, whether it be Black Lives Matter protests, do you think that universities and schools can give students a day off to go to the protest? Do you think that would be a good idea or no?
Definitely. I think take a trip, as obviously if you have a teacher and maybe like 2 or 3 teachers out of safety for the kids, or have parents to go on the trips with the kids to these protests. But yeah, most definitely, I've seen it firsthand with the Sudan protests, and seeing the parents go with their kids to make a difference and have they were able to have those open conversations with their kids and say, hey, this is what's going on. I want you to understand that this is our history, this is our people, this is what we have to do. And unfortunately, the world doesn't see us the way we want us to, and this is why we have to do a protest. We have to say what we have to say, and that's the only way we're going to make change. So I think it's a sick idea to have like a little field trip. Even me being in Bristol, I learned so much about I took the Black curriculum course. I'm still kind of taking it now, actually, and I advise anyone that actually wants to be properly interested in implementing some of these creative ideas into schools, take the Black curriculum course. They give you so many different ideas about how you could even in schools go on a day trip. I made like a plan of potentially going to Bristol and learning about like the Bristol boycotts. You could do something here about learning about Plymouth's Black history, or going to a protest and make a whole day out of it and come back to the classroom and then have the kids sit down and have a discussion with them and say, hey, what did you guys think of it? What do you think we can change? Stuff like that, I think, would be a sick idea.
Yeah, I'm off. Go on.
I think I'm again, like 100%. I think it should be a thing that we should do, and I'd be behind it. I feel like a lot of people would be behind it, but then it always comes down to like a but. And I feel like if people were saying, "Oh, the kids allowed out of school for this," then they should be allowed out of school for that. And there's always going to be someone or a group of people who just will make an argument for it. But if we're just talking about the positives for it, 100% it should be a thing that we should allow. And like you said, if kids parents want to come to it, 100%. Again, because then it's like, oh, my mum or dad, it becomes another role model to look up to. Like they want to be here, so I want to be here. They're listening, I want to listen. Because when you're that young, it's all about influence and what the influence has. And if you've got a big figure, and it normally is their parents, and they're coming to this and they're willing to learn, then their kids are obviously going to be willing to learn.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. As long as it's within the confines or the context of, like, you know, she brought up her field trip, school field trip. Because at first I didn't understand the question, as in I thought it was just like a day off for like protesting. Cause I was like, that's the way people would just rinse that.
Yeah.
Like we've all done this. Like, we're not new. Like, we're not old. Like, we know how people finesse stuff like that.
100%.
But if it was like within the confines of, like, you know, school field trip, you go, you protest, you learn. It's educational, and people learn off the street as long as there's structure towards it. I think it makes total sense, because it gauges and, like, it expands the mind of something you wouldn't have thought about in the first place. Like, let's say, even though I am black as well, I learned a lot about what was going on in Sudan when, you know what, because it started out first of, like, you know, the picture, the lady in the Sudanese, like, garb, like, crying, just on, like, everyone had that as their profile picture. Then, like, through that, you do, like, a lot more research, you see what's going on. So I just feel like it enriches the experience and enriches your knowledge of the world and understanding different cultures. But yeah, as long as it's in confines and structures of educational basis, and it's not just a free-for-all, it makes total sense.
Yeah, so one thing I do want to tap into is Sasha Johnson, who was shot not so long ago. So I just want to know what everybody's thoughts are about that shooting, and it's been revealed that it was actually black on black crime. So if anybody has anything to say about that, yeah, just go ahead.
I think as soon as anyone... Carry on. No, I was going to say, if anyone...
Is that the one where...
Go.
You did. But yeah, is that the one, the Black Lives Matter protester? Was she the one who was the... that Sasha Johnson, was she the one who got shot in the head? Or was that somebody different?
The one I got shot in the head, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was that what was the facts of it again? I think it was like she was at a party or something.
And it was 5 youths. One of them had a gun. 4 of them have been released on bail. One of them is now he's being charged. He's actually being charged.
Yeah.
4 of them have been released on bail until mid or to late June. That's when they're going to call them back in. So it's actually literally a year on, a few days before George Floyd's anniversary. That's when it happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And did they say it was related? Because I know that the MP said, "Oh yeah, it was related to Black Lives Matter and politics." But did that Diane Abbott? But was it like, did they go and shoot it off? Because I think what I heard was it was at a party. The intention was to get somebody else, as you know, as sad as it sounds, but you know, it hit her. Or was it like they went out intentionally to get this girl? That's Sasha Johnson.
I don't think it was intentional.
Yeah, because that's what I think I heard. It was like they was looking for somebody else, but within the melee, it happened to her. But you know, it's as simple as the media. They love doing this. That's why I just say the racism it can't die, because the way, like, politics, I don't believe politics is done. Like 5 or 10% of it is for actual positive change. The rest is just wrestling for power. Because they did the same with the Colin Kaepernick. They did the same with the Colin Kaepernick when he took a knee. You know, police injustice, and somehow now all of a sudden he's slighting the military, and they try to spin the narrative of him saying, "Oh, he's against the troops."
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense. Like, they need conflict and they need a for and against in order, you know, to get re-elected, to drive voters and stuff. So it just doesn't make sense. It takes away from the complete narrative, and that's just what they do, really. That's why I always thought, you know, the debate concept in school was always a bit weird, because rather than it teach you to passionately defend something that you're passionate about, like, let's say, Black Lives Matter, they teach you to obviously argue the for and against in each situation, which is useful. But I just feel like it makes you a more skillful liar, because if you've learned throughout that process how to learn the for and against, even in stuff you don't want to do, because they'll give you a subject, like, let's say abortion, for example, and say either argue the for or the negative. You see what I'm saying? So it just makes you become a lot more skilled and versed in finding out, the minutiae in subjects in order to, to spin narratives. So I just don't feel like, if you're trained like that from early, of course, when you see something like this, you try to spin it towards your base, innit? So if your base is conservative, you're gonna lean in towards these sort of matters to try and get a rise out of your core base in order to keep you re-elected. So it's just twisted, really. To me, it's twisted.
And the fact that obviously in the news article, it has to state that it was black on black, as if it's like, because it's black on black, it's like, oh, we've got nothing to do with it now. It's like in your own community. So now how do you feel when it's in your own community? When obviously they didn't go out to shoot this girl, she got caught in a crossfire. So then it's like, in the black community, is there this gun war that is now going on? So because it's not someone who was white who shot someone who was black, it's now a thing where it's like, we now remove ourselves and you argue amongst yourselves on why it happened.
And they also coined that phrase, innit? That black on black violence. I've never heard that used amongst any other race. I've never heard that used. I've never heard that, but they coined that phrase, innit? So they get good at using those buzzwords and stuff, and they just completely detract or distracts from the actual narrative that's trying to be told.
It's true. Like it brings.
It's just a messed up situation.
When you were bringing up the point about the media and stuff like that, it comes down to the whole like Madeleine McCann situation. I can bring that up and say this case has been going on for a very, 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 very long time. God knows what happened to her. But when something, for example, like the Shukri Abdi case, the girl that got pushed into the river in Manchester, I believe it was, and it was kind of like you see more of the people in the UK talking about Madeleine McCann than something that happened to an innocent Muslim girl. And that for me, like, obviously hit home. I was like, that could have been anyone. That could have been any of the young people that I know. That's heartbreaking. And instead of the media never really showed it. That's what I was fuming about last year, because they obviously brought back the Madeleine McCann case and it was on the front cover, and I was fuming. I was like, how could you guys completely disregard everything that's going on with BLM, with this and this and this? And it
if I
was
spoke
sad.
freely, I'd be cancelled. So like,
yeah.
You see what I'm saying? If I spoke freely, I'd be cancelled.
Going on from the Madeleine McCann, the Richard Okoro guy, the young black boy in London who went missing, for when the police then said to his mum, well, if you can't find him, how are we meant to find him? But then there's a story about a little girl who's been missing for however long she's been missing, that still is in the news to this day. So
still,
oh, bro, if I speak, it's crazy, man.
Yeah.
all these cameras in London,
I'll just leave it there.
All
Just
these
leave it there.
cameras in London, you can't find. If I speak, it's mad, but
But I know from just going to like the protest in Bristol, I was so sad to witness that everyone that had turned up to the BLM protest in Bristol, there was so many people. There wasn't enough people that showed up to the Shukri Abdi case, which I was like, wait a minute. If it's you guys are all saying Black Lives Matter, what umbrella does that fall under? There's so many different things you could say, like Black Muslim Lives Matter, Black this, Black Asian lives, like the Black hate everything. It all falls under the same umbrella. So the same people, and I stated this so abruptly at the protest, all the people that were at the Black Lives Matter protest should all be here as well. And I said in front of the whole Somali community, I'm not even Somali, but I spoke in front of him and said, "My fight is your fight. We're both Muslim at the end of the day. We're both human beings at the end of the day." So it's so sad to see that hardly anyone showed up, but I will be one of those people that came to it and will be that example for the young kids again. And it's just one of those things. But that's why I avoid like watching the news and stuff, because I know how they always try to twist and manipulate stuff, and I'm like, my first number one source is just going to be Twitter or social media from the direct source. That's it.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how our generation, what you just said as the news, neither do I. I get all my news on Instagram and Twitter. This is where I found that there was, if you've seen this case, there was this girl who went in her uni half term. She went to, I don't know where it was, but she was found dead at the beach. Did anybody else see that case? It was a young Black woman who was found dead early in the morning at the beach. Her mum was calling.
No, I didn't catch that.
No, I didn't catch that one.
What I'm saying, that I found that on social media. I didn't find that on Sky News. I didn't find it on CNN. I didn't find it on BBC. So this is what I'm talking about with this BLM movement and making sure that we are seen in different places. Is up to us, and that's how we've been seeing it. That's how we've been seeing the protests. We've been seeing the news being put on social media. So any words of encouragement, or anybody who is watching, what is it that you would give, or words of encouragement you would give to people to speak out? Don't rely on the big news media or the mainstream media to tell you what's going on, or the news. What is it that you would say to people who are rising up, who want to be activists, but they don't feel as if they're going to be heard? What would be the encouragement that you would give to them?
Well, for those who want to be activists.
I was gonna say, Vincent, you've been pretty quiet. Do you want to take it?
Yeah. I think with the people who want to be, everyone's voice is as loud as the next person's. All it takes for one person to hear you, and then for them to join you. Obviously, on your own, you can only be as loud as yourself. But I'm sure there'll be a backing of people who are more than happy to jump in and probably share the same views, but having the exact same thoughts of if I do it, who's going to hear me? Is anyone going to hear me? Is my point even valid? But obviously with a lot of people who are there to help. And again, it's about more people being willing, because there's all of these things that we can do and we talk about it, but how many people are actually willing to act on it? Like if you've seen something, if there was another something to do with BLM that was going on in the city, how many people would actually get involved? Because obviously the last one was mainly down to George Floyd. Obviously it wasn't the sole reason, but it was the main reason why obviously there was such an outburst and why so many people rallied together. If there wasn't that main reason, that main explosion of something, how many people are willing to get involved?
That's very true. I would say for the young people, just share your story, share something that's happened in school. All these people that would have spoken out, like I'm talking about most of the people that are on the t-shirt right now here, all these powerful figures, they went and stood at the top of the steps and said what they had to say. They shared their own personal experience. So maybe something had happened in school that you're like, I would love to hear like someone older than me get their opinion and then take it that way, and just kind of I think for me it's just sharing your story and then seeing who wants to hear it. And I'm fortunate that when I got the chance to share my story, I've never had so many people rally behind me and being like, yeah, say what you gotta say, keep saying it, keep doing your thing. I was always the most quiet person in school. I was never the person that I was always like doing a lot of like artwork and stuff, but when it came to speaking out publicly and doing like speeches and stuff, I would always keep to myself. I was like, no one wants to hear it. But when you actually take a step, even just writing it poetically, like writing poetry, it doesn't have to be like the most abrupt thing of like literally a speech. It can just be the most poetic thing you could ever say. and that way someone hears it or write it anonymously, and then after that, people who want to listen will listen to you. People that don't, move them to the side.
Yeah, there's so many different streams of like just letting out your voice. You don't have to have a mic and be standing on top of a box for people to hear you. You can make a blog. You can make art, painting. There's so many different ways that you can communicate what you want to say. Yeah. So another question, somebody wrote in the chat, do you think that the news only shows us the trendy news items, as in, I guess, like, do they only show you like one perspective, not actually showing the full story of things? Yeah.
Yeah, they only show
100%.
what's going to get clicks, isn't it? Like, they only show what they think people want to look at.
Yeah.
And there's always, like I said, there's always two sides to every story, and they just show whichever side is the one that grabs people, like they call it clickbait, like whatever's the most clickbait title that they can get.
Clickbait. That's a key word in this discussion. Clickbait, yeah. Yeah. Sorry, you were saying something, sir?
Therefore, it's just like it's not really, because obviously news is now, it's 24/7, isn't it? So whichever it's more driven towards just keeping people's attention, because in this age, there's so many outlets you can go to for the news. So having real deep dive, in-depth sources or actual newsworthy stories, a lot of people just don't have the time to go down and sit down and listen or read like they used to. That's why they always try and do these headline grabbers, attention grabbing like stories or headlines, because that's the only way they can keep people. It's no longer, I don't know, like 7 to 5. It's 24/7. So yeah, and it's a business as well at the end of the day. So they do what they do. That's why there's more like left leaning papers or right leaning papers. They're playing off their demographic, what's getting them, keeping them afloat, keeping them profitable. There's just a lot of factors that go into it that make the news a lot less creditable than it should be.
Yeah, I was gonna say most definitely. Like, I could not agree more with Wynn's opinion about that. Like, from obviously when we were younger, our source of the news was literally watching it on TV or reading it in a newspaper. And now with social
what they
media,
said was gospel, innit?
yeah, that was that.
Exactly.
Whatever happens on the TV, oh, that's it. That's the end of the world, and something's happened, etc., etc. But these days, you kind of nitpick and kind of have to reevaluate and resource what is actually true and what's false and what's fiction. And it's based off of what people see on their social media. Whatever brings, like Vincent was saying, what brings up the most views is what's going to go onto the TVs and etc., etc.
Yeah, and one thing for me is when clickbait news comes out, the first place I ever saw it was like watching KSI on YouTube. They make the most clickbait thumbnails so you can watch. But it's interesting to see that now this is actually traveled. It's like it's leaked into credible news media, like the New York Times. It wasn't that long ago. They had to take down some of the stories that they wrote because the facts or the people that they were getting the information from, they were either lying or they can't actually present the evidence. So it's actually just about that shock factor. It's like Twitter. What's trending? Trending should be on Twitter. It shouldn't be in the news. It shouldn't be in the newspaper, because you would think the newspaper and the news, that's where you're going to go to get the credible information, the information where it's actually going to be truth and not lies. But then you see a lot of lies in the places where you're not supposed to see it. So yeah, I think in this day and age with the media, like media is good. We see so many good things come with it. But when you clickbait things are not supposed to be clickbaited, then that's when the problem starts to arise, yeah. Somebody wrote in the chat, do you guys feel strange that we have to hold our thoughts But when the bigots shout all lives matter, or how about black on black crime, to our faces, we are seen as rude or problematic. Yeah, so about like people who say all lives matter, but if a black person says black lives matter, we are seen as problematic or rude.
They're just trying to make us fit a certain demographic, aren't they? So like they say it to antagonize us, and then if we react, we're proving their point.
Yeah.
So even if we do it in a non-violent way, like BLM, non-violent whatsoever, nothing happened, but it got painted in a negative light. So I feel like whenever someone says all lives matter, like it's just purely to get a reaction. Like I honestly don't think that people think all, like in the terms all lives matter as in the way, like there's so many terminologies that they use. So like if I broke my arm and I was complaining about a broken arm, and you said, what about my arm? But there's nothing wrong with your arm. Then like why? Like, it's like essentially it's like, oh, why are you complaining when there's nothing wrong with me? Because these people that say all lives matter have never experienced an issue of racism most times, often than not. And then, like I said, they try and paint a narrative, try and paint it in a certain light to be like, oh, that loud black lady or that aggressive black male. They try and paint you in that light to just basically prove their point, and then be like, yeah, whatever you're saying is no longer valid because you fit this demographic.
I could not agree more with that. Like they're just trying to obviously put us in a box where they say like, okay, all lives matter. Yes, everybody's life on this entire planet matters, but what we're trying to say is that our lives or our representation or our people are not shown enough credibility. They're not shown enough. There's not enough of us shown in the media, shown in or celebrated in the industries. It's not enough for us. It's kind of just like we're trying to be at that same level, but we're not even there yet. And this is us trying to just bound together, prove a point to people, but it comes down to what Vincent was saying about people trying to get a reaction out of this.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because that's what I'm saying. It come up again, and it black on black crime. So I'm telling you, I've never heard that phrase coined for any other race. Black on black crime. So to be like black and living and know history and stuff, just to be angry all the time, because when if you just keep seeing injustice, it's hard to have to be lighthearted or to brush it off all the time. But there was nobody said all lives didn't matter. Nobody was saying all lives didn't matter. Nobody said your life was less than somebody else's life. It was they used that slogan to coin and shine light on injustices happening. But you know how people do, and they love to twist. I don't know if sometimes it's because people are bored, because there'll be some blatant. You see it like it'll be a blatant shooting, and in this day and age, when you can see injustice and it's on the phone, it'll go through the court system. The person gets off with probation or something, or they say you have to pay a fine, but they've seen clear as day with evidence the whole altercation. It just doesn't make sense.
Or then they coin the term like blue lives matter.
Yeah.
Just as a rebuttal to Black Lives Matter. Like, like no one's ever said that our services don't do what they do to the best of their ability. But when you have corruption in the services, it then comes down to a point of they then have to be put through that justice system just like anyone else.
Exactly. And it comes back to my earlier point about accountability. So like with the whole Blue Lives Matter thing, it's like we're not saying that, like you said, people that work in the police or NHS or wherever aren't doing their jobs. They're doing their jobs every day, just like we're living our lives every day. But if something bad happens or they've done something bad, this is the most simple lesson we've learned as a kid. You do something to someone, you got to take responsibility for your actions. That's as simple as that. It's not black and white. If I went and hit somebody or like punched somebody in the face, I have to take accountability for punching that person in the face. It's literally as simple as that. So it's the same with the other side of like with what happened with George Floyd. Now Derek Chauvin we've seen that accountability now. That's just one fraction of all the other incidences that have happened in the UK and in the US. And like one thing that I did remember saying in my speech, and this is literally what fumed my fire while writing this speech. Remember way back when Trump was president and he just fucked everything up, basically. I put in my speech that I said George Floyd did not deserve this. When people like Trump say, hopefully George is looking down and saying that it's a great day it's a great thing that's happening for our country. It's a great day for him. It's a great day for everybody. Yeah. I immediately rebutted and I was like, it's not a great day at all. Somebody on earth another person has just lost their life and their family has to mourn the death of him and have to deal with the repercussions of that. That's just, it's sad. Mm-hmm. And I said, like, obviously, it's not a great day for his family. It's not a great day for him. It's not a great day for the American people and the many other countries globally who have to deal with racism daily. It's not a great day for anyone.
Exactly. It was the same when when his verdict come out and he got, I don't know, his family got the compensation or whatever, and I think what was it? I think it was Chauvin, innit? Got sentenced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, his wife or girlfriend at the time, Caucasian lady, said, "Oh yeah, George's sacrifice helped, the cause or something like that." I was like, well, that's just so insensitive. That no, he shouldn't. It's not a sacrifice. He died.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It was not a sacrifice. You see what I'm saying? Even when it's within best intentions, like it just be some insensitivity and not reading the situation or reading the room.
Yeah.
That's what really gets people's backs up. But it's like, you was with the guy. You've seen the whole situation. You said his sacrifice. It's not his sacrifice.
It's not a sacrifice. He's not an animal.
Exactly. He didn't ask to die. He didn't say, "Oh, I'm dying for." He didn't go there and get the knee on the neck to say, "Oh, for Black Lives Matter." It was nothing to do with it.
He would never have even known that his daughters would have had this response and had all this money so that she can go to university and live a life that he may have never been able to give her. He didn't know that was coming in those last moments. In his last moments, he thought exactly. In his last moments, he thought he's leaving his daughter without a dad.
Yeah.
His one of his last
crying out for his mum
in the trial.
Crying out for his mum when it happened. He thought, "Oh, I'm doing this for the Black Lives Matter." Yeah. It's just, it doesn't make sense sometimes.
I mean, the real seriousness of it is while he was literally dying, his last moments were him speaking about his mother who had passed. I don't know how much more real you can get than that. And he was at someone that's very, very close to him, and it's the most humane possible thing of him literally leaving this earth to be with his own family as well, leaving his own actual living family here on earth. It's sad. So it's upsetting to hear people say people like Trump and all these other people trying to make a reaction and saying first and foremost, we're all human.
Yeah.
We all we're all human. And when stuff like this happens, it's the first initial reaction is to be sad and grieve. And the entire world grieved George Floyd's death. And it's the same you could say the same about Breonna Taylor and all these other incidences. One thing that I was going to mention is during the whole protest was going on, a friend of mine sent me a video of Toni Morrison.
Okay,
and it was talking about... Yep.
Before you make that point, can we just have a quick 10-minute break and then we'll come back, yeah? Just 10 minutes and then we'll go from Azza and what you were about to say.
All right, no worries.
All right.
For sure.
Hi everyone, welcome back. Hope you can hear me now. The next guest, you don't have your camera on. There we go. Hi. If you can just introduce yourself to everyone, please.
Is that for me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. First of all, I want to say apologies. I'm just joining late. I finished off from a meeting late, but my name is Chukudi Kosi Ezeni. Most people know me as Kosi. I'm the student union president at the University of Plymouth Student Union.
Thank you. Very nice to meet you. Just before the break, Azza, you're about to make a point. I would love if you just carried on from that, please.
Yeah, the point that I was going to make was about a video that my friend sent to me around the time of the protest, and it was talking about identity. So it was a video that went around, and I'm pretty sure I still have it on my Instagram, but it was Toni Morrison speaking about it. And she stated, if you take race away and you're there strung out and all you've got is your little self, and what is that? Who are you without racism? Are you any good? Are you still strong? Are you still smart? Do you like yourself? I mean, these are the questions we have to ask ourselves. So sometimes it just, with everything that's been happening, I kind of have to take a moment to unwind from BLM, distance myself a little bit, and really, really think about who I am as a person. And obviously this is something that, with regards to racism, people obviously put it as a label on us, like we are Black, we are this, we are that, we are X, Y, Z. But the fine line is we're all human. We're all breathing, we're all living the same. Hence the umbrella that I was talking about like Black Lives Matter, and everybody's life matters. But if you take the race card away, who are you? Are you still the same person? And I still remember standing on the top of those steps, and I remember saying, I am a female. I do obviously associate myself with being a Black female, but I'm also a creative, kind, nurturing person at the end of the day, which is a lot of good qualities that everybody should have and should aspire to be. That was just my point that I wanted to make before the break.
No, thank you so much for sharing. What I got from that is, who are you? Without the racism, who are you? And I think that is a very important question we have to ask ourselves. When these injustices happen, we have to remember that it does not reflect who I am, because at the end of the day, I'm still an individual. I have my likes, I have my dislikes. And what you said from what you read, it just reminded me of, like, you can be Black and a conservative. You can be Black and like what's not, the stereotypical things that Black people like. You can be Black and listen to rap. Like there's a whole culture of Black people who are opera singers, who are in the orchestra. There's so many different versions of Black and African, Black and British, Black and we're from Devon, we're Black and I don't even know. There's so many fields around here,
Exactly.
Yeah, there's so, like, who are you? Who are you?
It's a really deep, good question to ask yourself. And I mean, what I was saying to my friends, and one of the realizations is I have a triple-edged sword, as I call it. I'm Black, I'm Muslim, and I'm a female. There's so many problems with each of those things, but I fall under the umbrella of all three of them. And instead of saying it in a negative way, where I'm put in a box about when we were discussing about the media and etc., whenever anyone mentions Muslims, or if they automatically think of terrorism and all these negative connotations. I've had to kind of bring a different light and say, actually, there's so many good Muslims in the world, actually. Or as a female, I have a whole library and a whole community of strong Black women as well. Not just females. I know so many amazing females. But that's another thing I'm super proud of. And then on top of that, I'm Black. I embrace the fact that I'm from Sudan. Like, if you translate the word Sudan from Arabic into English, do you know what it means?
What's
Does
it
anyone?
mean?
Huh?
No, we don't know. What does it mean?
Land of the Blacks. Kid you not, hand on heart. That's what it means.
It is what it says on the tin, literally.
It is exactly what it says.
Yeah.
But within us, there's so many different like breeds of us. Like,
yeah,
some family members that I know are a lot fairer than I am, but we're all still Sudanese. We're all still family. So it's like another thing that I've also had to carry along on my triple-edged sword. But it's just a matter of embracing it and remembering, who are you as a person? Who are you?
Vincent, Wayne, anything to add?
No, that was beautiful. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was listening. I was in tune for sure.
Yeah, one thing I've seen creeping up a lot is critical race theory. I don't know if anybody's done any reading into it, but I haven't done a lot of reading into it. But from my understanding, critical race theory is basically like categorizing your race, and like basically the bottom of critical race theory says the bottom of the pile is Black, Black, female, and gay. Those are the three things that would make you make it hard for you to advance in life, basically. If anybody's read into critical race theory or heard of any of these kind of like thoughts surrounding like you're supposed to be this, this, and that, if you're this, this, and that, like if you have any points on it, because I love what you just said, as that who are you without the racism? And I think critical race theory, I don't know if it's positive or negative, because I haven't read a lot into it, but from what I've heard, it's a lot of negative.
Yeah, it's just, I kind of tapped into it a little bit, but it's just like, from what you said and like based off some of the books I've read, etc., it's kind of just like one of those things where it's mainly negative, but with anything negative that comes along, you gotta be able to flip it around and make it into a positive thing.
Yeah, I suppose when you're saying with that being a Black, gay, female, if that was you and those were the three categories that you were in, you don't have to see that as those three categories are things that aren't likely to be found. So now you're an exception to normal life, you're an exception to the rule. So then you have to embrace that, and then like as was saying, flip it around. And now you're, instead of seeing it as those are three negative things that can affect you, these are now three things that you don't normally see. These are now positive things because I am now different in a positive way. In the only way that you can try and put anything negative into a positive way. It's a bit hard for a lot of people, I assume. And within like the Black community, being gay isn't necessarily, we'll say, not accepted, but it's not something that's talked about enough as what it should be. Like I personally, I don't have any Black gay friends. That maybe because they haven't come out to me, or they haven't come out, they don't feel comfortable coming out. I don't know if any of you have any gay Black friends as well, or any of you know have come out and it's been a positive of them coming out as well, where they haven't been maybe frowned upon by their family or disowned from their family and friends because of it.
No, I don't think I know any Black gay people. I don't think so. Just maybe because of the same situation as you. Yeah. And there's not even that many of us down here anyway. You see what I'm saying? Down in the southwest. So I don't know. Maybe I haven't asked. You see what I'm saying? Maybe it's a question I haven't asked. But yeah, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, so I with the critical race theory thing, the one, I don't know, I think it's a negative, definitely, but the one thing that has come out of the US with after the George Floyd murder is that the school curriculum are trying to implement this into schools, into public schools. Because I've been seeing a lot of parents speak out, and a lot of them are minorities. So you're having Black people saying, "Do not teach my children this," even though the people who are running the curriculum are saying, "Oh, we're going to teach critical race theory because this is our way of showing solidarity." But actually, it's a very negative seed to plant.
Telling you you're less than, isn't it? Yeah, that you're less. Especially if you identify with those things that you just stated. You're saying basically, okay, you're bottom of the totem pole. I don't see it's in that at all. Actually, at a young age, like it's a bit, you're breaking their innocence so young. And now you're trying to, it's almost imposing, you know, you farmers and your folks onto the youth. Like that, maybe they didn't grow up like that. Maybe that's not their experience. Where within their community, within their surroundings, they're not treated as less than. They're towards the same. So as soon as you do that, possibly you could be ostracizing them. Because not only do maybe they feel less than, maybe it influences the other kids in the class to say, "Oh, so I should treat you differently because according to X, Y, and Z, you're below me." You see what I'm saying? It could possibly form a different form of classism in a way. So, you know, I haven't read the whole, you know, critical race theory, but just from what I've heard, it seems obviously you're making clear distinctions between, you know, A and B. Like, if you're Black and you're on this category, if you're white in this category, Asian, and so on. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's a bit, you know, it's a bit techy.
I mean, it could definitely help people find somewhere that they fit into. But like when we're saying, it's definitely as a kid, some kids will find a way to make it a reason to discriminate against another child. Like that's just the way that things work. If there's a system that can be put in place, there'll be people who will use that system.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh.
Yeah, I also just want to ask, what are the positives out of BLM? Like, not just from last year, but even the movement since 2013. Yeah, and there's also Sandra Bland killing. That's that. I think I'm saying her name correctly, Sandra Bland. That's the first time that I was actually like exposed to BLM. So I was just asking, from then, which was about 2013, what are the positives from BLM, like as a movement and as an organization themselves?
I guess I'll say that it's probably just being able to have those hard conversations. It was kind of hidden under the rug for many, many years. It's just one of those subjects that you just don't really speak too much about in school or with your friends too much. You kind of say it here and like have those conversations, but it's just been like an eye-opener for a lot of people. And just being able to actually have like conversations and discussions like this and saying, actually, this is a huge topic that we need to discuss if we're going to ever make change and move forward. I remember with work last year, especially when everybody decided to fit the little black square on their social media page. Not a few, I think very few, I want to say companies did that as well. And it's a shame because it's obviously just like another conversation to have in the workplace and being like, hold on a minute, why aren't you guys supporting this? This is another serious conversation we need to have within the workplace for me to feel comfortable working there. And even the same with like friendship circles and stuff. Like after the protests that I've attended, I have had so many countless sit-down conversations in my apartment in Bristol with my friends, just openly talking about it. We still discuss it now, and it's just keeping that same conversation going, keep it going. And I'm hoping, even just speaking on like from my experience and for myself, one thing that I did want to say and announce is that unfortunately, due to COVID restrictions and everything, what I had planned was to do a massive BLM photo shoot here in Plymouth and in Bristol as well. with a friend of mine who lives in LA. He was supposed to fly out from Los Angeles to here, so we could have a huge BLM like celebration, but keep the conversation going. Like, people have tweeted about it. People were there with the movement and everything last year, and it was literally just in our faces. But then it just kind of fizzled out a little bit until the verdict came or certain incidences happened. It's still just building the same momentum, building these experiences, creating events, creating spaces for people to have those tough conversations again. And obviously, like I said, unfortunately, due to the COVID restrictions, we've had to postpone it. But I want to quickly show you guys like the depths that I went to try and make this happen without destroying my room. But this was literally me planning out for a whole month with my friend through FaceTime, trying to come up with an idea, trying to come up with where to do the photo shoot, etc., etc., etc. And this was my way of building the keeping the conversation going. So I hope one day it happens, and it will. It's just a matter of when and when everyone gets vaccinated and
for sure.
etc. But it's just being that person or having moments like this to keep the conversation going. That's the most important thing.
No, most definitely. I've also seen that that directly after, especially the George Floyd incident, of the taking of his life, I've seen in corporate positions they've now actually created roles for like racial sensitivity. So I know David got offered quite a few for like racial sensitivity roles. So almost to gauge like not what you can and can't say, but to inform employers and employees like of just decent and normal human conduct, because there was a lot that was having problems during them times where I'm sure there was one especially in like American football, because they have this such thing called a Rooney Rule, and I think it also applies maybe in corporate now as well, where you have to at least have in the interview process like BAME as well within the interview process to increase numbers of them in like higher positions. So within American football, that was like assistant coaching roles, general manager roles, etc. But there was an incident of a Korean American. He'd come in for interview for an assistant coach role, and on conclusion of the interview, the employer said, "Oh, you're not the right BAME candidate. You're not the right minority candidate we're looking for." You see what I'm saying? So and you can't say that he got caught up on it and like lost his job about it, but certain racial sensitivity roles are being brought in now to try and combat that and stop things like those from happening. How about you though, Kosi? You're over there listening a lot.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to I missed the last question, so I'm still trying to gather from what you were saying.
For sure.
My own thoughts on that.
Yeah. Yeah, and also just going off of the positives of BLM, is any negatives that you've seen that you can point out?
Negatives from BLM.
Yeah. Or positive, it's up to you. Yeah.
It depends. Well, I think where I'm going to start from is going to probably change our whole.
Is it about the money? Is it about the money? I think I know where to start. A negative is the money. How much since a year since George Floyd killing, the amount of money that we accumulated, and how much of that has actually been given to organizations
Oh, you're talking about the CEO. Oh, you're talking about this.
Wow, 4 homes in LA.
Yeah. You was talking about it. You was ushering the CEO thing. Yeah, it was a bit crazy. It was a bit crazy still, cause I was hearing she's got hangers, you know, have a portfolio. She's got like 3 different houses, and a lot of, a lot of the victims' families were coming out saying, a lot of like the activists and the BLM movement themselves was profiting off of people's pains. Yeah, exactly. Profiting off of people's pain, and it wasn't actually there to help and stuff. They were there for a look. And when it coincides with her having the 3 houses and stuff or whatever, and how much money was made off of BLM, and it not being distributed towards the families, away from the court cases, because the court cases are something different. That's paid by whoever they like the city but what they had raised themselves through like gold and certain things like that. They wasn't seeing the help from these organizations, from like these activist organizations. So it's a muddy process. That's why I say the grief business or the pain business it's just, I don't know. It's a very delicate situation because a lot happens as well, like similar situations, charities as well, where like they say obviously they raise a certain amount, but obviously they've got sometimes full-time staff and they don't see where the money's going. So I don't know. It gets a bit techie sometimes.
Yeah, I was just watching a documentary that I think it was Vice or the New York Times that released on YouTube, and it was talking about how during this pandemic there was an epidemic of more homeless people in New York, and one woman was there with her husband, and she showed a picture to the cameraman of gone-off meat that charity had given to them. This is what they want to eat. So you're donating to these companies, you're donating to these things because what they've said, their agenda, it sounds good. So it's actually crazy. Like a year on, we find out how much money has from BLM, that because this is just 1 year. Remember that the organization itself started in 2013. So I think it's like 90 million, correct me if I'm wrong, 90 million since George Floyd's murder to about May, I think the news came out that they accumulated, and it was a very low percentage that was actually given out, very low. Yeah, so I just want to ask as well, is it possible to make a distinction between Black Lives Matter, like the statement, and Black Lives Matter, the movement, the organization?
Well, I mean,
sticky ones.
I feel like
sticky one.
I feel like what the organization. I feel like it's almost one and the same. If obviously what they were supposed to be fighting for was true, it's almost one and the same, because the organization stems from the sentiment of Black Lives Matter. You see what I'm saying? So I feel like they go together. They go together.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it's kind of hard to obviously feel the sentiment of Black Lives Matter, but obviously, irregardless of what the CEO may have been doing, regardless of what the CEO may have been doing, is the sentiment still the same within the organization? So that could just be one bad apple, but they're all still striving to bring justice for these, these minorities. So I feel like it goes hand in hand.
Yeah, I feel you on that one. Like, I feel like it's, as long as it's the same message at the end of the day, where we're shining a light on black people, bringing that same representation, etc., etc. And it's obviously the movement started from people like us having those same thoughts and same values and being like, this is what we're thriving for. So again, like when we're saying, it kind of goes hand in hand, I think.
For sure.
Anyone else want to answer?
I think it's just what obviously as I'm going to saying is, I don't think you need to make a distinction between the two. Like you said, the sentiment of Black Lives Matter is the kind of like the driving process for the it's obviously the driving force for the the organization of Black Lives Matter. Without one, you can't really have the other.
Yeah, Kosi.
As I said, I was saying before, I'll probably be coming in with the off points. But I was going to ask why are we having an organization, Black Lives Matter? That's what I wanted to start from. If anybody can answer me for that.
Well, do we have what, sorry?
Why do we have the
Black Lives Matter organization?
Based on a fact, like it's true, Black Lives Matter, but why do we need an organization?
Why is there an organization for people like?
Because our voices aren't being heard enough, and it comes down to a bound group of collective people who all think the same and all have the same vision and the same mission to try and make sure those voices are heard. Kind of like today, basically, DBI have made it, had this whole hackathon for all of us to be able to speak our truth, and it's given us that platform to speak out. So that's why I feel like that's the reason why the organization exists.
And there's strength in numbers and strength in structure and organization, because the more you can organize and mobilize the more you can organize and mobilize an idea and thought process into reality, is where obviously those millions came from. There was a group that they entrusted to try and give back to these families or these victims that are grieving. So I feel like the idea is correct. I would rather that than it just be a lot of people talking back and forth online on socials to say, oh, we need to do something, but no action comes of it. You see what I'm saying? I feel like the organization is the result of action. You know what I'm saying? The result of the action of people being outraged and what was been going on.
Is this a funded organization?
Come again?
I say, is this a funded organization?
Is it a funded organization?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think it's based off donations, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure it started off as donations, from what I can remember, but don't quote me on that.
But I feel like it's based on donations. Yeah. But it's a charity at the end of the day, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's one thing to say something and to be like, same with what Win was saying, it comes down to something in real life. Like, you can say, oh, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z, but unless you put a plan of action and actually be willing to go the extra mile and do these things and put yourself out there, like people like us, or actually being able to speak out about when certain issues happen, things aren't going to change. You have to be able to take action and just go with it. You can just say one thing and then not do it, but unless you have the actions to back it up, it's not going to happen.
For sure.
Yeah, definitely. And I think with these kind of organizations that speak for minorities, I think what's key for them to succeed is actually to listen to people. It's not enough to just have the face of the organization being somebody who looks like me. We actually have to listen to people who don't have that platform. I think that's something that organizations should do. Listen to the people that they're actually defending. Yeah. An interesting question here. How do you feel about using the N-word?
How do you feel about? I don't have no qualms with using the N-word myself. I'm black, you see what I'm saying? I use it freely. Like,
but
it's
yeah,
not...
if it's around us.
Stella, why are you laughing? Stella, why are you laughing? Am I lying? Like, I don't feel I don't feel the pressures of it was derogatory towards. I'm not calling somebody the N-word to be derogatory, and I'm not using it like some others use it. I'm calling other races the N-words. Now I don't roll like that. But within my own community, for sure, you know, I use it freely. That's how, you know, that's our word. That's how it goes. That's our word.
I mean, we flipped, like I said, it's about flipping it into a positive. It went from something so negative with the history behind that word, and we kind of made it a form of endearment for our people. And I do remember one incident that happened to me at work, because I used to work in retail, and unfortunately, it just happened to be one of those incidences where we had like a sales hack down or setup. I don't really remember the logistics of it. All I remember is we were playing a song on Spotify and the N-word popped up, and one of the younger part-timers, and me and my manager at the time were currently the only like minority people, and one of my team members turns and asks me, "Oh, is it okay to use that?" And I just kind of went, absolutely not. Like, she understood the history behind it and why not to say it. Like, if you know and then you're educated about using that word, then
I don't even think it's on the education tip though. Like, you know from off the womb, off the rip, you can't say the word.
Exactly.
If you're not of that race, you know that. You know, there's nothing about I have to teach you a history of you know that of John. What do you mean history? Like,
I know, but
you're not the color, you're not the skin tone.
It's true.
It don't make sense. It don't make sense. Why would you be saying it? It don't make sense.
This is the thing. It didn't make sense to me at the time, and I was like, first of all, I'm not gonna sit here and lecture you for about a whole hour and a half after it's like late at night. We're packing sales stuff. I don't have the time or the energy for it. Just know you as a person should not be using that word just based off of who you are. You know, she knows. And I just kind of ended the conversation abruptly, just as that. And I just kind of said, if you ever say it around me, there's going to be some issues. That's all I'm going to say. And just kind of just left it at that. Point blank, period.
I think this is, I was sticking to what I wanted to, where my own points, basically, my own mindset. You were saying something, Wayne. You said, who shouldn't use the word? Who can't use the word? You're saying,
if you're not of skin tone, in America they do that differently. I don't get how they do it there. They just be letting anybody willy-nilly say it on songs and stuff. I don't know what's going on. I don't live there. I don't know what's going on over here. Over here in the UK, over here, you see what I'm saying?
Here, it's only black people that can say that, innit?
Yeah, and they know that. People know that.
And me personally, I think I have an issue with that as well. Me personally, I have an issue with us just black people saying that. It's either nobody's saying it or everybody's saying it. I think that's for me personally. I think that's what's is breaking us apart too much. You know, we keep saying, dude, I'm of the idea of, you know, you be treated how you treat others and how you treat yourself as well, you know. So if we're saying this is just the beginning of it, if we're saying, oh, only us can use the word nigga on ourselves, I'm sorry, if I was not meant to say the word, but the N-word, basically, if we're saying that only us can use the word on ourselves, they can't use it. I think it's a bit, you know, if it's a bit, I don't know. I don't see what you would say about a white. But I'm not here to defend Wi-Fi. It sounds so funny, but
so you want them to say as well, President? What? So you want them to say? What are you telling me?
No, I don't see what you would say now that what word that's there that you want you know only white people can say about themselves and we're not allowed to. I don't see any word like that there. And I know
did they struggle for anything? What did they struggle? Did I enslave them?
Yeah, but we can't.
Okay, but he does have a point now. He has a point.
Did I give them slurs? I didn't do that. They did that. I didn't do that. They did that, bro. I didn't do that. We didn't come up with the term. We didn't do that, bro. Did we enslave them? It didn't happen like that.
No, of course, definitely. But I'm thinking as well. You know, there's no. The whole idea of it is, you know, what I'm saying, I might be of a whole different point is that I think if there's anything we're trying to be recognized as part of people. But the way at which is going, it looks like we're trying to be too distinctive. That's why I say somewhat too distinctive. And the way we're going about even trying to be part of a people, I'm not of that. Why are we going to, if you say you're there, one thing you have to know in life is that, you can never get freedom from your oppressor. You can't, your oppressor can't say, okay, take freedom now. Anyone that oppresses enjoys oppression. So you can't really be begging or going at your oppressor to say, oh, please stop this. That's part of why I'm about Black Lives Matter movement. If I'm to do anything, I'm doing it for myself. You are saying they're the ones that are oppressed, yet you're still going to beg them. And I'm not I've gone off topic.
I know what you mean, though. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying.
But that's why I didn't want to say anything from the beginning, because my own mindset is different. It's different from me. I believe.
That's what we want.
Sorry?
That's what we want, because before you came, I think, at the beginning, Azza said something, and basically she ended it with saying, who are you without racism? So with you having a different point, with you bringing a different perspective, that's what we want, because it's just showing that without taking out the racism, we have our own thoughts, we have our own ideas. Yeah.
Oh yes, no, and I agree with that. Exactly. Who am I without racism? I am who I am. For me, I don't ever play racism card. Me personally, I feel whoever does that, whoever tries to be racist is you're way below me. You're uneducated. You're way below. That's how I see it, and it's been working for me. That's why I say it's however you define it for your own self. It's working for me in the sense that if maybe it's mentality, somebody might say it's mentality. That's what's winning for me. But like I said, it's been working for me. If you're going to be racist, if I don't get something and someone, I would look for every other reason why I did not get that thing, why that thing is not being, other than playing that card of racism. That's why I said I think to some extent people are trying to be too we're trying to be or too. It seems now the whole idea of it, basically, from what I get, I'm not against us talking about. There's been oppression on Black people, but if we're going to do anything, it has to be with ourselves. Like we're doing now, having this conversation, thinking of how we want to move ourselves forward, and not really. I know I've gone way off topic.
Yeah, man. What you feel about the N word, bro? You talking about?
I'm so much. I was coming from this anyways. With the N word, how do I feel about saying or using it? I don't really use it anyway, so I don't feel anyways about it. I don't want. I wouldn't want literally anybody to address me as that. Not just my own fellow. I wouldn't want anybody to address me as that. But I mean, at the same time, will I take offense if anybody at all addresses me as it? No. But I'm not going. It's not distinctive to say with one person. I'm not offended by any one person calling me that. I think it's just work for myself. Me trying to be. Yeah.
You wouldn't be offended.
I'm not offended. Nope. I'm not offended with that. Because it's still the same thing about when you say, like, I've seen a lot of people say, especially during football, we play, you say someone calls you a con. A white person calls a Black person a con and it's racist. The white person calls a white person a con and we allow it to go on. I don't know.
But the C word is not racist. The C word.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But some people will take it as racist. People still take it as racism. Coming from a white person to a Black person is racism for them.
Is it?
Yes.
I never knew that. I didn't know. I'm learning. I'm learning today. I'm here to learn, bro. What do you mean?
I'm not saying you. No, I was just going to say, like, I mean, there's a lot of people I thought you would know as well that would say that I've taken that as racism. Being used, that word being used on them. So I mean, specifically with the N word, particularly, I don't feel anyways about it from anybody. It should not be used. If at all it's going to be, let's scrap the word off generally. That's one stance on it.
I agree. I've never addressed any of my friends in that way. Some of my friends do address me in that way. And I don't really feel any type of way when they do so. But from my perspective, I've had friends who are darker than me who have said, like, you're not even dark enough to say that, from when I was younger. Not so much now, but when I was younger, they'd be like, you're not dark enough to say that. You're too light to say that. When in reality, I've got a black dad, I've got a white mum. They're like, if someone was to insult me, the insult would be the N-word. They wouldn't come at me saying, "Oh, you're white" or whatever. The insult would be, "You are an N-word." Like that would be it. But so for me, the only connotation around the word I have is negative. Me personally, I wouldn't say it. Obviously, I'd take offense if someone said it to me.
I'm in the yeah.
That would be the only difference between.
I stopped saying it. I stopped saying it. So in 2020, we've had so many protests from George Floyd's killing, and then there was a protest, and then also in Nigeria there was a protest, and then there was the Lekki Gate massacre. So there was a killing and a protest here in the West, and then there was a protest and then the killing. So you see how the different injustices happen to kill Black lives, whether here in the UK or in Africa as well. So I want to just ask this question to finish off. Why do you think so many young people get involved with protests? Yeah, not people of color specifically.
Because they realize
non-people of color.
Non-people of color.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So I feel like nowadays being outspoken is, I don't want to say like a trend, but a lot of people are outspoken to be different, as it were. Like they want to say like, I'm speaking about this, I'm an activist for this. And I feel like that kind of mindset now is just ingrained to people who are younger. Like there's something to be fighting for, whether it's gay rights, whether it's Black Lives Matter, whether it's the massacres in Nigeria, Asia, Palestine, anywhere. I feel like people now, it's ingrained into their mind to have a voice about something, whether you're passionate about it or you're just following crowd, whatever it is. But people, the kids of nowadays will have an opinion about something, where I feel like maybe in our mother and father's day, to have opinion and be outspoken was not the right thing to do in a social aspect. It didn't bring you like the social security as it would, because people would be more happy to follow suit and then conform against someone who is outspoken than to follow someone who they might have the same views as.
I definitely agree with that.
I agree. Like it's the fact of like going for young people to be able to speak out now, like Vincent was saying, it's a great time. Like you've got the tools. Social media is a tool that you're using to speak your mind and say how you feel. That is their platform to speak out. And I actually could not be any happier than to see how the turnout was at the protest last year. Again, I was shocked at the amount of people that turned up. Majority of them were non-like Black people. But at the same time, it was amazing to see them all of us bound together for the same reason, for justice and peace. And I think that so many more people should be able to speak out, be able to share their stories, share their experiences, because who knows? This is like one quote that I kept posting on my Instagram. If you share your story, who knows, maybe that you could save another person, or somebody else could be going through the same exact situation as you. This doesn't just work with Black Lives Matter, it works with anything. It could be like women's health, it could be about any specific topic. If you share your story, that's something you're going through, guaranteed somebody on this planet, or a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend, is going through the same thing as you. And you could give them not just so much guidance, but just by sharing your story and then being like, wow, I actually had something similar.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Most definitely.
I suppose if you want to say more on why it's non-POC people that are doing it more so, I feel like it's probably because people are now also realizing, like, whereas before it was always like, it was in your face as like, so from my parents, they were born in like the 1950s, racism was very apparent then, but it was apparent for all of the wrong reasons. Like people would openly be racist. Whereas now if anyone is openly racist, people will stand up for them or will stand up for the minority that our racism is being portrayed against. And a lot more people are fighting the side of well, I say a lot more, there are probably statistics that suggest otherwise,
Mm.
but I feel like there's a lot more non-POC people who are in the favors of the minorities, who are more than happy to stand up against people of their own color and say that that's not right, that's wrong. Whereas in the past, that was definitely never the case.
Mm.
Yeah, I just believe that they all, a lot more people, like of them non-people of color, grew up with more now people of color. You see what I'm saying? They all grew up together, and
Mm.
not just grew up together, but like grew up together as good friends. You
Mm.
see what I'm saying? Like they would go to like their person of color's friend's house. They would eat there. They're like they're a lot more immersed within, like, you know, them friendship and within those friendships, and there's a lot less within this young generation. There's a lot less morals or ideals of the older generation passed down of that, you know, systemic racism. It's still there, but less. Like the more we gradually continue, less it seeps down, smaller and smaller increments. Like they're growing up with these people, they're idolizing their favorite players in basketball or football are black. You see what I'm saying? It just starts to make a lot less sense these days to be on the wrong side or the opposite side of that spectrum, to be like, oh no, why are these protests going on? Why was this going on? When your favorite player, oh, I don't know, your favorite player spoke out on this injustice. You got a best friend that's black. It's just, you know what I'm saying, that they're a lot more immersed in that culture. Hip hop is now like the #1 genre in music. It's just they're a lot more immersed in this culture.
Most definitely.
Yeah, going off what Wynn just said with like hip hop, I think it was 71 that Ronald Reagan got elected, and through his when he was president for 2 terms. That's when you saw a lot of injustice against African Americans and minorities, specifically in New York. But the thing is, while within his presidency, this is when actually you saw what's the group that Ice Cube is in?
NWA.
NWA.
That's how they actually like grew, because of the injustice. So it's amazing to see how when injustice comes, was actually birthed. So for example, with what you're doing, with the photo shoot that you're coming up with, like it's amazing to see how a negative, like what you said, you have that three-edged sword. You're black, you're Muslim, and you're also a female, and there's so many different things to you. So seeing how like a presidency, how politics plays into a birth of a culture, because that's when hip hop was really like was being birthed. Like early
Most definitely.
foundation of it, yeah. So it's amazing to see how injustices, like negatives, really birth so many different things within the Black culture. Yeah, so another question I would like to ask is, moving forward, what would you like to see change, as in right now, 2021?
Inclusion. Right. But I want to see inclusion, but not because of like the reasons of color. Like if I get picked for a job role, I want it to be because of my skill set, not because of my color. I want to know that I didn't get it there on a technicality. Like I want to know that I just want it to be a fair playing field for everyone. I don't want to be a reason why, like, in the workforce, I'm the only person of color there because I tick a box, because they feel like they have to have me there, or being like that, as they say, like the token black guy in a situation. So I feel like inclusion, but fair playing field across all categories, whether that's industries or whether it's as low as just like in football teams, things like that.
For sure. Nah, second.
What?
For sure.
What I want to, no, I definitely second that. What I would love to see change as well is our mentality as Black people, and from a mentality of whatever it is now into a mentality of, you know, we are, how do I, like I was explaining before, we're just like every other person. I don't want us to seeing ourselves from the position of, even if you know, even if I'm the only black person, I don't want to have to take note of that. You yourself, you don't want to have to take note of that anyways. If they employed you, then you best believe it's for your own skill set. Because even if they were meant to employ just one black person in that firm, you're still going to be based on skills anyways. So you take it that yes, your skills got you here. If we're all in this mentality, I think it'll be easy for. And also, like I always keep saying, we should always think. Let's think for ourselves as well. Let's think, like, let's think for each other. Let's have each other in mind. I think that will take us a long way. That's why I want to see change.
It goes on to what Az was saying then, like, so take away your race, what are you?
Who are you?
Yeah. So
I feel like this is going to be the quote for this whole.
Like a t-shirt
I
or
love
something.
that actually. Yeah.
I'll get it printed on a t-shirt for any upcoming events going on.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I think for me, it's just like with change, it's like one thing that I've always said, and the reason why I've been so passionate about BLM is being better for the next generation. So even if it means just showing examples, and like I said earlier about creating all these different spaces and events for these kids, that would be something that I would, especially in Plymouth and in the Southwest, where the minority group is very, very tight-knit, very small, but still enough, I think, now to make a difference and to be able to do these events, to do these workshops, etc., to make a difference for these young kids. That's the only reason why I'm speaking here during this discussion, why I spoke out on the top of the steps, why I keep saying what I have to say, is because I want to be better for the next generation.
I think we all want to be part of the change for the next generation. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
Like, how great would it feel if any of us were the reason that your little brothers or sisters or cousins or any of our cousins were the reason that they did something because they seen us do something.
Exactly.
So can you see any more like new role models coming up within the Black community, and can you name any?
Ooh.
I think you have to go on a couple of people that may already kind of be about, who are from Plymouth. So like people who have gone out of the city and then come back. So like Isabella Johnson Ewers, I think is her name. So she's gone out. She's a dancer, I believe. So she's gone out of the community, come back, talked to BLM last June. So I feel like more people, if they want to, she could be a role model to people. Obviously gone away, done her thing, come back and obviously improve the community a little bit. As it stands, I don't know anyone else, as it were.
The only other person I can think of who's like a motivational speaker, I don't know if you guys are following him, Stephen Burrett or something. He does like a bunch of like motivational stuff on Instagram. He's had his own like social media like page and stuff. He's the only person I know is like, I want to say, don't quote me on this, is mixed race or black, but he's the only person that I know that's been based in Plymouth, has gone to London or has done his own thing and created his own business and is actually making a difference in young people's lives. That's the only person I can think of.
Okay. Which then just goes to show how many people really are they're accessible to young kids in Plymouth.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see some of the comments. Yeah, someone said more laws, less of a need for progression to be a trend. Yeah, which I think we agree on that. For change to occur, and and that we said inclusion as well. So I think people are agreeing with inclusion, and that progression shouldn't be a change. Like, we shouldn't feel as if we are the token, like we're ticking the box, and we should be accepted into roles because of the qualifications we have, not because of our race, but because of who we are. Yeah. So if any of you have a question that you would like to ask and discuss, this will be the time to do so. Yeah, just a free discussion.
Well, I know, Cozy, you're president of the ACSU and all the rest of that. I think I'm sure you guys are definitely going to say yes, and it's just a matter of taking the next steps after this discussion. But how about we all do something for the Black History Month in October, obviously including the university, including professionals that are part of the DBI. How would you guys feel about doing something like that for Black History Month?
So did you say? Oh, sorry, moderator.
Yeah, Black History Month. If we can do something, that's
No, sorry. Was it me you were referring to when?
Yeah, I was saying, like, how would you feel about helping me create some sort of maybe multiple events, obviously with the university and stuff, about doing something for Black History Month? I think that would be the first step in the right direction.
I think that sounds like a great idea. Not unfortunately. I mean, my role as president of the student union ends at the end of this month, so I wouldn't be there till Black History Month in the room. Yeah. But on the positive side, there's plans already for Black History Month. The current vice president for Wellbeing and Diversity is already actually, that's what we just finished. That was the meeting I was in before this. And part of her, she's trying to create events, not just one event for Black History Month. So if you're happy, I can put you in contact with her.
Yeah,
and that conversation.
Definitely. I feel like it would be nice to have like a separate Zoom session to kind of have like a sit down conversation and being like the who, what, when, how, and plan it out.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Then I'll send you her email then, and I'll let her know how you do.
But another thing that I wanted to touch upon is like one of the main reasons why I wanted to do this photo shoot, which is actually, funnily enough, the guy that just asked the 2 questions about inclusion and sharing those hearts was my friend Alex in LA, by the way, who I sent him the link for this discussion and stuff. But one of the main points was just the reason behind us doing this photo shoot was to share the fact that the US and America, both of us, we both have the same struggles. We're both going through the same thing with racism. So it's just kind of building those creative bridges. So it's showing that the US we're going through it, not just the US as well.
No, definitely. Sounds cool. My question, you said this is time for questions, right?
Yeah.
My question was, as we are here now, what individually do you think you can do for Black people in the community?
So like individually, what do we bring and be able to bring to a community of our...
Yeah, it's all good, all we sitting here, we're talking about what needs to change and all, but I just want to know, picking our brains, I believe we've all gone to that, part of why we're selected because we're part of the Black Lives protests in the last year. So, and what we've been saying since that we want change, but change starts with you as well, like we say. It's a cliche statement, but that cliche statement is what I want to understand. What is the change now that we're looking to bring to the community, whether it's a group here that we are or individually, so people can join on your great work? I believe it's part of what I'm saying.
Okay, so what are we doing now, or what would we like to do?
Yeah, what would we like to do, or if you're doing something now? Yeah,
cool. So I'm not doing anything actively now. It's not something that feel like I probably don't interact with enough Black people in the community to do anything myself, or any people that are looking to do so, I'd say, because there's a lot of Black people I know in the community, but it's more so on a friend level than and the conversations that we have is not necessarily about making a change in the area either, that much, because of the people I hang around with, or the scenarios or scenes in which I'm with them in. But if there was something that I've seen, I'd be more than happy to get involved with it. It's just a matter of knowing what that is or seeing those things to then be able to get involved with.
That's great. So I don't know if
I feel like Wynn's been pretty quiet at the moment.
I don't think he has been at all, I think he's been pretty vocal still. But at a time I've been mentoring with David for a time, it kind of weaned off a little bit now, but he offers those services, and because he's very connected within the community, like it helps you find like like whatever your passion is, if he does have a contact within the city that can help you with that, he does put you in position to try and succeed that. So within accounting, he's been helping me do that. I know Merv as well. He was looking at HR. He's been helping him with doing stuff like that. So small things like that, you know, that's what we've been doing within the community.
Oh, that's great.
I mean, I can speak for myself and say that I've been preaching all of the creative ideas that I wanted to do in Plymouth, and now I actually have the opportunity to do it. So for me, it's using my knowledge of creativity and fashion and art and poetry and all of the arts and bringing it to the table in regards to Black Lives, in regards to BLM. So it could be the photo shoot, it could be setting something up for Black History Month with the university or in certain businesses, etc., etc. That's my way of doing it. And even if it's something as small as hosting which I'm doing weekly for the last actually couple of months or so, just kind of mentoring a lot of like young kids with art, doing virtual art sessions. And on the odd occasion, I'm just asking them like, hey, how's school today? Anything interesting happened? Do you want to talk about this? Blah, blah, blah. The smallest things like that can make a complete difference. And I know my friends can all back me up who are probably going to watch and see this. All my friends and family know that from the second BLM became that thing, I've been the person to go outside of the box and say, hey, I want to make a change. I want to make a difference. And I'm going to keep going and keep doing it and keep trying to inspire others. So that's pretty much what I've been doing, just using my creativity, really.
That's great. No, that's great. That's awesome. I mean, you've shown us something already you're working on, so speaks for itself. That's great.
Oh, listen, if I showed you guys the rest of this den right now, and I need to actually separate myself from the artist, like I'm supporting my friend, one of my friend's clothing line at the moment. So this is like a Black History t-shirt that he's got. There's another one that he has of a George Floyd illustration. There's an Angela Davis one. Most of the artwork that's in my room is all Black-owned businesses from friends and family who've started their own. And through the power of me having a job and being like, you know what, I support you. Here's X amount of money, and I'll display it and constantly share it on my page.
Yeah, that's great. That's awesome.
Yeah, so I love what you're doing, Azza, with mentoring young people and helping them with their art lessons. So DBI does award shows every year in January. So does anybody know of any like young person coming up who you think should be recommended for the award?
What's the ages?
Even if it's yourself, like if you just like submit, you show us your work and stuff.
But yeah, why not? I'm free for that award. I'm joking.
I mean, I'll happily submit myself. I mean, I'll happily do that, but
I don't know why I can't.
Yeah, submit then. Submit for sure.
Go for it, you can have 3 votes here.
You see what I'm saying?
Power to the people, hey.
Yeah. Does anyone else have any names? Anybody like that they might know in Plymouth?
We're submitting Azza first. We'll go with Azza.
Okay.
I can maybe, if I really sat down and thought about it, there could be 1 or 2 people that I know in Plymouth. I could probably submit as well.
Well, you didn't specify the age bracket for the young person's award.
Yeah, define the age bracket.
Yep. 16 or 18.
Huh?
Go young. Just you have to be young and BAME. 16, 18.
16, 18.
Stella's winging it. Stella's winging the A.
She's winging it.
Stella winging the A.
She's coming up with the rules. She's coming up.
You're like, can I the other people in the room like, is it what 20, 22, 20? Crazy.
You're young in spirit as well, you know, if you're young.
If you're young at heart, that's it. That's it. That's all that matters.
Submit.
16 to 18. Yeah, that's. I think I'm qualified, so I can.
Yeah, as and Kosi in it. That's
How about I
Mm,
submit you
right
and you
there.
submit me? There we go.
Yeah, there's different categories, so you can submit different.
There they go.
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan. I'll submit Cozy and Cozy submits me. There we go.
Beautiful. There we go.
Yeah, so can you just give like your last remarks, anything you want anybody watching and anybody's going to watch this in the future to leave with, and also give us your information, you know, so we can see how you are, see what you're doing, see how that photo shoot goes, Azza. Yeah, we'd love to keep in contact.
It's gonna happen. It's going to happen. Just wait. COVID just needs to go away. That's it. Everybody needs to get vaccinated, and then we're good.
Yeah. So, like, where can we find everyone, please?
Who wants to start?
Our information.
Yeah.
Oh, they can find me at Mikubu Win on Instagram. See what I'm saying? MIKUBUWIN. Instagram. See what I'm saying? You asked me, innit? You asked where they can find me. That's where they can find me. That's where the people can find, man.
I mean, you can find me. I guess the social media then. It's Instagram and Facebook, same thing. The Son of Grace on Facebook is the name, just all together. Son of Grace. Yeah. And you're saying about last words. My own last words for all of us here is that we should just all practice one religion. We should endeavor to practice one religion, and that religion is love. That's what's going to keep all of us. Just love. Both black, both white, all of them listening. Aim to show love.
I'll let Vincent, you can go before me.
Cool. If you want to find me on Instagram, it's Innes. Innes is INNISS. Yeah, that's the only shameless plug I've got.
They asked now, you see what I'm saying? They asked where they can find man. I don't know where they can find man. What you want me to give? My house?
Your house, you know, your national insurance number, you know. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Name.
Yeah.
You want my cash app? It's joking.
I mean, you guys can find me at Azza Urbanista. So it's Azza_Urbanista on Instagram, and pretty sure I'm on Twitter as well, but I don't really use it that often. I'm mainly on Instagram. But the only thing that I'll leave with, and I think it's become the big quote of the discussion, is to remember, who are you without your race?
Exactly.
That's it. Mic drop there.
I love it. No, big quote, people, big quote. Who are you without your race? Should be a person of love.
Yeah.
For sure.
Cool.
Yeah, so the age for the anybody who wants to submit is 16 to 30. Yeah, 16 to 30.
That's way better. You've tried for us.
That's fine. That's cool.
Great. Thank you very much.
Like you said, listen, because we've got 3 witnesses right here. You submit me, I submit you.
That's easy.
Done.
For sure.
Well, thank you guys for coming on. Thank you for engaging in the discussion. And more details about submitting your work will be on the socials for DBI. So if you just type in Diversity Business Incubator, you can find us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, wherever we're there. Yeah, so thank you so much. It was lovely to meet you guys. Lovely to hear your thoughts. Yeah, nice to meet you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you, everybody.
Nice
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you all.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
For sure.
Hello everyone, thank you all so much for joining our last session for today's event. If you're new onto the show, onto today's event, then we'll say welcome, and if you've been here since the session started, then we'll definitely say thank you for joining us today, and thank you for staying with us throughout the event and the session. So as we all know, today we are covering the 1 year on the protest, on the Black Lives Matter protest. We've got our panelists here with us. This session will be lasting for 2 hours. I'm just going to go through a few housekeeping rules for our panelists and also for our viewers, just to, you know, make it a little bit more easier for us as we go on to the session. So while the session is going on, please panelists, no eating, but do feel free to grab yourself a drink. Do feel free to, you know, just hydrate your throat. That is very necessary because we're going to be here for 2 great hours. So that will be definitely needed. Please wait for panelists to finish talking before you share your point across. That way we can have a smooth conversation and no one will be talking over each other. And that way as well, we can hear every point coming in from our panelists, for our viewers, and also they can share their views. We also have a Q&A session, which will be later, which will be 20 minutes before the session ends. So look out for that as well, and please feel free to share, like, and comment on all our socials on our event today. We'll invite our guests into the room so they can introduce themselves as well. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hi, nice to see you all. You're looking amazing. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'll first of all, you know, hand it over to you guys so you can just introduce yourselves. We're going to start off from Danny, and then we'll move on to Dixon, Ishmael, then David. So go ahead, Danny. The floor's all yours.
Thank you very much. Hi, thank you for having me. So I'm Danny Andriva. I am a digital media production graduate. I graduated from Plymouth College of Arts last year, and all of my work kind of stems around identity and creating a platform for representation that includes all of the different 9 protected characteristics. So that's a little bit about me, and I'm also from Bulgaria.
Oh, wow. Lovely. Thank you very much. We'll move on to Dixon.
2 seconds. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
All right. Because I had the headset, but I'm not listening nothing from the headset. Too much the new technology. Hello, mi gente. Hello. I'm Super Dixon. I am, how do they say this? You guys gave me a nice bio for me to present, no?
We surely did.
Let's do this. So my name is Super Dixon. I'm an international artist here in Plymouth. I'm a DJ, MC, entertainer. I'm a dance teacher. I'm a professional dancer. Oh my God, I have an entertainment company. Basically, I'm a one-man party. And I'm also an activist. I'm also an activist for the BME Black Lives Matter Network here in Plymouth. So thank you for having me right here, for the invitation. Happy to be here with the Mid-Ground team.
Thank you for joining us today. We'll move on to Ishmael.
Hello, hi. I'm good. Do you hear me, Dixon?
Yes.
I can hear you. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
That's good, especially Dixie. Hello, everyone. Nice to be here. Still getting used to the whole area, even though it's my bedroom. It's feeling a bit different, but it's good. So I'm It's all those words I've introduced myself on, even though I find it hard to say I am those things. So I'm one of a conflicting character, I guess. I would say I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a businessman, more of a businessman, an activist, civil and human rights, because I'm just all over the place basically in terms of doing that. In terms of all, I think I tend to see myself more of a citizen of the world. So I tend to have a lot of things in a lot of places, and I'm that guy basically.
Thank you very much, Ishmael. That was amazing. We'll move on to David then to introduce himself. Hello?
David, you can talk in that costume, you know?
I can't believe I'm doing that. Can you hear me now? Sorry, apologies.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, okay. So yeah, David Fenduno here. Well done to everyone for this great day celebrating Black Lives Matter. So it's David here, and co-founder and co-director of DBI, Diversity Business Incubator. Also other titles in the city, founder of Plymouth Hope, Hope FC, and other bits. I also have a professional role here as a regional manager in the area for the Red Cross. But mostly I'm here today to share a bit more about as a Black person, also as a consultant for EDI, which is usually called Equality, Diversity and Inclusion, really. And I think more or less share my personal experience about this matter and this subject we'll be talking about today. So great to be here and looking forward to these discussions and answering questions from our audience.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you all panelists for introducing yourselves. I mean, no one really likes to talk about themselves sometimes, but hey, when you've done great things, even if it's not great to you, to someone else it is. So share the love, share who you are, and inspire somebody to even be like you or have titles that you have too. So thank you very much for doing that. In line to today's topic, which is on the Black Lives Matter protest in Plymouth 2020. All our discussions today are going to be around that. So we're just going to be covering, what went well with the protest, and also, what could have been done differently, what, any impacts that has been made. For the rest of the session, we're going to obviously, I'll ask the question at the beginning, and then I'll pass it on to one of you panelists first, your answer. And if any of the other panelists wants to add on to it, please do feel free to add on. But remember, it has to be after the panelists have spoken. So saying that, could you share with us your views, David, on the Black Lives Matter protest? Because I was there, and I'm happy to say that I heard you speak, and I still have the recording for that as well.
Oh, I would love to have it. I've been looking for it.
I'll be happy to send it over.
Brilliant, fantastic.
So I'll throw it first to you. What was your views on the Black Lives Matter, and what impact do you think it had on you personally?
Yeah, I think it was great to be part of it. Did not plan to speak, by the way, but I think just like everyone else, passion took over whatever was happening on the day, and I just decided to say something, which was really on that day, my feelings and my personal experiences, lived experiences as a Black person in Plymouth, in the community, and who's experienced many things. Not just in Plymouth in the UK, but certainly across Europe. I think it was great to see Plymouthians, young people, I think partisan and friend of Black people and other ethnic minorities coming together, because I think it was not just Black people protesting, it was everyone in Plymouth who came to support and empathizing with the Black movement. So I think it was certainly great to see the movement being taken on locally by some young people actually who led on it. So it was really a privilege to be part of it and speak. And I think the fact that I think perhaps many people before that did not have the opportunity or the courage to say or share certain things they would have been going through, that movement certainly give many people the mandate to say things they wouldn't have previously. So in a sense, it was the right movement. It was pretty much a campaign to say, we are here, we have things to share, we have things to say. Can you give us time and can you listen to us? And it's also to tell friends of Black people and that, you know, we are here, we have difficulties that we go through, but we want to be voicing our concerns a little bit more, even if we were doing those before in a different way. But now we all joining forces and voices through this campaign to say, at some point, enough is enough. And I think at a personal level, I think we all go through it. And on the day I was really sharing some of the experiences some friends went through, and I've seen things since I've had children born in Plymouth and going into school, different challenges and all of that. So yeah, I think that these are my impressions, and I think surely I will add a bit more later on what I've really seen and noticed has changed, has been happening in Plymouth and in the UK and across Europe.
Thank you very much. I think you've raised some really interesting points there, especially with what you mentioned with the protest being a free place to speak. I mean, being there, most of the speakers that were on there weren't forced to speak. It was more what you felt, how you felt it, and what you wanted to share. So definitely what you're saying is great. I'll pass the same question on to Danny as well. You know, as a creative, as a media person that is creating content, that is, you know, putting videos together and stuff, being at the protest, how did that feel for you? What impact did that have for you?
Yeah, so yeah, to begin with, I was just so happy there was a Black Lives Matter protest in Plymouth, because in a lot of the smaller kind of towns, there isn't anything like it. And a lot of people don't actually talk about any of the discrimination that a person of color might like face or anything like that. So for example, I came from, I usually live in Exmouth. So when I came back to Plymouth whilst I was at university, I was just really happy that this protest was taking place. Obviously, it's quite unfortunate that that protests like these have to take place because of the discrimination, you know. It's quite sad that these things happen, but you know, it's our kind of responsibility and everyone's responsibility to make sure that, you know, things like this stop kind of from happening, and you know, we kind of create you know, a space and an environment where everyone's kind of, you know, treated, you know, equally and with respect, just the same as anybody else. So yeah, so I was, you know, just like most of the people on this panel as well, I went to the Black Lives Matter protest on that day. You know, I had a little panel as well. You know, I had friends that came as well. Some kind of had to not go to it because it was just so much for them, in a sense of you know, it was too realistic that this was happening, you know. And I think it kind of makes people start realizing that these things are happening in Britain as well. You know, they're not just happening in America, you know, these things are happening in, you know, England, you know, in ways that most of us may not realize or may have not been educated about, you know, for example, through systematic racism, you know, things for education or through living standards, just anything like that. I think it has definitely put things into perspective. I think, you know, it's one thing being part of the movement and, you know, just posting on your Instagram or Facebook, but it's another to actually educate yourself and your friends. And, you know, if, for example, someone says something in your circle of friends, you know, and if the majority of you are white, it's really important to kind of stand up to that and to, you know, stand up to any discrimination and just, you know, like spread the word really. So I was really happy that, you know, I was able to take part, and most of my friends could as well, which is really good. I think a lot of people have started to realize how important social media is, and how important independent kind of stations are. I think a lot of the stories of discrimination or just inequality of people of color, BME, they kind of get, you know, washed out of news broadcasting agencies. So I think definitely this year and last year as well, social media has taken a huge kind of step into the Black Lives Matter movement to kind of spread the word and educate people. So yeah, so I think definitely some good things have come from it. Some you know, some people have realized how, you know, how many, you know, negative experiences, you know, a person of a different color might have to, you know, a person that's white. So I think it's definitely important to take those things into consideration, especially for institutions and companies and big organizations that can have these big impacts and may have not been educated or may have not chosen to take down the more equal path. So yeah, so I definitely feel like in a broad like retrospect, it's really good. And hopefully from Plymouth as well, it has definitely impacted in some sort of way to kind of share to everyone and kind of educate everyone really. So yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. That's such great insight, you know. I feel like everyone's got different experiences of how they felt at the protest, and definitely, as you said, like, it's so different when you're there in person and you're experiencing certain things, you know, and you're seeing the people that are around you that are actually willing to come together and, you know, spread the love and be there for each other. And even through that, people have built relationships through just going to the protest, and, you know, it's just great different things. Thank you for sharing that. I'll pass the same question on to Ishmael. Any thoughts and any views on the Black Lives Matter protest in Plymouth in 2020?
I wasn't in Plymouth physically, to be fair, but I was impressed by what I saw, to be fair. There's quite a few people that I wouldn't naturally have, you know, expected to actually see on the street, but from the photos, videos, social media, and everything I saw, it was almost, you know, a bit touching, to be honest, to see a bit of that awakeness. I feel, for personally anyway, that you know, we're going through a sort of would you call it a dark period in terms of knowledge, in terms of identity. So it was quite refreshing to see that, you know, it's not totally lost, and you know, just having that open playground for everyone to actually say something. I had quite a few, you know, white friends from, you know, school and growing up who you know, didn't necessarily live in Plymouth, but, you know, they also took opportunity to and we had this conversation. You know, I had boys that I've played football with 10, 15 years ago, 12 years ago, who at some point, you know, there, you know, some sort of tension would have, you know, shown itself. You know, in school, I was literally the black person in the school. So it was something that you knew they had opinions on what knows was going on, and it almost felt like everyone needed that opportunity to drop things off their chest, you know. And I thought that, you know, even though I wasn't around, I could feel it wherever I was, and it was such a movement that shook the whole world globally and has had, you know, other effects on even towards black people, you know, as a race in general. So I was quite keen to see that, and, you know, it's great that has happened, really.
Thank you very much. I think even from afar, you can still feel the emotion even from anywhere, because this was something big. I mean, it was national. It was, first of all, it was what? It was it was a whole geographical thing where everyone was involved in America. Then the next minute it was moving from country to country, from Europe to Africa to Asia, to everywhere. I feel like everyone was moved by it because at some point or on some level, we can all kind of see ourselves there. Whether you're white, whether you're black, whether you support Black Lives Matter or not, police brutality is something that is happening. And, you know, a lot of these times when people feel because they're in a place of power, they can, you know, attain certain things or do certain things to other people. Definitely, when it's time to speak, you've got to speak. So thank you for sharing that with us. I'll pass the same question on to Dixon. I'm not sure if you can hear me, Dixon.
Yep. I've been hearing the whole time. It felt like I dropped because Ishi was introducing him, you know. But all love. Yeah, I just my system just went down and I was listening still because we have the phone. Like you guys were talking about all the social media, we got phones, we got laptops, we got iPads, so many things that we have access to information, and people still don't know that we are here and we are different. Wow. Yeah. What was the question again so I can not go crazy?
Yep, so the question is, in line to today's topic, what are your views on the Black Lives Matter protest that happened in Plymouth? So what do you think went well during the protest, and what can we work on?
Yeah, well, to be honest, one of the things that I'm very proud actually, and I keep saying this against the naysayers, you know, that keep saying that they don't know that protest is it's actually a right. It's actually a right that we have in the systems that we live. It's not something illegal, you know, and people keep thinking that this vandals, right? And one of the things I love to say, with everybody who keeps shouting that the protests are riots, and I actually say, you know, in Plymouth, I'm so proud that we managed to keep it nice. We managed to keep it tight. You know, there was a few altercations we can speak later, but I think overall it was great. Even the police was there. You know, there was, you see, as this is the issue while we are protesting, but even the police that was assisting us on the day, it was on point. I think even the whole procession, everything that went around, I think it was so good. You know, I mean, me and David, obviously, we stayed and Tendai from P-Town Radio. You know, we stayed with the people who were doing one of the hardest things, which is the speeches, right? And even the people that decide to go in the procession around, you know, some of them went, they did the tour. We stayed with these people that were talking, and I can tell you that I didn't plan to talk at all. I was recording it. We were broadcasting for try to have a footage for even for P-Town Radio. I was broadcasting for my own page, you know. And David, a year later, I have your magnifique speech on my live. You say you didn't know, now you know. But yeah, this is the thing. I think it went really well, and it was a thing that it's like it's impressive, you know. When you were there, I thought it was gonna be like, honestly saying, just us. You know, and just us, it's a bit tricky, right? Because I was so proud to see so many allies on this, and I think that was what made the day really good. You know, that made us come out of it like that this was worth it. You know, if it makes sense.
It definitely does. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think if I can sum up what you were saying, basically it's the opportunity of having the police there and them helping us out and making sure that everything was running smoothly, and also, you know, people getting that opportunity to speak out and share their views on the matter. that is great. And I can second you on exactly what you said about, you not feeling like talking on the day, because if I can just share my little thing, on the day I didn't even know there was going to be a protest until someone told me, and ended up coming there, and it was not what I expected. It was absolutely not what I expected. I was expecting, just like Dixon, less people, hardly anyone, a few Black people I've seen around Plymouth, and just say, hey, hi, oh, I knew you were going to be there, that's what we were expecting. But actually being there and seeing the number of people, especially young people that were present, people that were not Black, people that were not of color, from different backgrounds and ethnicity being there, it actually did something, I ended up actually speaking when I didn't know that I was going to speak or want to speak. So I think definitely, thank you for sharing that. Sometimes, you've just got to be there. You've got to be there to feel it in the moment and just move on from whatever you want to take from it, and whatever action you want to take with that as well. So thank you, Dixon.
I was gonna say another thing that people forget about that day is, I think even all of us, all of us, the different, that are there for the protest. Doesn't matter if you're Black, white, whatever, Asian, whatever. One of the things that everybody, I bet, in there, especially, but it's harder for us though. But one of the things that the different stages of am I going, am I not going? Okay, I'm going. And then when you're there, you see people right there speaking their feelings, crying. And another thing that was supreme is the support. Everybody's shouting, everybody's like clapping, supporting the person. Doesn't matter what is the little thing that bothers, if it's hair, if it's, everybody was there, and I think, you see, in life, that doesn't happen. Unless you're playing music, right, Ish?
Definitely. I think you are definitely sure. You're definitely right on that one. Unless you're playing music, people, that's where people are going to be like, hey, what's going on? Why are you speaking this language? Why are you listening to this kind of music? But when it comes to actually making a change and an impact, whether for you or for social, that's something you've got to make a decision on. And from that as well, I think that from that decision, you make other choices of what you want to do and the effects you want to have on, your own people, other ethnicities and other backgrounds. So moving forward, what impact, let's first tackle the negative impact. I mean, because we cannot say that there's just one side of it. What negative impacts do you think the protest has had on our policies and on our social, platforms, or social lives, basically? I'll throw that there for anyone that wants to go ahead and answer it, and then I'll
ladies first.
I was just waiting for either like Dixon or Ish to start talking.
Well, yeah, we'll have to be
a discussion between you guys.
Gentleman Dixon, innit? Well, I don't know, Danny. What would you say the negative impact was? It came with a lot of rioting. In some places, came a lot of violence. I guess you can look at it both sides. Were we really expecting a protest without a little bit of violence? Were we really expecting a protest without a little bit of looting? Especially at this scale of things, level that we had. But unfortunately, we have to just deal with that. That everyone was quick to point that out. I guess another way of looking at it, or another way that I see it, again, is the irony that this is literally what we're still protesting against. Is it not? The idea that all of a sudden there is a way Black people are expected to do things. So even the protest, there's a right way of protest when it comes to Black people. But when I see protests in another different form, there isn't that much emphasis on the destruction made. I mean, I see what's going on in China. There's hardly emphasis on the looting. I see what's going on in Ireland. There's hardly emphasis on what's going on there. But all of a sudden, there's a little bit of protest, and then there is emphasis on looting, emphasis on, they're going wild, and then all of a sudden there is even a need for a defense system. Do you get what I mean? Like, we're defending against the protesters. We're not protesting. We're just defending because things might kick off. Do you get what I mean? Like, obviously, this is still what we're trying to protest against. Perhaps it points out the need for more protests, if you ask me. Especially in some continuous form anyway. But that is a major negative thing that comes with this protest. For me, that is, to be fair.
Thank you very much. Any panelists wants to add on to that?
In a minute. I just saw a comment, obviously, what you're burning down and looting next. This is a typical troll of internet. But again, oh my gosh. Oh my God, I'm just finding it funny. Sorry, guys. Like you said, each said right. Listen, it's funny. I was watching, obviously, the shows beforehand, and obviously we had the youth sector. Do you know what I mean? And one of the things that one of them was saying is like, I'm not gonna say what I think, because if I say what I think, I'm gonna be shut down straight away. Just is whatever I want to say about my mind about something that I find it's illegal, that it's happening, right? And it's funny because when someone is doing it, or when they were doing it, when it's if it's a British situation and they are expressing their dissatisfaction about something, it's okay. It's, oh, let's listen, right? If it's us trying to create justice for us, it's a problematic. It's a problem. It's an issue. You know what I mean? And one of the things I find is, like, I lived part of my life in Portugal where it's like, oh, I need to stay in my line. I need to stay in my place. And I'm like, do you know what? I actually don't have to do that. I don't have, because I'm an individual. You know what I mean? I'm an individual. So I, since young age, you know what? I got my own privilege, so I'm going to use it. Because being mixed race, you end up having some sort of privilege. So tackling from that, living in the UK, you find different obstacles. It's actually, in a way, it's different. But you still have to be polite. You have to express yourself in the right manner. Right. What if I'm angry and I want to express the way I want to express, the way that my culture accepts, right? As long as I'm not being rude, I'm not being aggressive, And that's, I think, it's again a semantic. It's semantics here all the way. We have to explain Black Lives Matter because they matter. Oh, but all lives matter. I'm not saying that they don't. Do you know what I mean? And this is a narrative. This is a narrative that everybody knows that it's going. It's ongoing. And why? And I often ask myself, and I have said this so many times on the Midground show: are we stupid? Are we stupid? Like, am I speaking Neanderthal? And sometimes with these people, it's pointless. It's pointless. But if there's people that are there that actually are trying to, okay, why? All right, let's sit down. Let's talk. But sometimes it's just, if people understand that this is every day, they think this is just an occasion. Oh, the police stop me 6 times a year. Oh, that's cute. If the police stops you every month, like 6 times a week, but that's not an issue. It's a problematic. I don't know. What are your thoughts, David?
Yeah. Thanks for coming. Yeah, I think just to answer the question about policies. I think in my opinions, it has been great to see the Black Lives Matter movement, and I think let's not kid ourselves. Issues have been happening for many years, and I think back in history, if you remember, there were many similar movements before this movement, which I see has a mechanism more or less. I think, but specifically for last year, and I think following the death of George Floyd, what happened basically, I think humanity had the wake-up call. And I think a simple question was basically asked about our humanity and about our dignity. And I think it was around and about how George Floyd died, really. As I think you can watch that video and pictures 1,000 times and millions times. And as a human being, the question you got to ask yourself is that regardless of your race, regardless of your background, regardless of your religion, is it right for anyone, any human being to go through such suffering? I think to me, that's what it was all about. And I think that brought the question saying, hang on a minute. Yes, we are all different. We live in a different world, but where is our humanity? Where is our dignity? And I think that's where really all these movements join in from across the world. The Black Lives Matter movement that started in the US, suddenly it became a global movement and a global network. I think that's a fundamental question. And since that happened, obviously, to answer the question now, that triggered people's thinking, hang on a minute, there's a wake-up call here. What am I doing if I'm a manager somewhere, if I'm in charge of HR, if I'm a CEO, if I am a junior worker, if I'm a senior worker, if for junior workers and people down the chain, hang on a minute, maybe I need to voice my concerns a little bit more. For people who are senior, actually, my policy is working. I may have policies stacked up in folders in my office, but how are those being implemented for people from different backgrounds who are working within my setting? How are they being looked after? How people from different backgrounds are working together? Because policies cannot dictate people being working in the working environment happily. So I think in terms of policies, we've seen a shift in change. One of the first things I would highlight is that there is this role now that's really popular, and for people who are on LinkedIn and all of that, they call it EDI executives, equality, diversity, and inclusion advisors, executives, consultants. It is popular, and I think that was triggered basically by the fact that pretty much most of the public service organizations, even voluntary sector and private sector, are now being asked the question, what are you doing about it? And I think this has been the fundamental question, and this has brought change in terms of the way we live, the way we looked after, the way we look after each other, the way we look ourselves in the mirror and say, what happens with George Floyd? Is he okay? And I think that reminder about, at the end of the day, we are all humans. There is dignity there. There is humanity to be protected. And I think then starting with the economic divide, things that divide us, we saw many funders now suddenly changing their policies and focusing on making sure ethnic minorities groups have got a priority in all of that, where maybe perhaps before they didn't have. And I think going into details, it's not that they didn't have the priority in the past. It was basically looking at removing some of the barriers that were maybe stopping some of the minorities groups accessing some of the essential funding to help their minorities. You can have someone from the Congo or from South Africa or wherever who does not speak English, but comes into Britain, set up an organization, want to access fundings, but their funding application will not read right comparing to someone who was brought up here and can write plain English, simple and perfect. So funders were now ready to look into removing those barriers to make sure that actually they can get to stage 2, where they can actually see people face to face and explain why they need funding. And we can also look at a shift in terms of health inequalities. And I think George Floyd's matter or the event happened during COVID, during the lockdown. And as we were protesting, we're also looking at those numbers who were going up, and people were comparing the ratio and the death in terms of ethnic minorities. And people are suddenly, oh, why do we have suddenly more Black people and ethnic minorities dying more than the other people? So coincidentally, people are looking at it in parallel. So again, within the health services, people started asking themselves questions. So that triggered change in policy, and many policies have changed. The same as I would say for employment. Within employment laws, most of HR departments now have got a section in terms of EDI, equality, diversity, and inclusion, because they've suddenly realized, actually, we need to change our policy. We can no longer have just, a paper sat in our office, but we need to have a consultant who can have a conversation within our work setting with people and answering those difficult questions, making sure people are comfortable to apply those policies. The same thing we can talk about recruitment, the social justice systems, and also to sum up, when we talk about structural racism. Because let's face it, it's not about Black culture against white culture or British culture. It's about anti-racism against racism. And I think I can see one comment here from my friend Super Mali, who is saying Black Lives Matter is a fraud. No, it's not a fraud. And I think some people are against it. It's just a movement and a mechanism that people have utilized to campaign. But even if you were to remove Black Lives Matter movement, it's not going to change the fact that people have been discriminated against. It's not going to change the fact that in schools, there are less opportunities for people, Black ethnic minorities people. So these are some of the policies I've seen in terms of the changes that has happened over the years. I'll stop there. Maybe later on I will add in terms of what more in terms of social change and some of the numbers and all of that.
Thank you very much. I think you've pretty much highlighted a lot of things for us, which is, I'm pretty sure, has broadened our, our opinions and our knowledge on, policies that are affecting, are affecting the BAME community, predominantly the Black community. So thank you for sharing that with us. I'll pass the same question on to Dixon.
I have not spoken. What's the question?
Wait, is it Danny?
Danny.
I do apologize. I think because we had a little technical issue before, so I wasn't quite sure who was speaking at some point.
I think it's Danny next.
But I'll move on to Ishmael if Dixon has shared something for us, and then Ishmael can share something quickly. Then we'll go to Danny. Danny can tell us something a little bit more on impact on our policies and also on our social change as well.
Sorry, drop me that again. Are we still talking about the negative impact of?
Yeah.
So I've got my own issues with the movement. So I call it my own issues, and I know a few people also share that with me globally. One is my own personal idea that, in the sense that we all, us as like Black and ethnic minorities and everyone who is actually fighting for the cause, totally get what the idea is, but somehow Black Lives Matter has championed the cause. Now, Black Lives Matter is not, perhaps to me, is not the most ideal front for the cause. Do you get what I mean? Like, I have issues, and the panelists know I've always had issues with the word Black. And when we put in that Black Lives Matter, then it makes it somewhat alienating, whereas the actual cause of itself and the movement of itself carried more than that. I think the death of George, and in that instance, had so much more influence that has easily lost its connection to the cause, because Black Lives Matter became a face for the whole cause. So I'll give you an example now. I was in Nigeria during the whole Black Lives Matter thing. and everyone was appalled with the whole Black Lives Matter thing. And what we could do in Nigeria was to protest online and on Twitter and whatnot. But what that did was to reinvigorate a different mindset to the youths in Nigeria. And what that turned into is it resulted to an NSAS protest. I was there at the NSAS protest. I was fronting in it, but I also knew so much momentum that we got to fight that cause came from that Black Lives Matter movement. Now, not just in Nigeria, in other parts of Africa, there were different moves, and even into Uganda, you could see how that has replicated itself even towards the election, even though, you know, that has gone on with whatever. But there's so much that has been lost in there because of that, you know, that black thing. So when you say black, then I'm already having a lot of questions. So already, I think the next logical thing that pops to our mind is why black? Why not white? These are natural questions. And if I'm not the most enlightened person, or I'm not even, if I don't have that culture of searching for knowledge, if I don't have that access, then I'm just stopped at that question. You get what I mean? I'm just stopped there. Why black? Because it's a summary. It's very summed up. Black Lives Matter. It's not so okay. So what if it matters? You get what I mean? What are we trying to spin in with it? If it matters, you get what I mean? So that is what I'm a bit
you're not on it anymore.
Concerned that
background. Hello.
Well, I'm not.
We have some happy audience in the background.
Oh, God.
Because
I think you should refresh yours because you're not on there anymore. It had to be the end of the day.
Right. Come on.
Anyway, so
keep going. Show must go on.
Unfortunately, I think it's easily being swept into that. And my concern is how much more momentum are we going to gain again? Do you get what I mean? Because literally the death of George Floyd is almost, are we all in it? The death of George, guys?
Yeah.
We hear Ishmael, carry on.
We can hear you, yeah, carry on.
What I'm saying is the death of George Floyd is almost like a climax, isn't it? We've literally seen a man die on screen. What is the next thing that is going to push to that extra conscience? You get what I mean? And if we've got that, I don't know. So these are my own little reservations. Now, apart from that, there's the whole Money 3 thing about it, which I don't think is fair to even give much credence to when you compare its general impact anyway. Moderator?
Hello?
Yeah?
Yeah, we hear. Yeah.
Thank you very much for continuing the conversation. We were having a few technical issues. The connection completely dropped on my end. So, but we're back now. But if I caught to what Ishmael was saying, you know, just to summarize it off, I think we tend to attach this movement to our culture and who we are as people, and certain things that have happened rather than the actual issues of the impact that is having on us. So the fact that you're raising some of these points up, that, you know, you were away, I do apologize if I do make any mistakes out of what you did say, because obviously we did have a bit of a glitch. But thank you for sharing that. I will move on to Danny. You know, as a creative, what impact do you think, negative impact, do you think the protests may have had on policies and social change?
Yeah, so I was just going to mention kind of going off from what Dixon said and David and Ish, and a little bit from like everybody. So I just wanted to just throw out a couple of figures in case people are just coming in to join us, like just now. Some viewers, if they haven't watched us today, I'm just gonna summarize some figures, so hopefully we can kind of understand the reasons for the Black Lives Matter protests taking place in a lot of countries. So some of the figures, for example, unemployment rates were significantly higher for ethnic minorities at 12.9% compared to 6.3% for white people. Black workers with degrees earn 23.1% less on average than white workers. Then in education, Black, Caribbean, and mixed white, Black, and Caribbean children have rates of permanent exclusion about 3 times that of the people population as a whole. Then in crime, so as you can see, it's in so many different sectors. So in crime, rates of prosecution and sentencing for Black people were 3 times higher than for white people. 18 per 18,000 population compared with 6 per 1,000 population for white people. And for living standards, our evidence from the report, the evidence shows that 35.7% of ethnic minorities were more likely to live in poverty compared with 70.2% of white people. So when you suppress, so many minorities, minority groups and so many people, just based on their ethnicities or the skin of the color of the skin, obviously, you're going to have some backlash. Obviously, you're going to need some kind of change, and movements like Black Lives Matter in some tiny forms have always happened. There's always been tiny protests that have happened throughout the years, in like the 1970s, 80s, just to kind of create more inclusivity for everybody. And this is kind of the things that kind of don't get included in a lot of the news and a lot of the education that we get. For example, let me just get up another thing. So for example, in Bristol, there was the Bristol bus boycott protests. Because the bus companies in Bristol weren't allowing people of color to get employed, and obviously that's gonna stop some people getting employed, making like a normal living wage. So a lot of people stood up towards that and kind of protested, and this happened in 1963, so it's not actually too far away from now, but things like this, obviously they don't get mentioned, for simple reasons that people just don't want this, to be heard or to be seen. They don't want people to think that Britain is, or England is, a racist or a discriminative country, so a lot of things kind of this kind of get washed out. So obviously that's going to create some kind of protests that are taking place, and specifically, in America when the George Floyd incident happened, obviously that created a backlash throughout the whole world, that kind of brought up, anger and frustration in a lot of people of color and, in a lot of different ethnicities that are being discriminated against. So one, it's not a good example, but there's, for example, the Black Lives Matter protests, was a perfect representation of how discriminative this country is. The policing of the Black Lives Matter protests was institutionally racist. And, a lot of the things that happened, a lot of the police brutality that happened didn't, get aired. It didn't really get aired. It didn't really, go up on the news. And someone that's doing, media, I can understand that from a lot of broadcasting agencies, they are most likely more in favor of a certain party that isn't as inclusive of those certain kind of minority groups. So of course they're going to only air things that would, benefit themselves and their party, and some certain policies that are trying to take place with the police. For example, the current bill that's trying to go into place, which is very, very annoying and doesn't really doesn't really need to be that, but you know. So one of the things I wanted to mention as well was the NetPol report, which was, I think, done, it was in 2020, released in 2020, just documenting the policing around the Black Lives Matter protests. So here are some things that they kind of like took up that one kind of reported on the news and moved to social media. So the report identifies 3 key areas of concerns: excessive use of force and the disproportionate targeting of Black protests with baton charges, horse charges, pepper sprays, and violent arrests, kettling and enclosing in large members of protesters in confined spaces, making socially distancing impossible with no access to toilets, food, or water, neglect of Black Lives Matter protests, experiencing violence from far-right counter-democrats, with seriously injured protesters being searched rather than supported and others ignored, you know. And then there was a little caption from someone that didn't want to be named, that was anonymous, saying, "As I was leaving the area, I was repeatedly pushed and bullied by the police. My arm was eventually twisted behind my back until I was lifted by 5 officers and slammed into the pavement and then knelt on it. It was only when I began to chant, 'I can't breathe,' that they did not, that they started to relax." So police, in some cases, doesn't make it safer. And, you know, the Black Lives Matter protest, you know, in a lot of kind of like ways shows the example of the neglect, you know, of safety that we have for certain groups of people, and the neglect of airing of these certain concerns on the news, you know. And it's quite unfortunate that, you know, going to, you know, a Black Lives Matter protests, like I myself, because I am white, I feel much safer than somebody else of color, you know. And, you know, throughout kind of like this year and kind of like from the Black Lives Matter protests, you know, you start to kind of realize that, like, you know, a lot of people, you know, get discriminated against. You know, for example, I know someone that their mother is Caribbean, she's Black, their dad is white, Italian, and when they used to like live in like London, they used to get like stopped and searched all the time because obviously they were seen by the police or certain members of the public as, you know, danger, you know, just because of like how, just because of their ethnicity and like how they look. Fortunately for this person that I know, they do pass as white, so they don't get searched as much. So that just shows kind of like the extent of discrimination there is from policing and, you know, from public and things like that. But yeah, going on from that, I think it's definitely, you know, in some ways served good to kind of open up those conversations for people, to kind of make people realize that this isn't, you know, just happening in America, you know, this is happening in England, you know, and, you know, it's unfortunate that some people are safer just based on how they look and where they're from, and that shouldn't be the way. You know, there should be equal, you know, protection and security for, you know, all ethnicities, minorities, sexualities, everything like that. So yeah, so I just wanted to kind of like bring that into focus. Also, I was going to say that in a lot of times, like people of color aren't really responsible for explaining themselves, or you know, having to explain their validation, you know, in society. You know, it doesn't have to be their responsibility to, you know, prove themselves that they're an important, you know, part of society and of this community. That should just be the norm. You know, everyone's just as important, like, as each other. You know, and it's just silly. But I mean, we're here now and we're like talking about it, which is really, really good. But yeah, for example, another thing that I was going to mention as well, if anyone wants to like say anything about what I said, feel free.
Keep rolling, Danny, keep rolling.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
We're making some very, very great, interesting points.
I just want to say she obviously records mid-ground, and she just watches me, Ish, David, and Noah
No.
go about this. And we asked her in the end.
She's
"You wanna
making
say?"
a point, bro.
I was like, continue, please,
She's not
continue.
been watching you, Dixon. She's been.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Don't be jealous, bro. Don't be jealous. Continue, Danny. Continue, please. Continue.
Some great points.
Do the finish point. Yeah.
I think Danny, do the finishing point and we'll move on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll move on
So I was just
to
going to say one thing.
Yeah.
No problem. Yes, I was just going to say, going from what Dixon said previously about how he feels like in certain cultures, for example, like the British culture, you have to apply, and you can't say certain things and you can't talk about certain, concerns, particularly if they're like, in regards to human rights, it's seen as like, oh, it's too political, we can't be political. And it's like human rights, like that shouldn't be up for a debate, that should never be like up for anything, it's just everyone should be kind of treated like, with respect. But going off from what Super Dixon said, I was just going to say that a lot of the time it's like we're being policed ourselves, people from, different kind of like ethnicities, like cultures, just anywhere really in kind of like the workforce, in public. You're kind of policing how you're talking, what you're discussing, kind of as if like, if you start talking about something, then you might start realizing something, and then you might want to start making change, it's kind of like there are certain people, a certain power that's kind of in place, that's kind of policing the way that we're talking, because they know that together we're so much stronger, and they're scared of that. So it's annoying, and we just have to like get past that. But yeah, I just wanted to say that.
So said, us together we're stronger, and I think one comment you made that really kind of got me was, we don't have to prove ourselves. I think we should be normalized. Being human and being you should be a normal thing, to be judged by your skin, to be judged by your color, and that shouldn't have to affect the things that you kind of get to, or sectors that you can get to in the business world, in the education world, as a youth, as a millennial, all sectors. So thank you very much for giving us some survey to give some things for people to understand the reality of this, because we can have opinions, everyone can have opinions, but we cannot forget the actual truth of the matter. And we cannot forget also the hurt, the pain, the disrespect sometimes, that all of these things affect. So thank you. I think, David, definitely there's a lot of people asking for you in the comments.
Yeah, there are two questions I would like to address actually. Apologies. So I think my friend Super Mali would like to address his comment. He's a gentleman and active young man in the community, and I think he keep asking these questions. What is the movement doing for the Black community? I think, like I said earlier, I think you need to look at it from a perspective that it is a mechanism. It's a campaign. They clearly taken, the front row in terms of campaigning about these issues that have been happening for years. It could have been another movement, quite clearly. But I think they've done some changes. So, for example, in the US, and some people are saying don't compare USA and Britain, but in the US, for example, because of their campaign, there was more than ever before a bigger turnout in terms of the Black vote because of the issues highlighted. During last year, they managed to fundraise $90 million US dollars, and 30 millions of those were given as grants to poorer communities in the USA and some organizations across the world. When you look at their social media statistics, YouTube followers, Facebook, and all of that, discussing issues that maybe perhaps some young people somewhere in the ghetto would not have seen before on normal channels like CNN or BBC and all of that. those messages were, we're reaching out to people who were going through everything that Black Lives Matter stand for. So I think it's a campaign. They've had an impact, but we can have our own campaign in a different way. The same way this is happening today. Hackathon, yes, there's Black Lives Matter, but it's a different campaign. It's been done in a different way. And I think Super Mali, you can do your own campaign in the community to help the Black community. So don't look at it as a fraud or it's a campaign and everyone just joined the movement as one force. But that should not stop you or should not deter you from really speaking up and voicing your concerns. I think, people in the community in Plymouth, if there are concerns, please, come along and let's have a conversation. And I think there was also a question on Facebook about someone who was saying, why are we deleting the comment and we refusing to answer the question around why Black people are killing each other? I think this is a question that's come up a couple of times, and I think I just would like to address it. I think it is simple. It is really, really simple. But it's just that because people don't think. We are more or less thinking now it's Black Lives Matter, all lives matters, and I think it's British culture and Black culture and all of that. Let's get away from that for a second. So now you have four panelists here, and we have the moderator, 5 of us. If you were to chuck us in a room somewhere and lock the door and just give us 1 toast each, right, to start off with, and you add 2 more toasts for 10 days, what do you think is going to happen? Of course, for survival, we are going to start killing each other. It's normal for survival. So what's been happening to the Black community for years and centuries and decades is that the Black community has been put in a ghetto, and I'm talking about poverty. So again, when you talk about Black Lives Matter, we need to talk about education. And this is what some of these panelists have been doing through the mid-ground. We can start with slavery. So people went all the way to Africa, got all of those Black people to help in plantations in America and all of that. And for those who know American history, there was a divide between the South and the North. And then moving on from there, some people who come from Africa and the Middle East and others, we have something that we call colonization. Then we move from there, we talked about independence. But are we really independent when we have things like the Commonwealth, you have French, America, Britain, who are still meddling in domestic politics in those countries? We talk about migrations quite a lot, which is also part of this, but people have never asked the root causes of migration. The root causes of migration is because people in those states, dictators, are supported by Western politics, period. Put it that way. And then the last bit I will add is trade. Have you looked at the trade policies worldwide? So people produce, rice and coffee and cocoa and everything pretty much come from Africa and the Middle East and other parts of the world. But we are not in charge. We are not in charge of actually saying this is how much we want to sell our commodities. So you produce it, but then you impose the price. And a simple example for our viewers, everyone eats chocolate in Britain and everywhere else. Where does it come from? But the poor farmer somewhere there in Africa is not allowed to give the price for their commodity. If it was allowed, it would not really speak about poverty. So what's now happening in the USA since the movement started in the USA is that a lot of Black people have been left in the ghetto. Poverty, number one. Secondly, lack of unemployment and discrimination in terms of employment. No opportunities in terms of education. I think for those who are rich and all of that, you have rich people flying to the US and studying in major universities and all of that. And we all know what happened in the employment market. In Britain, they will tell you about Russell's universities and all of that. If you go into those universities, you almost guaranteed 50K salaries a year. So how many poor universities are Black people attending? What has Stormzy, for example, set up a program in Britain to make sure that young Black people can go to Oxford? They can break through. So these are what we're talking about. So when you have all of these opportunities being taken away from Black people and they are left in the ghetto, more or less in poverty, what do you think is going to happen? Of course, they will start having a go at each other. All right? Like I give that example. If we all eating our toast each, we will start killing each other for those 2 toasts that we have left on the table, of course. So people are fed up. They can't look for employment anymore. People are fed up. They can't look at any opportunities within education because they are like, what's the point? So the only place they have to is to go back in their ghettos. And we have something even in Britain we call the postcode lottery. If you go in London, there are certain places in London where you go to South London. Literally, I always used to tell my friend, I feel like I've just taken an helicopter from Guinea or Nigeria somewhere. I've just landed in Southeast London. It's full of black people. And that is because, what is the reason? The system has got a way to put certain people who are on benefit within certain houses. And when you look at statistics in terms of poverty and disadvantaged communities, it is exactly the same areas. So it is quite normal for people to have a go at each other. And when you look at the USA in terms of incarcerations and all of that, look at this in a minute. And this is where you bring in, you can compare the black and the white. Sometimes it's not just about race, it's about class. If you are caught up with drug, you are a black person, or you are caught up with drug, you are white, but from a poor background, 90% you are most likely being put in jail. You will be incarcerated. If you are white, rich, from a stronger, rich background, they will have a look. Actually, maybe if we can send them into a rich college and boarding school, we can maybe forget about whatever you did. Whatever you did will never be spoken about. So this is what we're talking about. So sometimes it's not just about race, it's about class, it's about poverty. People are being left out into their ghettos. Nothing, no opportunities, no money, no reasons to survive, no passion. So this is what we are really talking about. So to answer that question on Facebook, these are the reasons why people are having a go at each other. People have got to look up to selling drugs, knife crimes, and all of that. So for that to stop, we need to address the root causes of all of these things that I've mentioned. I think I'll stop there for now. I'm not sure if anyone else has got things to add, but more than happy to ask any questions being put on the chat box.
Yeah, we have had a few comments from Facebook, YouTube, and we have a comment actually here from Xanthia Joe. It says, I have a genuine question. Where does equality sit to not force positive discrimination? Where does equality sit not to force positive discrimination? I'll leave that on a general platform.
Yeah.
And please feel free, any of you panelists that wants to jump in, and then I'll continue by just pointing to anyone that wants to answer.
You guys, you're not coming. I can take you on. I don't matter. Just So I think equality, it's a big word, isn't it? A bit like I said, I think everyone start talking about equality and all of that. And I think one thing I would definitely chuck in there is, let's always remember the Equality Act. Obviously, we are in Britain. So this is the piece of legislation, obviously, we're talking about policies, that's been put to our forefront in terms of what we need to implement. And within the Equality Act, we have the 9 characteristics. So we're not just talking about race, we're talking about different characteristics within the Equality Act. So equality is pretty much looking at how are people living in society. I think it's just bringing a little bit of attention, actually. How are we treating people differently or the same to make sure that they find a better place to live in? And I think someone says, imagine a different and better road. The Black Lives Matter movement is about really us trying to imagine a different and a better road Black people can live in. It is as simple as that. It's just to get people to reimagine and start imagining a better road Black people can live in. We are not saying that road, or that world other people cannot live in. We're just saying Black people can better live in. So what does that mean in terms of equality when you look at it? Whether it's employment, whether it's anything you could think of, really, when we talk about structural racism and all of that, looking at policies, really. If I apply for I think even you can bring in disability, for example, just to get away from race a little bit. If a disabled person these days apply for a job, there's going to be an asterisk saying, okay, you need to shortlist and then listen to them. But equally, you as the employer, you need to have a look. Actually, do I have what is my workplace fit for purpose for a disabled person, depending on their disability? If they have a wheelchair, do I have a lift? in my workplace to make sure the person fits in. So that's what we look at. Sometimes people read that policies too much, but let's just bring it down. And I think it's not, again, positive discrimination. It's not something that should be forced onto people in terms of equality. People need to be people need to be encouraged and be thinking about, how do I fit in? If I fit in, how does the other person fit in? Whether it's about their race, it's about their religion, it's about the disability. You know, if I am a Christian, I go to work, I don't need the place of prayer. That does not mean if I have someone else from a different religion who need a place of prayer, I should not be finding a place of prayer. That's all it is. So it's simple equality, just looking at how each and everyone fit in. I'm not sure whether that answers the question, but I think it's just some comment to maybe allow my panelist colleague to come in a little bit to add something. I'm sure they have something to add to that.
I think I'll pull Ishmael into this.
Yeah, I'm saying, I mean, if there is fairness, if there's fairness anyway, then equality wouldn't be an issue. You get what I mean? What we need to look into is, are we really starting from the same standpoint? So I think there has to be an active sincerity in all of these things, in terms of even the whole system. And when we say the system, it's a bogus term, because it's always a way of sweeping responsibilities and passing it back, isn't it? So if you ever say, no, it's the society, it's the culture, it's my tradition, it's an easy way of passing over the baton to an abstract entity, really, because you don't want to call anyone out, and you know, it's that kind of sit on the fence thing. But if we're going to be sincere about it, then we have to be sincere about fairness. So it's either we do the fairness or do the equality, because the equality for me is more for whitewash. It's almost patronizing, to be honest. Like me, I'm not a guy that goes around thinking open the door so that we can it can be that kind of confrontational when it comes to matters that are concerns me. So I tend to look at it that way. But when there's fairness, then there's that mode for me to compete. I love competing. You know what I mean? I don't mind going there, and if I'm not good enough, I know what it takes, and then we progress. If it's not what I'm good enough, I move. You know what I mean? I've got a lot of things I've tried in life that didn't work, and I've moved. It's not an issue of whether I was good or not. Okay, I tried singing, it didn't work. Didn't take me a day. I found that in a few hours, I moved. You get what I mean? That's fair. But if I can sing, if singing now depends on an action that has nothing to do with me, then it's a different thing. Every week I go golfing. Trust me, it's a terrible thing. But I enjoy doing it. I'm doing it. But if me playing golf is not a reflection of me trying to be good, wasting my time, or even whatever it is I'm doing, it comes back to me saying, because of my color, there has to be a certain number of me to be there. Then already there's too many things that it's not adding up. You get what I mean? And when it's not adding up, then we need to call up this situation. So in an ideal world, it's easy to say we want fairness, but we can't talk about fairness when it's not already fair. Things have happened for us to be here at this certain time. Things have evolved to this certain situation. We can't just wake up and assume just because we are free and now, it was this free 10 years ago. We can't wake up to assume just because there's so much more Black culture being accepted today, it was like this 15 years ago. It wasn't. You get what I mean? We need to be sincere that things are changing, and we're seeing how it's changing, and we're seeing steps that are being taken. The effects of them, when those effects end their circle, and when those effects need to evolve into the next step, because that's just what it is. Slavery, as you know it, ended less than 200 years ago. So we're not going to assume that it hasn't played a role to where we are. It's something that's ended 150 something years ago. And if you check the history of civilization and how much things can actually change and evolve, then I think people have to be more conscious. You get what I mean? It's not an issue about sweeping things down over the carpet and then saying, okay, equality, no, fairness, this. If we have a situation where certain groups of people have gone through a certain thing, then fairness means creating an environment where those people catch up. Now, whether that is nice or not, that's your business. At the current situation, it has to happen that way. So when I advocate for things like this, it's not just in the notion of what we require here in terms of what we require because we are ethnic people living in Europe. It means fairness in every sense of the whole thing. So we're talking about climate change. Has Africa affected the climate? No. We all know you cannot develop without affecting the climate. So why are we talking about Chile? Did you get what I mean? That's fairness. We all know. So these are things that we have to be sincere about. We cannot throw the Black Lives Movement and racism as its whole without the full picture of it. And that is something, again, that I'm a bit concerned that Black Lives Matter has funnily been able to do, which is it's not bad, but I'm not too comfortable with it because that can create a vacuum in knowledge. Do you get what I mean? We're going through a vacuum in knowledge that it's easy to now sweep it into the current contextual image of what Black people are. And if we're lost there, then the lasting impact now can be long. We can leave this situation coming out as we need to be accepted, and then it would stop in our culture, in our food, and in our music, and anything. But that's the problem. No one has ever had issues with what comes from Africa. It's the Africans. Do you get what I mean? No one has an issue with what comes from Russia. It's the Russians. No one has an issue with what the disabled person does. It's the disabled person. So if you listen to the music, you love the groove, you love the food, you love the vibe, you do everything. But when the actual person is there, then you're uncomfortable. Then there's no sincerity. And that's what we need to point out too.
Wow. That's a lot of, I think we all need to take a minute to sit with that. Our viewers, anyone else that is watching, that's something to really reflect on. The fact that it's not every time, it's not just about the things that you enjoy from different cultures, is what you do when it's time for a wake-up call. When you've got to actually stand at the front and say, actually, yeah, I do enjoy that jollof rice and that chicken you made me. But at the same time as well, I see that person doing that to you and I don't think that's right. And maybe just saying that word and just stating it out there that, you shouldn't be treating this person that way. You, as that individual, you may be making such a difference in that person's life that you don't know the impact that you're going to have on them. So definitely, thank you for that, Ishmael. I think you have made definitely some great points there. I have a question that I was going to throw for Danny. So, going back to the Black Lives Matter protest, we had a situation where someone was on a cycle and they were just going down and doing shouting words at people, saying all sorts of things. But when other people, when the media was reporting, it was completely different. I mean, you work in media, you work in creativity. What's your view on that?
Yeah, that really much just aggravated me. Just it made me so annoyed. Obviously being at the protest myself and with so many others that obviously would have witnessed what happened, there would have been a completely different, side of the story that would have been kind of displayed to the public and, to other kind of towns and stuff. It was so bizarre to see that happening kind of in action. So, when you hear about, social media, kind of portraying, kind of like people of color in a different kind of direction, or negatively, or in a certain way to make them seem more of a concern to everyone, or more of like a danger to everyone. You know, it's very problematic, you know. You know, we kind of saw that with, you know, Meghan Markle, you know, where she was like in England, you know, there were pictures, you know, up, you know, on magazines between, you know, Meghan Markle and like Kate Middleton, and like them doing the exact same thing. And then just based off of, you know, Meghan Markle's like, you know, ethnicity, you know, she was kind of discriminated against, you know, but a lot of people were saying like, oh, but she's, you know, of like a lighter tone of skin, like that will never happen. And it's just like, you see that happening so much, and you see that happening in America, and you just don't think that it's going to happen here. You don't think that it's going to happen, especially in your town, you know, in your city. Until you're actually, you know, at that certain, you know, protest, you see it for yourself, and then, you know, afterwards, the local news just kind of takes it onto a completely different side, spins it around, makes it seem like, you know, it's it was the protesters' fault, when it was actually a person that, you know, strongly had, you know, some kind of a negative and dangerous motive, you know, to you know, kind of hurt or upset some of the protesters that were peacefully protesting there. You know, you see so much of that like everywhere else. You just don't realize that it's going to happen here. You know, and it's very problematic. It's very upsetting to see that, because, you know, there's certain, you know, local you know, news, kind of like social media and, you know, broadcasting agencies that you follow yourself, you know, and that you trust, and, you know, you think that represents, you know, your local towns and cities. You know, it's crazy to think that they're also part of the problem. They're also part of the issue. You know, and it's so bizarre, you know, but, you know, that being said, you know, it's people with power that are using it in wrong ways, you know, people with bigger platforms that, you know, unfortunately they have more money, that are more funded, you know, they have more power, and, you know, they're using it for the wrong reason, you know, they're using it for a certain benefit, you know, that would only benefit, you know, one community and not all, you know, and not really presenting the whole story, you know, with a lot of the protests, you know, they're kind of being represented as riots, you know, which they, you know, they're not, you know. You know, most of the violence that starts, if not all of it, starts from the police. You know, if you're there, you know, peacefully protesting, you know, and, you know, a police person starts nudging you, you know, like, of course, like, something is going to happen, and of course they're gonna use like your kind of retaliation or your kind of protection of yourself as like oh, they're fighting back, oh, I can see they're standing up now, oh, I'm going to use that against them, and, you know, spin this around and say, oh, they hit me or something. You know, for example, I know this is like, you know, not Plymouth based, but for example, the Bristol protest, which you know, is called the Bristol riot. You know, right after it happened, you know, a lot of police were reporting that, you know, they had like broken bones, they had, you know, they were, you know, this like, they were like impacted, you know, they were like hurt, bruised. And then, you know, a couple of hours, or, you know, maybe 24 hours after that, you know, after the news had the chance to take the information and spread it out to, you know, the wider like nation, they turn around and they were like, oh, actually the report was negative, like it wasn't, nobody was actually hurt. Oh, we went back and we kind of found that actually nobody was hurt, it was the protesters more. But obviously some kind of like broadcasting agencies would just pick up on certain things that would benefit, you know, certain kind of parties, and, you know, kind of like, you know, lead that on. But it is very problematic, you know, like, for example, like of any sort of like crimes or anything, you know, it's it's silly, you know. And for example, like what David was saying in regards to, if someone gets charged with something and gets taken to like custody or like in the police, based on the color of their skin and like their class, they either are, if they're of like a darker, skin tone, of a person of color, they're like 2-3 times more likely, to be prosecuted further for it, and not, get given the same chance as, another person, a white person, to kind of, have their story and case properly reviewed, and of course, if you have money involved into that as well, of course, you're going to use that and try and take that person out, and that's where like, class comes into to place as well. And it's just very unfortunate and just upsetting, it's just, yeah. I hate it, I mean, like with any sort of like social media, I think when you're like an artist and
thank you so much, Danny. I think you've raised a lot of points for us, and we'll move on to Dixon now, because Super Dixon, you've been a little bit quiet in the corner for us. I think as we're getting the session to an end, I'll let you add any last words that you may have, either for viewers, for people in power that make these policies and also move these social changes. What are your last?
The thing is, everything that they said obviously was really good and really on point. For me, I don't do politics really. I don't do religion really. I don't do football either. For me, it's more I do humanity first. And for me, it's one of the things that people know about me is like I don't judge people. I don't judge. As you come as you are, as long as you're not violent. And for me, it's like how hard can that be to people to have that ability, And when we talk about obviously, by the way, Ish, what you said right there. First, man, we always on opposite sides on mid ground. But that was really good what you said. So even for the first time, I'm on your side right there. So
yeah, I'm not convinced, mate. Yeah.
but in the end, everything that you said about the policies, I find like the society doesn't even have access to the policies. All the colonialism policies, that are still in place, like African countries that were colonized by France are still paying France back, for example. When people, what? That's not true. I was like, and the thing is like, you don't know this, because this information is available, but then we're the ones who seem, confusionists for trying to actually bring some things to light, right? And that's why for me, it's almost like a unicorn fight. Because if you're trying to point something about the policies, no one cares. Majority of people don't even care about politics. If they did, people that are ruling the world right now, they wouldn't be. Trump would have been a president. Well, I don't support Boris, and I don't do politics. So imagine, we are being ruled for people that don't even care for other people that are different. So it's a bit tricky on this subject about the policies, but even if David knows this as well, what happens in Africa if a African president wants to change everything, wants to be truly independent, because we all shout we independence, we all celebrate the Independence Day of our African countries, but are we actually free? If you go check the policies, many African countries actually
It's called T and something.
That's background. Anyway, I don't want to be long on it. I'm just trying to cover a bit of everything that was said regarding the equality. The fact that if I go to an interview, to a job interview, and I have this hair like this, the odds of me having that job, unless the person interviewing really likes my hair, I have possibilities of having a job. But let's think about this. Back in the day, we used to put our picture, put your picture in your CV. Just by having your picture in your CV, you already lost a job opportunity. You're right?
So this little things about how does equality works, this with positive discrimination. If you're being discriminated just by saying, hey, hola, todo bien, ¿qué tal? I mean, just by speaking a different language, you're already being judged by the initial. You're like, and then regarding equality, I mean, I work hard, or maybe 10 times harder, to find my equality, in my business. But I work harder for it. Ish knows this as well. He works harder for his business. Danny does the same, and the best thing is that we have to actually try to stay together to keep pushing each other. Do you know what I mean? Because no one is bigging us up. The system in any system, any system in Europe, they're not bigging us up. So when I'm trying to big up my brother right there, the system is like, dim yourself, calm yourself down. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do that. And the fact that you still judged for that, there's no common sense, there's no empathy on this. It's really bad. You know what I mean? So people still think that just like, I don't agree much with the, we want equality. You lucky we don't want revenge. And then I think we have to discuss this next time on Migra or something like that.
Well, I'm not sure we don't want revenge. We're not ready for that anyway. But,
going back to what you said, I'm just trying to cover everything.
We need to be tactical.
Really quickly. Yes. Really quickly. Going back to how the media portrays us as well. How the fact that it sounds really stupid, but obviously, if me and Ish or David or even you, Cynthia, we try to go to a media job, do you know what I mean? You know who's gonna get it? Danny.
Yeah.
She's a professional.
She's a professional. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say here is that how come we are doing a race like Rich Ish said? Do you know what I mean? And on the beginning of this race, everybody else is already ahead. And they're probably less qualified. You know what I mean? They probably work way less for the job. And they know less. Do you know what I mean? It's just things back in the day in America, all the people that have the rights, like Thomas Edison has the rights for electricity. Did he actually created it? Was it him? Or was a black man behind him that wouldn't have the credit for his invention because he was
owned.
Hey. And there you go. There's several things here that it's like because people don't know this history, it's not people don't care, to be honest. They don't care. They don't care. But the system, if they force them to care, and that's why Black Lives Matter is been doing is, again, whatever, if it's a shady situation for how they are continue the way of business, that's something different. But the fact that they're waking up minds, more people are waking up to this. More people are like, oh, why are they making noise? Oh, I didn't know that. So I say it's a positive thing, And even last year, when that person decides to drive his little bike against a pregnant woman, during the rally, and shouting "All Lives Matter," it's like, I'm like, if I was in Portugal, I would be allowed to slap him, and probably the police wouldn't say nothing. Right? In England was amazing though, because I was actually walking by, in the upper street, and I see the same guy that decided to be really smart. He was taken by the police, and I saw him. But here's the glitch on the Matrix. He got carried away nice and easy. You know what I mean? Nice and easy. If it was one of us, we would have to eat dust before they're taking us in. And then the media, the way they covered that. Even our dear Plymouth Live failed honorably on this. Plymouth Live failed honorably on this by making like a altercation, a massive problem that probably was us who created it. When we tried for the whole day to keep it civil.
Yeah, but has Plymouth Live, has any media in Plymouth has any?
Bro, of course not. That's why I'm bringing it the way it is. But it wasn't just them. ITV did the same. Do you know that I was in ITV? I was in ITV because of my speech. Because of my speech that I did on Black Lives Matter, which I didn't plan at all. I didn't write it at all. I just went there because Mr. Feduno Dave, my brother David, right here. Before he dropped the mic, he said, "Surely you have something to say."
Yeah,
And
but
that's
wait.
only why I went
How
there.
about I give you an extra
Wait.
twist?
Let me just finish.
You
Let me just
fit
finish.
in
When I
the
went to ITV,
ITV
listen. When I went
manual
to
because
ITV,
Dave was too black.
Panelists, please. One person at a time. We need our viewers to hear. It's getting interesting here, so we need everyone to come in. But I need this to finish first, so Ishmael, you can just make your point here, if that's all right.
Yeah, because I'm just a bit adding up to a little bit of what Dixon is saying and putting in a bit of little twist. Because again, what we're lost in Black Lives Matter is so much grades in the whole thing. How about if I give Dixon an extra twist that he fits in the kind of white, the kind of black person allowed to be on TV? Look at how many panelists were there. Were you the darkest person there? Were you a light-skinned person there? Like, how much does even white people accept black people is? Did you get what I mean? Like, these are what a lot of things that we're losing quickly in one quick summary. So
I'm
a
well
little
aware of
bit
that. I'm well aware of that.
back towards into that. But again, we have to look into our own sincerity of things. Again, 150 years ago, we were slaves. All of a sudden now we're meant to be CEOs. It's not going to happen. Did you get what I mean? I'll give you an example, Cynthia. I graduated, did my international relations, got my postgraduate, everything. I was at ECOWAS. I was working at ECOWAS. Fine. I'm there. I'm at top office. It's Economic Community of West Africa. It's meant to be like the EU. It's a nice job for my graduate thing. Nice, cool. And then my boss calls me any kind of name that comes around his mouth, so I'm not really encouraged. This day he calls me James Bond or whatever. It's cool, fine, whatever. It's good, let's go on. And then this day, we had European students that came in with the EU, and all of a sudden I'm making coffee and I'm baking toast bread, and then he sent me all the way down to go buy meat, and I'm thinking, all of this, I'm not doing this anymore. Do you get what I mean? So that was the moment where I feel, these guys, I'm not even sure what their qualifications were. But here I am in a misplaced situation with all my experience and all I can say and what I can do. And I'm making coffee and I'm making sandwiches. But if you ask my boss, I've played a role. Perhaps that helps with the loan. Perhaps that helps with whatever he gets from this other side. Well, I don't know how that works. But I know I am a misfit here because I'm better than this. But until we start to understand that we need to set up structures so that people like ours and people who are facing this situation don't always have to start from where we're starting from, then we're lost in the situation. Do you get what I mean? It's fair enough we can do things like giving scholarships. Do we need more scholarships or do we need more people giving scholarships? It's fair enough we can make a lot of noise saying we're doing fundraising. How much is that much in compared to our value in the economy? We can actually do more progressive, more actual steps than what we're doing. So when we do all of that, then we're lost in that circle. Because no intelligent person will start telling you how about white lives matter. Trust me, there's nobody who got his own. But I'm not saying to you at that level there isn't racism. Again, in the last show, I was giving an example how during my master's course, one of my mates said there was no need for having airports in Africa because it was full of bushes. Again, at that level, it's an economical thing. Now, if I'm having that level with the same person, then how do we transfer our knowledge after the master's course? He's already going back to Germany, where whatever he thinks about Africa or not, it doesn't affect his immediate life. You get what I mean? However, I'm put into the situation where I have to already start juggling other things. Now, what am I going to do with my own race? Am I going to juggle it and take advantage of the situation that I've got? Or am I going to drop a little bit of bricks on the way to make sure the next person comes is dropping more bricks so that we actually have these things? Trust me, Cynthia, if we're going to take actual steps, it would be done. If we decide as Black people, okay, we're going to boycott this, all of a sudden we saw brands having DBI people coming in, having these guys to represent the companies to do a little bit more. It shows that if you jerk a bit, things can be done. But even when they jerk that little bit, then we get relaxed. We get relaxed. Okay, so now they've given us our little representative, and then the representative isn't really doing too much. But again, it's like, oh, why are you hating on a black brother when the black brother is in here? Are our representatives really ready to say what we need them to say? And if they are, will they be our representatives? Do you get what I mean? Will they allow those people come in? So these are questions and situations where we, as young people who have brought this level of awareness, need to consider for the next step. Do you get what I mean? Now we have footballers taking the knee in England. Every footballer is taking the knee. How long are we going to take the knee regarding towards that? How long would it take for black footballers to buy a club in England? When Man United ended, you had 5 white people buying a football club. Now, how much do we go on and now start saying, oh, make sure you put a black person in the board. Make sure you put a black person in the board. Do we not have enough black players now to start a football club? Or are we going to just keep raising the knee?
Before we start drifting off to football, because I know once we start, we're not going to end today. We're going to have a full session and have extra time.
Talking about football, you see this?
Yeah, Dixon got interrupted a little bit, so we're going to go back to Dixon. Just quickly, just to go back on what you were talking about.
I was just trying to finish. And this guy took this subject and went to football. His preferred show on P-Town Radio. Jesus God. Thank God I'm not talking about salsa, yeah? Here, kizomba, right? Let's dance, yeah? Anyway, what I was trying to say to you, Ish, is exactly I was actually trying to talk to you about this privileges of skin or whatever. That, again, when I did my speech, do you know what I mean? My speech, again, I didn't plan it. I just slammed it as a slap across the board. And it was, again, even I started singing, everybody, and I'm like, and then I went serious. What I'm trying to say to you, I was the one who got called to do the ITV interview, right? And I had to say some words. And I did. Till today, that ITV interview, it disappeared. Someone asked me, I tried to find it to track it. I knew where it was. It disappeared. You know. And the funny thing is, I was actually saying, that I don't disagree, for example, with the statues. The removal of statues or removal of whatever there's already in place. I actually said, that tell the whole story. But it's funny, like you said, that the representation, right? In the end of the day, bro, what you want is a brother that still fights for you. Not a brother that is putting Oprah on her own bread, and our own bowl. Do you know what I mean? And this is the thing. This is the thing that you can say whatever you want. Everyone can say whatever you want. But the true activist is the one, because I told this, if people don't know, if you're watching this in the UK, listen, yes, in England, I seem to have, in England or America, the being mixed race is an advantage point, yeah? In Portugal, we are all black. Doesn't matter the grading. Doesn't matter how black you are, how dark you are. In Portugal, we are in the same pot.
But there are 2 words for black and mixed race. What's the mixed race word for in Portugal? There's a mixed race word for you.
There is.
There's a word for mixed race.
There is words for everything.
So it can't be the same if there are 2 words.
Let's give it a minute. Let's give it a minute. We're gonna just go on our comments quickly. We're gonna go on our viewers just a little bit, just to have an insight on what they're sharing with us as well. Because if the conversation is getting interesting, and it is interesting because when we haven't had time for people to discuss the truth and to just focus on the fact that not everything has been shared. Not all the truth is what we know. When storybooks are still coming in white and black, as if it was time ago, when it was clearly just recently when you check the dates, these are going to be uncomfortable, but we've got to say it. So just quickly going back to our viewers on the comments, we've got a comment from Tapiwa, and it says, thank you for having this conversation. This is a good reminder on how we shouldn't be naive and ignorant to the barriers and hardship we have to overcome as race, and how we should all be making political moves and decisions as the policies are not always in our favor, not just for ourselves, but for the benefit of our brothers
and sisters. And I'm even going to add on to that. And the next generations and generations and generations to come, because we are not doing this just for us now. We are doing it so that the effect and the change that we didn't get the opportunity to enjoy when we had to work 10 times harder, when people that were on the same level as us, because of their ways, were just working even way less than us, but we're getting more results. We need to push the change. And it's time to just say, you know what? It is what it is, and we are pushing for what we want. And I like something Dixon said. He said, if the system doesn't care, we, a community, can push for it. And that's what we're doing. If the people in the right places, if the council, if the government, if they do not care about our lives, how long has it been? And you know what, the Britain has completely tried to be quiet and silent on the whole racism issue. And if we look into, if we go back in history, we can all tell that, I mean, they started some damages before the Americans continued and decided to push it further. But why is all of this closed up? And until we can acknowledge those things, until we can accept that, yes, you know what, these things happened. This is what the effects that went on people. We're talking about the Black people that were even brought here, or all the slaves and all the things that have happened that were brought here. But we forget about the damages that were even left home. And they're not protesting and doing stuff. So when they start, I mean, I don't know how far we're going to take it. But I just want to say, to summarize everything, and with the sessions and everything, thank you so much. We're grateful for our panelists. I mean, not just you guys, but through all the sessions that we've had through the day, you know, we want to say thank you all for joining in. And we also want to say a big thank you to all our viewers, the ones that were interacting, the ones that were not. I mean, I feel like some of the comments out there did trigger a few things for us to discuss it, but I feel like our panelists have been great and they have tackled it as much as they can, and with confidence and with their own opinions and their own views. And that's the most important part of all of this.
Can we comment? Are we drawing final comments now? Sorry. I would like to comment.
We're going to trade final comments now, and then we're going to move on to, while you trade your final comments, please do feel free to share where all our viewers, if anyone wants to contact you, where they can reach you and all of that stuff as well. So I'll start off with David, because you did ask about it, so I'm guessing you have something to say. So I'll leave the platform to you. Just last words, and also where we can get you or we can contact you.
Yeah, so it's there's a question here. Is it okay to say support Black business? And what do you think will happen if we grow our own business? So with your permission, let me just try and answer that. I think this is, and I think when you look at this question, respectfully, yeah.
While you're answering it, I'll just give you a little time, and you know, you've just got 2 minutes. 2 minutes to summarize it all up for us, and then we can move on to the rest. And you know,
you hear that, yeah, Dixon? When I give you 2 minutes or mid-run, it's 2 minutes.
I will be on the time.
I was the one being quiet. I've been quiet throughout the whole show.
So, I think what I think Black people need to start thinking about is, obviously, I think we are in Plymouth. We're still not. There's not even up more than 7% minorities and all of that. I think instead of saying support Black businesses, what I would rather say, remove barriers for Black businesses, because this is what's creating problems. And I think sometimes it also leaves some of the Black people in a comfort zone. And I think there's this blame and victim cultures. So I will give a simple example. If there is a VAT rebate or business tax rebate, for example, that needs to be given to 10 people, if 8 white people are getting it, then maybe if equally 8 Black people apply, they should be getting it. So for me, it's about removing barriers rather than saying support Black businesses. So support Black businesses. Who are the customers for Black businesses? Is it just going to be Black people, or Black people, white people, and others? So I think it's something that we need to look ourselves in the mirror and actually say it's not about Black. It's not about Black TV. It's not about Black football club. It's not about Black radio. It's not about Black restaurant. No. We are getting it completely wrong. It's about removing barriers that are stopping Black people from excelling. That has to be absolutely clear. Anyway, so I hope that answers the question. So for me, it's not okay to say support Black businesses. It's okay to say remove barriers for Black businesses. Anyway, my conclusion, it has been great. I think for me, policies are still being developed, and that will continue. All of the policies that I mentioned earlier, economic divides, health inequalities, EDI, structural racism, I think that's still work in progress. And I think we all need to come together and keep pushing that way. Secondly, I think we need more education, and more inclusive voices. So we should be hearing from everyone, not just the Black community. We need to be at the same level playing field. And I think for me, this is why the guys here are on the mid-ground. And I think if there are audiences and out there, get in touch with us. We're more than happy to discuss any matters at the mid-ground, because it's about time we start discussing all those controversies and some of the difficult questions that people don't want to ask. It's okay to ask me, do you want to be called nigger or Black? So these are questions, difficult questions that we need to be talking about. We will be talking about refugees, migration. You can't talk about these things these days without talking about migration. So let's have inclusive voices, which means we hear from everybody. So more than, I think we are on P-Town Radio every Thursday and all of that, if you want to listen to that. And thirdly, sorry, just a couple of seconds. Just with the black community. I think we are kind of chilling and relaxing. There's something happening about the blame and victim culture. I do see many Black people around who say there's no jobs. And I think, although I agree, we still need to do more in terms of giving people more opportunities, in terms of employment laws and all of that. But I also believe that there are many, many Black people out there who simply don't want to work. If you want to have a job in Plymouth, you will work. So somewhere, somehow, let's not kid ourselves. Black people need to look at themselves in the mirror and say, actually, I need to stop blaming myself. Do not apply for a job before you attend the interview. You say, actually, I'm not going to get a job because I know I won't get it. I'm not going to get a job because my name is Fenduno. It's spelled too long. That's something that we also need to really, really look at and stop. We need to stop picking and choosing things, because this has not started today. Our grandparents from slavery were whipped in plantations and all of that. This will not change maybe for the next generation, but those who are here now, you need to look at yourself in the mirror, look at the policies and stand up and start working. Don't sit at home and say, no, I'm not going to go there because I won't get it. Every young person, for me, for the audience, if you are Black and watching this, and even other people, yes, you are working. Why don't you pick a volunteering opportunity somewhere? If you are working in the Black community, go and seek a volunteering opportunity in the white community, in the Asian community, anywhere. Because that's only by doing so, you are going to be really finding out about yourself and some of the real issues. And you also give the white community the opportunity to ask those big questions, because we will not have all these debates just on radio and on here. There are more bigger questions that people cannot ask. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much. Big shout out to the all the DBI team and all of that. Thank you very much. I think it's been a great day. And I look forward to inviting all of you on the mid-ground. I'm sure you've seen a lot of content today. And I think these panelists will be looking forward to asking you guys questions in return. So I look forward to inviting you soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I'll move on to Dixon now. 2 minutes, last words, where we can find you.
So Super Dixon, you can see in there, Super Dixon with an X. You can find all my social media from LinkedIn, from Instagram, YouTube, Mixcloud, SoundCloud, P-Town Radio every Saturday from 5 till 7. Afro Latin. If you guys want to learn how to dance salsa, bachata, kizomba, get in touch. Start dropping your emails and your phone numbers. Okay, don't be shy. Just come in. If you want to learn how to dance, it's with me. If you want, maybe we're gonna go back soon. Soon we're gonna go back. Sauce and Vibes, 25th of June. Sorry, Revolution. It's gonna be wild. And they asked for, obviously, for the different DJs to come and make the party. So I'm happy to represent the Afro Latin community and also mid-ground. Don't be shy. Come and get in touch if you guys want to be happier persons. Is that good? Is you guys good?
That's great. Thank you so much. And thanks for reminding us of the dance classes, because I am looking to come and shake it there with you open up. So thank you. We're looking forward to you opening up again. We're looking forward to everything coming up. I'm sure the girls here in the office will even drag the guys and bring them all out.
Yes. That's going to be my marketing. Ladies, bring the guys. Don't expect me to bring them, okay?
Definitely.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for putting Ish and David in the spot. That was really good. You guys did an amazing job. If you guys haven't watched, I watched pretty much almost all shows except the one in the morning, Jabo. Sorry, I was asleep. But I will catch you up in the previous video, and thank you for having me. Big love.
Thank you, Dixon. Thank you, Super Dixon. I keep leaving the super out. Listen.
Yeah, you keep leaving the super out.
Yeah, that's the name. Don't forget it. I'll move on to Ish quickly, and then Danny can close us off.
Oh, Danny, I was hoping I'll get it.
We went from ladies first to ladies last.
Yes,
okay. Must be nice. That's fairness, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been great being on the show, Cynthia. I think it's a nice chat. Unfortunately, I don't think we would ever have enough time to really delve in something that keeps evolving of this nature. So that's it. I'm not sure where you can find me. Instagram, Ish2, same on Twitter. I'm always moving around, so if you must find me, I'm not sure I can just use those. But for you and for everyone out there, you need to keep moving. You know, the life and world is big enough. Keep moving. Keep doing things.
Show the top.
Yeah. Bush Baby, that's the one. So keep moving, and we've got Bush Baby clothing here as well. You know, that's what Ish is rocking at the moment for us. So thank you very much, Ish. I'll move on to Danny, so Danny can just, say a few words and also tell us where we can find you. And hey, because you're the lady on here, you have to tackle with these men. Give us a little quote.
Hey, equality.
For the day.
Yeah, thank you. Wow, I feel like I'm just like the grand finale now.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I just want to say thank you so much for having me on this panel as well, and considering me, Super Dixon, and you've got a top as well. Love that. If anybody wants to merch, you know where to find it.
Yeah,
no problem. I just want to say to the viewers, thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for kind of involving yourself into the conversations. Moving forward, I just want to ask everyone to kind of have more conversations with each other. Bring up those start important conversations. If you see that someone is being treated unfairly, based on their skin color or their ethnicity, sexuality, anything from the 9 protected characteristics, please do say something. Also know that certain people have more privileges than others. Use that to other people's advantages too. Particularly white people. Like for example, if someone isn't being, given credit, for their work, or someone isn't given the same opportunity, or, someone isn't being recognized as much, please do raise that platform up for them. We're all here to support each other. And together we are stronger. So the more conversations we have like these, the more impact is going to be, the more change is going to be. Thank you so much everyone for listening. If you want to find me anywhere and we can further discuss this, you're more than welcome to find me on Facebook under Danny Andreeva Photography, or Instagram as well. So thank you so much. Cheers.
Thank you so much. Wow, this has been a great session. It doesn't matter what anyone says about their opinion. My opinion is this has been so far, and this is not because I'm moderating it. It's because it's been very interesting. I'm so glad to have had panelists like you guys on there. So viewers, please do not forget the mid-round debate show on Thursdays at 6 p.m. on the Plymouth Hope FC social medias. I believe it's Facebook usually, where
Facebook and P-Town app as well.
And P-Town app as well.
Yeah.
So feel free to join in. Hey, there we can continue the conversations again. There you can share all your crazy thoughts, all your happy thoughts, all your sad thoughts, any thought that you think, you know what, maybe may trigger certain things. But one thing we need to keep in mind is this is not a comfortable conversation. This is never going to be a conversation that will feel comfortable until we are comfortable to talk about them. You know, until we can get to that comfortability to say, you know what, actually, this happened and I'm not really sure, to another person of a different race to get their opinion, we're not going to make any change. So, you know, change begins with us. Change your mindset. Look at different people. Don't look at their skin color. Look at them as a personality rather than anything else. So on that note, I'm going to end here and leave it to Mr. Jabo to give us the last goodbyes. It's been an absolutely great day. It's been a full day of event.
You survived us. You survived us.
You're great.
Yes.
Some tips, all right?
I'll see you at mid-ground. I'll see you at mid-ground. Ish, I got you. I'm going to get you.
Thank you very much. So have a good evening, everyone. Thank you, our viewers, for joining in. Thank you for sharing your comments. Thank you for sharing everything that you had to. We'll leave it to Mr. Jabo now.
Wow, what an amazing journey. And they say time runs faster when you're having good time. It has been an amazing 12 hours running a marathon called Hackathon, an online all day streaming. What an amazing day to go through. Black Lives Matter, 1 year on. This is what it was all about. We thank for everyone who has joined us. But before we go to that, let's review, let's recap a little bit. The purpose, did we reach it? And where are we going? As the title said it, 1 year on, Black Lives Matter. It has been a year on since that atrocious time where we saw it all. It was in front of our eyes, in front of television. George Floyd was killed. And that created the movement of Black Lives Matter. That protest, that people going on the street, marching, saying, I can't breathe the same way like George Floyd. And the year has been on. And the question was what went well? Simple for the purpose of having this conversation. Having this talk, debate, exchange in a positive direction. What went well? Because asking ourselves a question, what went wrong, we'll go there for days, starting for why George Floyd was killed. The purpose was to give an opportunity to the society to think ahead what went well and how are we going to move forward. Did we reach to that today? Yes. We had an amazing conversation. We had 4 sessions today, all day long. We had breaks in between. We had videos in between.